ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. 3 bodies have been found in Mexico in an area where 2 Australians and an American went missing. Ali Crew reports.
Mexican forensic investigators are combing a remote site in the country's Baja California region where 3 bodies have been found. Perth brothers Jake and Callum Robinson and their American friend Jack Carter Road have been missing from the area since April 27. The trio were on a surfing holiday and failed to arrive at their accommodation in the city of Rosarito. Authorities have found the group's burnt-out car, while the parents of the brothers have released a statement saying their hearts are breaking.
The Department of Foreign Affairs says the embassy in Mexico is working closely with both Australian police and local authorities regarding the 2 missing brothers. Government Minister Amanda Rishworth says it's deeply upsetting and disturbing.
My thoughts are with their family. At this stage, DFAT is providing consular assistance to the families and also working with authorities in Mexico.
Victoria Police is in talks with the state government about increasing its power to intervene and protect victim survivors of family violence. Danushi Dyes reports.
Victoria Police is calling for stronger intervention measures to keep family violence perpetrators away from victims. In the last year, police say they issued around 11,500 family violence safety notices, which give survivors, including children, immediate protection for 14 days until an intervention order is sought through the court. But police want these notices extended so they can give longer-lasting protection without the need for victims to go through courts and the traumatic process of confronting a perpetrator.
Police say they're concerned for the welfare of a man who's been missing for a week in Melbourne's Outer East. Kieran Byte reports.
Police say 22-year-old Zach was last seen on Norton Road in Callista on the evening of April 28th. It's believed he went walking in Sherbrooke Forest early the following morning. Police have been searching the area and are continuing their efforts today, along with help from SES volunteers. There are concerns for Zach's welfare as he has a medical condition and his disappearance is out of character. He is described as Caucasian in appearance, 170 centimetres tall, of medium build with short blonde brown hair and possibly a moustache. He was last seen wearing a grey jacket, mustard-coloured T-shirt, navy tracksuit pants and black shoes.
The Victorian Greens are calling on the state government to remove a controversial flood wall in Melbourne's northwest. An independent report found the Flemington Racecourse flood wall increased water levels by 3 centimetres during the catchment's 2022 floods. Melbourne Water has acknowledged the flaws in the design but says there is no evidence to support its removal. Local MP Ellen Sandell says community safety should be paramount.
The Labor state government needs to show who do they prioritise more. The Victorian Racing Club, the horse racing and gambling industry, or people's homes and lives. In a climate change world, we're going to have more floods. Labor needs to decide who they're going to protect.
Frankie Valli, the frontman for the legendary American band The Four Seasons, has been honoured with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The ceremony in Los Angeles was held to mark his 90th birthday. Mr. Valli says it's a highlight of his life.
This whole thing started when I was about 14 or 15 years old. And I did my very first performance in front of an audience, and that was a school recital where I sang White Christmas a cappella. And who would have ever dreamed that it would have gone this far?
To sport, and the A-League Women's Champion will be crowned today as premiers. Melbourne City host defending champions Sydney FC in the grand final. Fraser Fife has more.
The top 2 teams of the A-League Women's competition, both sides are seeking a record 5th championship. Melbourne City is on a 6-game unbeaten run, while the Sky Blues are playing in a record 7th straight final. The home side have been dealt an injury blow with 15-year-old junior Matilda's captain Shelby McMahon ruled out of action. Matilda's fullback Carly Rostback will also not make the squad after succumbing to an ankle injury in the first leg of the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Sydney FC welcomes Fiona Wirtz back into the selection fold after more than 4 months on the sidelines. Kick-off is at 4:15 local time.
To the weather now. For the state, a dry and partly cloudy day apart from isolated showers along the exposed coast and over the far north. A cool to mild day. For Melbourne, partly cloudy. We're heading for a top today of 17 degrees. Tomorrow, cloudy 18, partly cloudy on Monday 19. Tuesday, mostly sunny 20. Partly cloudy on Wednesday and a top of 19 degrees then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 13 degrees. ABC News.
There's a vault of secrets to unravel on ABC iView. Delve deep in Happy Valley and the control room.
She is the victim, I swear.
Peel back the layers in House of Gods and After the Party.
How do you know they're innocent?
And seek answers in Total Control and so much more.
You start fires wherever you go.
A vault of entertainment. Always free, always suspenseful on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. To Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
In just his 55th game, the 21-year-old Nick Dacos produces another indelible moment on a record-setting night at the MCG. Who's to blame for Connor Rosie's injury? The AFL's gesture to honour victims of gender-based violence, but how prepared is the game to deal with in-house examples? And Sam Draper's foot-in-mouth podcast spot. All of that ahead right here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Flick back in. Cottrell had it, lost it. Chera had it, lost it. It's flicked out in front of Nick Dacos! 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 Dacos has done it! He's living every kid's dream!
Nick Dacos plays the hero at the end, and the Premiership Pies have a positive record for the first time in their Premiership defence. Collingwood by 6.
And their Premiership coach, Craig McRae, is our feature guest today here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. We're keen to hear from you on 1300 558 222. Were you there last night? One of the 88,000 plus in the house, which is a record crowd in a home and away game for these two teams, and the biggest crowd period since the 1981 Grand Final for a Carlton-Collingwood fixture. We've got a whole lot to get through. My name's Corbin Middlemass, and as you heard in the title, Luke Ball, the Premiership Magpie. G'day, Bally.
G'day, Corby. A tight, tough game, wasn't it? Yeah, the finals like the crowd and the pressure and intensity. In the end, it needed the moment of brilliance from the star player on the ground, and we'll talk about him a little bit more, but we thought we had one little master. I played a lot of footy against a little master by the name of G. Ablett Jr., Mick. But this bloke's the closest thing we've had since, and he's 21.
The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, you were in the commentary box last night, having been in the coach's box, of course, for these two teams in the past. What was your biggest takeaway out of last night?
G'day, Corby, Bally, and all our listeners. The biggest thing was Collingwood got back to playing the way Collingwood play, and Carlton, unfortunately, fell for the way Collingwood play and played their way, which is never going to beat Collingwood their way at the moment.
Interesting.
Yeah, a bit to unpack there, isn't it?
Yeah. The one that really stood out to me was the clearance battle last night. So Carlton, I think, are 25% better statistically, points from clearances than any other team in the competition. Yet they got beat last night in that category by a Collingwood team, which, as great as Collingwood have been, and they're the reigning champs and everything else, that hasn't been the strong suit in their game.
Yeah, and he pulled a few strings, McRae. I mean, obviously, if you play Carlton at the moment, Mick, that's almost the first, isn't it? That's almost item one on the agenda when you start to pick them apart during the week. And gee, from the very first bounce, I mean, I thought we watched Mark Pitney play his best game of his career last week. He slaughtered Reece Stanley. He got off. He was in similar form again last night, wasn't he? In that first centre bounce, you thought, oh gosh, here we go again. In fact, the first 15 minutes, Carlton looked like.
Well, I think it was 7-0 or 7-1.
7-1 early,
and but then it got to 10-all.
Well, and it was a mix of personnel. So I thought, Pendlebury goes in and realises the moment to stand up and play on a Cripps, which he's done before. Dacos goes back into the middle almost on a full-time basis post that. But there was a few other little sort of strings that he pulled. You noticed Harvey Harrison come up from half forward and spend a bit of time and hit some bodies in there, and they really committed numbers to the stoppage area, and then their ability to spread away from that. And it was a really good turnaround, because you go into the game, as I said, and if you can match Carlton in there, aside from that, especially without Sard and without McGovern, which again we'll talk about, their inability to be able to run and link up and chain the ball out of half back. They were pretty one-dimensional other than that. And Collingwood were able to neutralise, then win the clearance battle and lock the ball in that front half for big parts of those final three quarters.
Well, I just look at Carlton's midfield and think they are so one-paced, number one. They don't defend. There was so many times when that ball was popped out to the runner. So I call it inner and outer ball. You might remember that the midfield must put their head over the ball, and the outer generally are your wingers and half forwards or half backs if they're in that area. They stay out and they catch anything on the way through. They're nets, but also you'd never allow a side to be able to get out. And when I look at even Dacos's goal, Walsh was behind him, second to react, and then there's a pathway where
Yeah, it's a good point. So Adam Chera was playing that. You speak about that net role. I think he was probably on the wing, and you watch it again. He starts behind the stoppage on his own. He gets sucked in, and he fumbles. So no impact. He fumbles. It was Harvey Harrison actually with a really clever knock over the top into space, and then Dacos does what he does,
but they're on the move.
It's game over.
Yeah, so they've got no speed through the middle, and the other thing is too. I was amazed last night at the pop gun effect of their kicking. Like Paddy Cripps really was just up in the air 40 metres and maybe 40 metres. Walsh is another player who doesn't hit targets enough and doesn't penetrate the 50-metre. Gets a lot of kicks in the back half. Good players do, but they also get a midfield ball and they also get forward ball. So Carlton, to me, now I know, and I was sitting with Lingy last night, and I know that Lingy watched the game last week and Carlton had 60-odd inside 50s against Geelong. Last night they only had 38. But your midfield have got to get that football into those key forwards because at the moment, and I'm just looking at ratings, and it's just interesting looking at a newspaper ratings on each player. Curnow and Mackay work beautifully together, but what they do lack is ground coverage, and then they also lack probably the next player. And I was surprised that Kennedy took so long to come on the ground, where he's known to take a mark and kick a goal, as is Paddy Cripps. So if you get Kennedy on the ground, that means Cripps can go forward because it was Curnow was kicking the ball to Mackay. Curnow was getting the ball on the wing, and Mackay was getting the ball on the wing, kicking at the Curnow. So it's a great combination, but it wasn't enough. There wasn't enough numbers, and their midfield really. I've got to say, outside of the first quarter, it was an inevitable. I picked Collingwood before the game. Inevitable result based on the fact that Collingwood, for a start, have squeezed you. Carlton are so predictable. Feedback. And if you feed back enough and you keep getting crushed, you'll give the ball up. Yeah. And so, if you have another 50 possessions, most of them are defensive possessions that you'll lose.
So you felt like you learnt more about Carlton last night than Collingwood?
Oh, well, we know Collingwood. Yeah. We know what they bring.
This is what Michael Voss had to say, by the way, just on a couple of those numbers leading into this grab. So 1 disposals, 1 contested possession, and yet played 60% of the game in Collingwood's front half. They had 23 fewer inside 50s, and the tackle count was staggering last night. 86-54 Collingwood's way. Here's what Michael Voss had to say about all of that post-game.
Their pressure that they were able to provide across the night probably forced us to over-possess it. So we had to make some corrections there about how we wanted to move the ball out of those particular scenarios, and just didn't feel like that we were absorbing that well enough. And then the over-possession comes into play. So that's where I find like the disposal number is actually quite a useless number. But credit to them, they were able to force that turnover and probably force us to do something that we wouldn't normally do. And then, we lost the territory battle. And you lose the territory battle against a good footy team, it's going to be hard to win that game.
He was pretty measured, Michael Voss, last night. He went on to say, look, we got good feedback on areas that we need to get better at. So it's amazing how these things work in runs. They won 9 games in a row decided by 10 points or less. They've now dropped their last 2 by under a goal.
Yeah, the Pies were relentless. Yeah, you go back to the game where they've turned this season around against Brisbane, and we'll talk to Craig McRae about this when he joins us, but that was a clear focus, wasn't it? And he knows that this team, okay, they won the premiership last year, but they're not so far ahead of any other team. They are a blue-collar team, and they need to bring that pressure and intensity. I think they had high 80s tackles against Brisbane on the road, got the result. Same again last night. And that was noticeable. It was one tackle. And because Carlton's strength is to stand up in tackles, isn't it? They're so big and strong around the ball. And that's the possession stuff that he was talking about. Okay, it was a possession, but it was under heat, and it put the next guy under heat, and then the next pressure player came. That really stood out to me. Collingwood's pressure, and they had 22 tackles inside forward 52, which enabled them to either lock the ball in, get repeat stoppages, and then Dacos and Hill do their thing, or at least force the high kick under pressure. And we speak about Saad not being there. They really missed his ability to run. And I thought Newman was a pretty solid player, but he's not a line breaker. And a lot of his kicks were those pop kicks that you were talking about, Mick, to a contest, to the key forward down the line. It was a great battle, Moore and Curnow. I think Darcy Moore's starting to get back to his All-Australian form. A really slow start to the year, but I thought he was terrific last night, particularly in the second half. Against the one of, if not the premier forwards in the competition. And then when the ball hit the ground, to your point, they're light on Carlton for another option. I mean, Owies bobbed up and kicked 3, Fantasia no influence, Durden no influence. So they need to get Jack Martin back in there. If it's Jesse Motlop, they need to work that out. So follow the ball back half to get the ball out of there, and then follow the ball forward half to be able to give them another option other than the two big boys. Obviously, key areas for the Blues to fix at the moment.
The other thing they have is an injury list as long as your arm. So 9 unavailable, 5 in their best 23, and a lot of hamstrings. So McGovern, Motlop, Martin, Saad, all out with hammies. Chera just returning. And Zach Williams last night, it looked like a hammy. In the end, the coach said otherwise in his post-match presser.
No, he had a tight glute. Okay. So at this point in time, we sort of feel that's all it is. But it was restricting his movement. So, he had to get subbed.
Hopeful for next week, or you're not sure?
I think he should be fine. Yeah. But let's wait till we get the scans back. It looks like we'll get a couple back next week with Jack Martin and Marchbank and McGovern. So there's a few to come back over the next couple of weeks.
We have lines available at 1300 558 222. If you're one of the 100,000 Carlton fans out there, perhaps you're keen to delve into some of that. 1300 558 222. Before Craig McRae joins us, we should put a light on Nick Dacos. I mean, there was another moment for him last night, and it wasn't just the bit at the end. I mean, he ended up with 30-odd disposals, 2 goals, and was best of field. He's only 55 games in, and he's still 21 years of age, boy.
Yeah. No, he is. I'm sitting there watching that, and both goals he kicked were brilliant stoppage goals. And then when the heat was on early, one of those kicks coming out of the half back where he just saw a player on the side of his vision and was able to hit him. I thought he was clean. I thought he's hard. I mean, the knock. I mean, again, you're nitpicking, trying to pick home. We do that. We're guilty of doing that. But I thought he was stronger in the contest last night. He had 7 or 8 tackles.
Yeah, 7 tackles. Yeah, 7 tackles. I mean, it's easy to dismiss that and just go, he's had his 32 possession, kicked his 2 goals. He's had 7 tackles. Yeah. The only 2 other players. They had two other players had 8 tackles each, and the rest of them were 5s, 4s, and 3s. But as you said, Corby, they had a massive number of tackles. But Dacos had 7 tackles. Yeah, he did, so he's defending the ball well. Not only
he had 10 of his 32 in the last quarter disposals, and 6 of those contested. Plus the goal.
Yep. He's getting back to. You got to forget. I mean, he had a bad injury last year, and got himself great effort to get himself back to playing. In the finals, won the premiership, and so he would have had to do a bit of work to get that right. As you said, he's only 21, so he gets more attention this year. To me, obviously, he's starting to remind me a lot of G. Ablett Jr., the way he plays and the inability to stop him in a lot of ways. When he's winning the contest, okay, so we know what he's like, out in space and uncontested footy, his footy IQ, his decision-making. But when he's winning inside ball and contested ball and setting players up with hands, it's frightening, isn't it? And he's 21, as you said.
Brendan from Hobart off the SMS line. Hi, people have been pumping up Harley Reid as the best young player since Judd. Haven't people been watching Nick Dacos' first 50-odd games from Brendan? Yeah, well, I'm happy to think that we've got Chris Judd Mark II and G. Ablett Jr. Mark II. We're pretty lucky to have both.
No, Reid's not Judd.
Not yet, Mick. I'm with you.
No, different player.
Yeah.
One man will have a take on this, I'm sure, particularly when it comes to his charge of Nick Dacos in a match-winning performance again last night for the Magpies. Is his senior coach, the premiership coach in Craig McRae, and he's good enough to join us on AFL Saturday here on ABC Sport. Craig, really appreciate your time and congratulations on the win last night.
Yeah, thanks, Corbin. It's amazing what 6 points does. One goal, and the mood today is definitely different than if it was the other way. Thanks for having me on.
I'm sure we'll pick apart the game in just a moment and the Pies season so far, but just a word on Nick Dacos. I saw you jumping around on the bench last night and sort of reacting the same way as the rest of the Magpie army. What have you got left to say about him that I guess you haven't already said as to what he's done in the first 55 games of his career?
Yeah, I just caught, maybe the last minute or so of your discussion around him. And, yeah, good morning to you, Mick, or good afternoon. It's good to hear your voice. I loved your observations around his 7 tackles, and that's stuff that we really want to reward and highlight and shine a light on, because when he's doing those things that maybe he's not potentially recognised for, the other parts of his game are just always on show as well. So, well, wrapped in his defensive part of his game. But he's a young lad that just works incredibly hard at his game. I'm fortunate enough to walk into the Walls and start a couple of years ago, and he's starting at the same time, and he was one that just straight away just wanted to make the whole place better. Whether it's a time trial and setting standards, or he's the first in to watch his tape with a coach, and his training stands are unbelievable. So. What you see last night is no fluke. He's clearly high talent, but his work rate at training is like second to none.
Yeah, Fly, just on the team itself. Now, you catered very well last night for a couple of key players out that when they're fit they'll probably become. Well, certainly one will come straight back into the side. What about the seconds? Tell us what's your depth like? Because to go back to back, you probably, I'll make this up, but I reckon you need around about 28 to 30 players that can play. Are you around that mark?
Yeah, we like to think that there's a couple of guys that just haven't been exposed, Mick, and you saw Lockie Sullivan last night, and then Harvey Harrison's one that's been, just in the background, just doing a lot right, and you'd like to think, geez, when are we going to give this kid a go? He's playing similar roles to Bo McCreary and Bobby Hill, and it's hard to go past those guys. But we tried to put him on the wing at the VFL, and he showed he's capable of doing that. He's clean, he's powerful, and Finn McRae's playing good footy at VFL, and we don't have a cast of thousands in depth for height, Mick. We don't have key forwards and backs.
Johnson?
We're trying Ashdown back. He played back last week for a half, and we're trying him again today. They're playing Southport very shortly, and we think he's got scope to play there, because again we don't have a cast of thousands. Kruger's come back today, plays his first game for the year, and he's someone of value. We'd like to think so, Mick. There's a lot of untried. Joey Rich is untried, but doing a lot right. So, as you know, you need more than just the 22, 23 every week. You need depth, and we've been quite lucky to date with injuries, and that's not going to last forever.
And what about the threats this year? I know I know the club itself knows it's going to be hunted. Is there anyone jumped up that you have been surprised at? I'll say, if I'll just throw this one in, Geelong surprised me so far. I know it's only early days, 7, but is there someone that's jumped up and you thought, we've got to be really careful about this mob?
Yeah, I've been watching Geelong really closely. We don't play them till late in the year, but I've been, watching what they're doing and how they're, forward of the ball. We played them late last year. They just play a real challenging game of football where they get a lot of numbers forward of the play, and so if you don't win the contest, then see you later. They're probably most likely to score. There's a lot of shootouts with Geelong. They beat the Cats last week, 115, 105 or whatever it was. That's a big score. But they do ask a lot of questions. So they're definitely one. I've been watching Melbourne with admiration. They're number 1 points against team, so the defensive part of their game looks really strong. I think you can throw a blanket over 6 or 7 teams. It was only a few weeks ago, including ourselves, I thought, geez, there's a lot of middle-range teams. There's a lot of teams that just, if you get hot in this competition, 5 or 6, 7 weeks in a row, I think that could separate, as GWS did late last year. It's a pretty even comp.
Well, good afternoon, Fly. More broadly, and you spoke about, and Mick just mentioned then how hard it is to go back to back, and we know that's the nature of the competition. It's designed to equalise, and I recall your pre-season press conference where you spoke about spending time reading books and investigating teams that have successfully done that in other sports as well, without giving trade secrets away. What are some of the key themes maybe that you uncovered in some of those books around giving yourself the best opportunity to go back to back?
Oh, it's amazing. I'm reading this Pat Riley book about winning within and the success of winning multiple titles, and funny, I read it and I read a chapter to the players, and it's amazing how much it's just living out. There's little subtle things around complacency, but you don't realise it's actually in the room. And trying to just not look for things that aren't there. Like we had early start of the season. We had a really tough draw, 6 days breaks, 3 in a row, and no chance to sort of catch up. But we didn't realise we had a few problems going on within their game. But you can't sort of work on it unless you do it in game. So those things were difficult. But we were looking for answers that weren't there. Like, apparently the kitchen's dirty and it's the reason why we're losing. Or, we had too much cheese on the lasagna at lunch. I'm going, oh, come on, boys, stop it. It's not the reason. And all this stuff was in the book about looking for things that aren't there. But there's subtle things of disease of me. Am I getting enough recognition for the reward and reward for the performances, and whether it's staff or players? And no, it's very difficult in any sport to win back to back. And certainly early days we were never talking about that. We're talking about just getting back to work. And we had a great pre-season. There's no excuses for the body of work we did. 40-odd players did the whole pre-season, 90% of the pre-season, which is a number we haven't done. So there's no excuses around preparation.
So looking back now on the first sort of month or so, and could you notice any, or can you reflect on any sort of complacency? I think, as you said, sometimes it's hard to even see that it's there, but is that too simple a thing to comment on, given the results you were getting? And I think, as you said, there was a tough draw and everything like that. But looking back now, could you reflect on potentially even 1 or 2% of that across the group that now has been shaken out of you a little bit?
No, there's subtle things. I think there's little things. Like, I thought we tried to move the ball differently early, and we didn't train enough, and then we turned the ball over an extraordinary amount of times in our back half, which gave away easy goals. Turnover points against were off the charts, 70-odd points against, and so we corrected that and thought that's, I put my hand up and said I thought we could execute better than that, and we didn't. So, but that's not giving credit to GWS and Sydney, who were absolutely flying early in the year. Like, if we just said it was all about us, I think we're a bit arrogant. Sydney's pressure in round 2 was a real challenging for us. We didn't cope with that after the MCG, and then the St Kilda game. I felt like we really had our chances to win, and it was a 10-minute patch where we just disconnected. So then there's this game is so difficult. If you give opposition 10 minutes, it can be everything. But we drew a line in the sand basically around our pressure after that game, and since then we've really spiked. Plus 30 tackles last night again, and we had plus 30 against Brisbane, which is a big number in this game.
Yeah, again, it was really stood out last night. I think high 80s in tackles. It's hard to maintain that, isn't it? Is that something that you're conscious of, having to sort of try and call on that week in, week out? We know that the best teams, which you are one of those, are able to win different ways. But are you conscious of the fact that playing that sort of game week in, week out will potentially take its toll?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I honestly don't think it's that hard for these guys in terms of they thrive on it, and their game style does suit it. Like, it's a pretty simple game playing. So to get some territory and turn up and put pressure on, and there's some elements that can make it hard for that. But you notice when you play teams that don't want you to have pressure, they start kicking the ball around. That's what Carlton did last night. Yeah. They didn't want pressure, so they started to maintain possession of the ball, and Hawthorn did that against us too. So you can't always get it on your team. I think last week Essendon, her pressure was low because they maintained possession by foot. So it may not always look like that, but you spot on. We've got to find different ways to win, and we did that really well last year, and we're finding a way to do that again this year.
Craig McRae, the Premiership coach, with us on ABC Sport. Craig, I've just got a little shopping list for you of the key injuries and MRO stuff, which we can race through very quickly. But an update on Bo McCreary, Tom Mitchell and Jordan De Goey. How are all three?
Well, Bo won't play. He's in the protocols for concussion, so he won't play next week. Hoping everything goes to plan, he'll be available the week after. Geordie, I haven't had an update today. Last update was Friday, and he was progressing without being going forward at 100 miles an hour. So he's probably unlikely to play next week. And by all reports, Tom has come through with his plantar fascia stuff and got some treatment, and we're hoping he could be available next week just on those three.
Lockie Schultz, I'm sure you would have seen the incident by now where he appeared to strike Blake Acres, his former teammate, in the back of the neck. What was your observation of that?
Shoulder, I reckon.
Look, that's a player's frustration taking out in the game and free kick in critical moments, which we would love to think that there'd be different decisions made. But I think that if you're going on what others have done something similar, that probably would be fine. But we'll wait and see.
Skill Sidebottom and Scott Pendlebury, you mentioned your list construction earlier and the guys that haven't had a lot of exposure in the twos at the moment. Just a holistic view on those two guys, obviously two champions of your footy club. When the time is up, will that be up to them? Will it be up to you? Will it be the list boss? Who decides in the end when the full stop comes on two decorated careers?
Well, I'm due for a walk around the town, Mick. I'd love to get your advice on this stuff. We haven't caught up for a little bit, and some of his experiences. I've never lived this. These guys are so decorated players of our footy club, and ideally I'd love to carry them out. I'd love to put them on our shoulders, and we applaud them on their way out, and ideally it's their decision. That's how I see it in the short term. But when that is, I don't know. Pendle's had a terrific game last night. He was his best game for the season, and still looked like he found his feet again. He's been running terrific patterns for us, and defensively been going well. And last night was a better reflection of that. No, maybe Mick, you got any advice on this? This is something new to me.
Don't let them go all together. That's the most important advice. You've got to stagger it, whatever way it is. And that's simple. I know that's simplistic, but I've seen sides do it both ways, and they've been left with players that. My advice to players that I've had such a close contact with was, I don't want to play in the seconds. And they go, what do you mean? I said, well, the way you're going, I can see you playing seconds. And I just think that your name and your association with the football club does not deserve to be playing the seconds. So go out with a little bit in the cup as opposed to being totally empty. And look, they are disappointed, but they get it after a while. They generally, most players have come back to me in some form or other by saying, look, you're right, or one of them, I remember, this is a West Coast player, I won't mention his name, but he didn't want to talk to me. But 12 months later, he rang me up and said, I just think I'm going to go into coaching. You got any tips? That was his way of saying, you got it right, sorry. But I'm not going to say sorry, but I want to talk to you again. So, they dream of their first game, and you don't want to be taking that away from them. So, but my advice is, if you're going to move players on, do not do it all together, because you'd be left high and dry without leadership or big holes in the organisation.
Yeah, and I'm really determined. I think when players and staff come into the Collingwood Football Club, I want them to really have a sense of belonging quickly and really do that process well. And conversely, on the other side, when they exit, staff and players, we want them to really feel like it's we celebrate, particularly the ones you mentioned.
Craig, something else that you're probably dealing with for the first time. You've only been a senior coach for 2 years and already a premiership coach. You had two players depart at the end of last year, and they've both aired publicly parts of their exit interview. Taylor Adams being the latest, and Jack Ginnivan earlier, and parts they were disappointed with in those chats. Did that disappoint you that made it into the public arena?
No, I'm not sort of disappointed by that. There is some. It's funny how some things that are reported can be a little bit contrary to what I actually my recollection of it. Like, if I just use Tay for example, I'm wrapped that he got a 3-year contract. I really am. It's for a guy to get the opportunity to do that. He may not have got that with us. Time would tell. My conversation with Tay was really clear that if he hadn't done his hamstring, he'd be a premiership player. And I thought he had a really good year with us last year, playing outside of the midfield, and I didn't see that changing in the short term. But you get injuries like last night. Geordie hasn't played. Tay would have played midfield for us, and so those conversations were what they were. What they want to see of that story. I've got great respect for Tay. I text him Christmas time. I don't really care about him. I hope he goes well. And then in regards to just when that time come with us, I'm wrapped that they go somewhere else and can perform at a level. Like he's the same. We put our arms around him and we want the best for him when we play against them. There's a different story. But when we want the best for those guys. So, it is what it is. This game moves quickly, but there's still a lot of love and support and respect for those guys.
I've got a couple of fun ones to finish, Craig. Luke Ball was, of course, on the selection panel when you were appointed.
You made a good decision, Bally. Thank you, mate.
As I say, mate, famously, I had to dig my heels in. So, no, he's our man. Serves me well, that story.
A story what they did to me, Corbin. It was about 4 interviews and extensive, and then I get a phone call from Graham Wright saying, we just want to do one more around your, stoppage stuff or whatever it was, and they said, and then we'll have a beer. And I said to my wife, I said, why would they want to have a beer with me? Like, if they're going to have a beer, surely I've got the job. And this is, and so I've got all this excitement, and I go into this interview and I do this 10-minute thing, and they say, let's have a beer. And I'm going, and I'm waiting with my beer ready to go, cheers, congratulations, you got the job. And then it went silent. I thought, oh my God, this is part of the job. It was a sticker.
Comprehensive and thorough, wasn't it? How is Righty going? I was going to sneak that question in, yeah, because he's obviously was a key part of it last year. Was that part of a bit of a just a shift of things taking place over that first month or so flight?
Yeah, there was a lot of change around me at the start, and I shouldn't just say me, but it's around the footy department. Righty moved, had some time off, and media change, and coaching changes, and strategy change. There's a lot of change. So that takes a little time to settle, find a new way of doing things, and really comfortable to say that we're in a really good place with all those changes. I love change. People don't like it. I really do. I'll use the word grow. We want to continue to grow. So if you don't change, you can't grow. And so I really like it. I haven't spoken to Righty. I've left him alone, and I follow him a little bit on some social stuff, and I'm having a bit of fun with him, to be honest. Every game I give a bit of a Righty update where he is, and he's snow skiing in Sun Valley, or he's in Hollywood or somewhere. But he, I think it's a great thing what our club's done. A guy that's been in the game for 30 years, and any other industry that you work that long for, you get long service leave. And our clubs take it on board to really look after their staff, and I think it's a great thing.
And last one, is it true you and your old teammate Michael Voss have a little deal that depending on who wins, there might be a little reward that goes along with it?
Well, we did in the first year, and he didn't like it because we beat him twice, and then he said, well, he struggles to get his wallet out of his pocket sometimes, Voss. So, no, I've got a great love and respect and a great friendship with Michael, and just for those couple of times a year we don't like each other, but other than that, he's done a great job.
Your time's so appreciated, Craig. Congratulations on all you've achieved so far, and most recently, of course, the win last night. You're a breath of fresh air for the game, and in our jobs in the media, to hear your transparency, it's very nice from our point of view to see that also carries the day and is the prevailing style in the competition at the moment. So appreciate your time once again on ABC Sport.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll send you a text, Mick. I'd love to catch up with.
No worries at all, mate. I'm in for a walk.
Yeah, sounds good. Have a good day, guys.
Craig McRae, the premiership coach of the Magpies. He's always so giving with his time, isn't he? And to have him on the morning after a game like that, and so transparent, just
so open, yeah.
Open door policy. I mean, he brought you down to the Magpies, didn't he? In year one, I think there was a life-size Mick Malthouse poster on his wall, and the premiership coaches at Collingwood.
Yeah. No, it was so totally surprising. He walked into, he said, "I want to show you the office," and there was, I don't know how many Collingwood coaches have coached premierships. Actually, there's not many. So there would have been probably 4 or 5 images painted on the wall. Jock McCullough clearly, and Lee Matthews prior to me. Lee Matthews prior to me, and there was whoever they are. So they're on the wall.
So you, Lee, and Craig are the only 3 living Collingwood premierships
coaches.
I
wonder if he's got one up of himself now. I wonder if he's painted it up there. He deserves to.
Yeah, absolutely. Off the SMS, Fran in Melbourne, want to pass on to Craig McRae that we are so grateful that he instills not only for the Pies to play well and give them the skills that they need, but to keep going and strive, impress with the Pies, and see good for the future, not just the same old. So appreciate that. Anthony says, "G'day guys, Daicos was brilliant, especially under pressure last night, which we have been waiting for. But in my mind, Darcy Moore's defensive efforts in the last quarter were the match winner."
I thought he was terrific. I agree. I think he's getting back to where he was sort of this time last year. That commanding presence back there.
He read the ball well.
It's when he's decisive, isn't it? When he's off, he gets caught in between and he doesn't quite get there. Whereas last night he was really decisive against the hard. Charlie Curnow would be the hardest bloke to play on. Him and Jeremy Cameron to play on it, because he does it in the air and on the ground. I thought Moore was magnificent. His
positioning was much better. See, he gets too aggressive, and then he can't make up.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. We have lines available. Luke Ball, the Premiership Pie, and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse here to take your calls. My name's Corbin Middlemass. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, and up next, the showdown. All the fallout from the biggest game in South Australia back on Thursday night, plus the AFL taking a stance, along with the rest of the country, finally saying enough is enough when it comes to gender-based violence, and what that means practically for the AFL when it comes to in-house examples. All of that ahead on AFL Saturday here on ABC Sport.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team. This season on the home of 100% pure footy, the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Rankin. Rachele didn't shepherd him, but it won't matter because he breaks through traffic. Couple of bounces all the way from centre wing from 50. That is out of this world.
The Crows by 5 goals in the showdown. So 55th edition, would you believe the win tips Adelaide into the positive in the head-to-head record. So previous to that, it was 27-all.
Yeah.
It now goes to 28-27, of course, Adelaide's way as they chat off Rory Sloane. He's going to stick around till the remainder of the year and continue to train and be around the group, but he's announced that his career comes to an end. So interesting conversation, Adelaide. They now get themselves to 3 wins on the premiership season. They played 9 of their last 15 at Adelaide Oval, so they still have a clump of home games, and 6 of their 8 matches so far have been against top 8 teams, which is the highest percentage in the competition. So if you play all the top teams up the front, it means that you're due for a batch of bottom 10 teams at some stage in the year. I know a lot of people are keen to put a line through them, but I'm starting to think that maybe this race is a little more wide open than people suspect.
This means nothing because I don't pick winners all the time, certainly, but I had Adelaide and Gold Coast in. One side that I had out will probably stay out. One side the other side I had out will probably finish in the top 4. So that's how good I'm going. But I had Adelaide in on the same basis that I had Geelong and Collingwood the previous year. The side that troubled Geelong the most in their grand final year was Collingwood, and I thought Collingwood are a certainty based on that because I'll build on that and they win a premiership. The side that bothered Collingwood most last year was Adelaide. Both games could have gone their way had it been an umpire decision in one and just a little bit of panic in the other. So I based that on the fact that they would be fit and ready to go. They lost a couple of players, and Walker didn't look like it in the first part of it because I think his pre-season was mixed. So they lost a couple of games that they perhaps could have won. Over the journey, over the last 2 or 3 weeks, Walker's picked up. He's the same player he was last year, which they need. Their midfield is starting to look better. Keys, I'm surprised doesn't spend more time on the ball, but nonetheless, they are legitimate because I don't reckon 7th and 8th are on the ladder, and I reckon that's as open as you can get.
I think when they're playing well, I trust the way they play more than a Gold Coast or maybe Fremantle or the other teams around there.
What about Port?
Or even Port Adelaide.
I trust them more than Port.
Yeah, you're right. And they go to the MCG in 2 weeks' time to play Collingwood in that fixture that you spoke about last year. But what I like is, and you're right, you spoke about the slow starts of particularly those senior players. I think we can say it across the board. You know, we just lauded Pendlebury. The senior players take it when the ball's flying around in March, and it started earlier this year. The senior players can look slow.
The older, slower.
Correct. Yeah. The game settles down. We know that the colder weather comes in, and the rhythm of the game changes, and that's when they tend to step up. But I think what they've done, they've bitten the bullet on it, and they've added. So we know what Rory Laird's done, for instance, for so long. All-Australian, terrific player. In goes Jake Saliga. Now he's full-time midfield. Now he is a bright spark. He has set them alight through that period. A lot of ways, he's a Rory Sloane Mark too, isn't he? He's you think about Sloan at his best. I love the way that Saligo goes about it. So he's set them alight.
I couldn't believe they gave him a 6-year deal for what he'd proven at that stage.
To that stage, they saw something, didn't they?
Now they're getting him for unders. You think if you're his agent, you're thinking, damn, we should have held out and waited.
And I love what he does off the field as well. But then it's Michael Lanny, it's Worrell starting to look like a real player, isn't he? Reasonably high draft pick. And then we know what Rochelle and Wren can do. And then it's the senior players start to come to the party as well. So I like what they can do. And you just heard Craig McRae. So teams can get on a run this year. It's absolutely very much still up there, still up for grabs.
I just wanted to jump in on that because past his prologue, you look at the end of round 13 last year. Every team had played 13 games before the buys kicked in. So Carlton at that particular stage were on 4.5 wins. They started round 16. So again, 3 weeks after that, after they'd been a 4.5 win team, they started round 16 in the bottom 4. The teams that were above them, so they're 15th, 4th last. GWS, who also played in the Final 4, were 14th. And Sydney, who made the 8, were 13th. So we had 3 teams in the bottom 6 of the ladder that made runs in the back end of the year and ultimately played finals 2 months later.
The difference is between normally 14th, 15th, 16th, or whatever the case is, it's talent. And when you've got lack of talent, you'll stay there. If you've got talent, then the way the draw is, you don't know. I think Geelong play the bottom 4 sides of last year twice. Now, if that doesn't give them the biggest leg up of all time, I don't know what does. So I don't know who does the draw.
Well, it's by virtue of them falling out of the 8 last year. That's just how it works.
It doesn't cater for the bottom 4, Bally. What I'm saying is it is so... The draw is so wrong in a competition until we have 20 whatever games, 30 odd games, or we have 17 games with 18, and we're not going to have either.
Yeah.
So it's, but I still believe that over the journey of a 10-year journey, you have to play, regardless of where you finish on the ladder, have it so it just falls that way. And if it happens to be a good year one year and a bad year the next, so be it. Right now, it is totally flawed, and it's being exposed as totally flawed because I've seen sides like Geelong won the premiership and they fall right out of the 8 and they play the bottom 4 sides. That's Mickey Mouse stuff, honestly.
Yeah, interestingly, the AFL are having these competitive balance conversations at the moment. There's all sorts of proposals that have been thrown up, and the fixture's a big part of it, which we'll get to a little later in the show. I just want to get to the Port Adelaide side of things. Clearly, the big talking point coming out of it all centred around their captain. This is what Ken Hinkley had to say post-game about Connor Rosie's injury.
Yeah, I made a mistake playing Connor Rosie tonight. That was clear. It was obvious. All the testing we done, all the medical support we could get, all the information I could get was Connor was able to, and I seen it with my own eyes. He was actually able to run as fast as he needed to, kick as long as he needed to. But once fatigue set in tonight, that was clear. And I can try and hide behind that, but I'm not cowed when it comes to owning a mistake, and that was what it was.
So was that a call in the end?
Yep, my call.
So is it worse now? Same issue?
It's no worse. It's no worse, but it's the same issue, which would suggest to me that if he had the week off, he would be better the next week. So I let Connor down by letting him play, and that would impact anyone.
And that gives way to mixed messages right here on AFL Saturday, which is coming up, of course, after Ken Hinkley's comments on Thursday night after the showdown. Connor Rosie hurting his hamstring as part of that fixture. I think we're ready to go now. Take 2. It is time for Mixed Messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Well, I have one message out of this one. Ken Hinkley is an outstanding person for a start-off. He is the fall guy in this. And this is how it runs as a football club. And because I've got Luke Ball next to me, I'll go, Luke Ball is playing. He goes down, the trainer runs out to him, and thumbs up, Ballie's going to get back on his feet. No, he messages the doctor, we've got to get Ballie off, he's got to get examined. He gets examined, and the doctor says, no, he's not going back on. So then you go through a week's process. You have a meeting on the Monday morning with the medical staff who say that Luke is a possibility, not necessarily going to play. Okay, we've got to go through Wednesdays or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday's training. Then the doctor comes in and says, he's out. You don't argue. As a coach, you don't argue. You take the name off the board and you pick a side around him. The doctor says, no, he's right to play. I go to Bally and say, Bally, how do you feel? And he goes, well, look, I'm a bit sore. Right, red line, another red line, out. Or he goes, no, you know what, I'm up for it. I really reckon I get there. Okay, we've got the doctors, yes. We've got the players, yes. Then you're on the board. Do you get a game? Well, that's up to me to pick you or not. Then I've got to get a feel myself. So Ken Hinkley has taken a fall for the medical staff of declaring Rosie right and the player declaring himself right, and he has fallen for probably faith in those two processes and has fallen foul of it. He is the fall guy.
What do you reckon, Bally?
It just seems so strange, doesn't it? Just you know, and we all sit back from the outside. We're not privy to any of those internal conversations. I mean, that's great insight, and that's exactly how you would think that it should run, absolutely, regardless of who the player is, captain or player 44,
makes no difference,
or what game it is. And we've seen that happen in grand finals. We saw it 2 years ago, Max Holmes, etc.
Oh, I saw it with Simon
Presty, yeah, exactly, yeah. And he puts his hand up. Oh, I'm not quite feeling right. Yep. Righto, sorry, mate. You know, great courage, but you're out.
Yep.
It just felt like, and then it almost felt like, the more that they were questioned about it, the more they were determined to say, no, we know what we're doing. It's a normal risk. He's going to play.
Because the club,
it's round 8. I get it's a showdown. They're 5-2. He's the captain. He's one of the most valuable players. It just seems strange.
Because the club themselves released the information earlier in the week saying it was a low-grade hammy. So they acknowledged that there was something that showed up there on the scan.
Yeah. Once you mentioned hamstring, there's a few things to take into consideration. One is how quick is the player? What sort of dynamics is he? Is he a dynamic sort of player? Is he a sort of like just a plotter but can keep putting his hands on the football? But 20 minutes, 30 minutes of a training track does not emulate one iota what 2 hours of football under pressure, what Collingwood, in this case Adelaide, were going to bring to Port Adelaide.
Which Ken admitted then, didn't he? That was it. Yeah, once the ball was bounced, it was pretty evident early on that we made a blue here.
Yeah. So I say that with any sort of hamstring, then the doctors have got to be so totally clear. Oh, look, it's nerve related, it's in his back, blah, blah, blah. But how do we prove that in the third quarter and the fourth quarter? There's some responsibility got to be taken by the player. And if he's young and doesn't understand his own body, then someone else has got to take it in his hands. If this was Scott Pendlebury and he said, I can play, I'd have no hesitation playing him. If it was young Harrison, who's a first-year player, and you go, oh, he doesn't know his body.
Know yet. Yep.
No, I'm not even going to take the risk because he wants to play.
Or even, as you say, in someone's game like a Jordan De Goey who needs that burst speed and everything else that goes along with it.
They interviewed Connor before the game, and a bit of pressure on young captain as well. So he would have been feeling some responsibility. Poor performance the week before, big game showdown. So he would have been, and I think that's where Ken said he let him down because he should have taken the decision out of his hands because he's never done a hammy. He didn't know what he was feeling, but he felt something. So take the decision out of his hands.
Yeah.
The big story during the week, which has been a movement in Australian life, not just in the sport of AFL footy, and an initiative which has been led by Don Pike, was for the AFL to observe a moment's silence to honour the victims of violence against women. So a moment's silence will be observed before every game. We've seen it in the 2 matches that have been played already, with the players, coaches and umpires forming a circle around the middle of the ground to shine a spotlight on gender-based violence. Now, the conversation that's happened concurrently this week in AFL circles has been, well, what happens when we have an example of poor behaviour against women in our game? And Taran Thomas is the obvious example. How do we hold the two things side by side while a guy serves an 18-match ban from the game, has his contract essentially torn up by North Melbourne, and we all sit around and think, who should go and recruit Taran Thomas and which club would he fit in while we're making this gesture on field and trying to lean into as much as we can a scourge on society. So Brad Scott did his best to try and talk his way through it during the week. Of course, he coached Taran Thomas as a young man at North Melbourne. He's now the coach of the Essendon Football Club. This was him at his midweek press conference.
In terms of players like Taran Thomas, well, the reality is that there are people from privileged backgrounds who have been, have had every opportunity in life, and there are others who haven't. And people will make mistakes, and part of, I think, as a leader, as a coach and as a parent, the responsibility is to have people learn from those mistakes. And they will make mistakes at different stages, and we've got to lead by example. And in Taran's case, and my view is one of support. Now, he's made some mistakes, but I've known Taran since he was 14, and my view is he's a good person. But has he made some terrible mistakes? Yes, he has, and he's the first to admit that. And So as an industry, do we just wash our hands and say we're done with him, or do we help him? And I prefer to sit in the help camp. Wherever we can lead on this issue and say enough's enough, we should. But I understand the contradiction and discussion with Taryn. But the bottom line is we've got to set the example, and if every AFL club leads on this and takes Pikey's initiative, we fully support it.
So it is an interesting conversation to have, and we have lines available on 1300 558 222. What does the game do about it?
If I'm just going to jump in just for one thing to say, I'm a little bit confused about domestic violence. I think it should be for all, and not just gender related. How many kids have been killed or maimed or destroyed mentally? So if we're going to start doing this, this is going to be a bit broader.
Yeah, I think, but particularly the light is being shone on the fact that the amount of women that have been murdered in this country by men.
I realise that. I realise that. But I'm saying we really have to broaden our horizon, not narrow our horizon.
Yep. As an overall premise, yes.
Yeah. No, I think. What do we do about it? I think what we're trying to do, trying to take a leadership position, and you get the naysayers. I'm play footy, and but. I mean, there's 90,000 people at the MCG last night. So they are the AFL. They are in a position of leadership and have the ability to influence strongly in.
But they can't. You can't march out front like the head of the German band and in the background.
No, you can't. No, well, I think you can because we're condoning that, and I understand what Brad Scott's saying. You can try and do. You can aspire to do both. You can aspire to try and change the lives.
But what's both? Tell me what both is.
Trying to help a young kid who, as he said, had an unfortunate or had a challenging upbringing. Now, whether or not that contributed to his behaviour now, I'm not sure about that.
A lot of people have had challenging backgrounds.
That's right, Nick. Exactly, and we welcome them all into our game. Otherwise, we'll shut them all out, and we'll just recruit the private school boys who are never going to have an issue with that, and then we can stand up and hold up a squeaky clean image. Is that what we want? Of course not. The game's for everyone, so why can't we can try and do both?
I mean, the only issue is here that if you extrapolate it out as a broader issue, is as a justice system, and I guess where the whole country's looking at it at the moment and saying, look, enough's enough. We give out too many second chances at a time, and this is an enormous privilege to be part of our game. At what point does the AFL come in and say, look, unless you go out of your way privately, completely separate, to prove that you can come back in and reform and get another opportunity, then until that point, it's not the start of 2025.
No, I agree with that. No, and if it's if it keeps happening and the behaviour's not, then absolutely we say sorry, this isn't for you.
Yep.
That is the position we take.
I think the other thing is the opposite of cutting him loose. Is like I don't necessarily think having him in an AFL environment and one of the privileged 40-odd players on a list, I don't think the opposite of that is not helping him at all. I think you can help him without necessarily him
That's
being...
the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, absolutely.
Able to help.
Is the Wayne Carey thing coming to this as well?
It does. So last night the New South Wales had their inaugural Hall of Fame, and a phone call was made from Andrew Dillon to Wayne Carey and to the New South Wales Hall of Fame committee to basically say, look, we don't want Wayne Carey going in as a legend. He will be one of the 100 players inducted, but he won't be one of the 10 automatically given to legend status, given the two things that are happening this week. His record when it comes to behaviour towards women, and then also the fact that we're celebrating him on such a weekend. So the game actually stepped in over the top to say, hey, we at the very least, we don't like the optics of it. Just another one on this front, and this is a broader conversation about the game's responsibility and where do we draw the line. This is Ross Lyon last week speaking about Harley Ballock. So Harley Ballock was a young man who unfortunately died as a result of a drug addiction, and Ross coached him at Fremantle. This is what he had to say in part of a broader press conference last week.
Yeah, I was Fremantle coach at the time, and I think the Ballock family will tell you, in particular his mum, I was very close to Harley, had a personal relationship, spent a lot of time one-on-one with Harley, so I understand it deeply, but it's not for me to dive into it. Look, who wants to lose a son, a daughter? It's very emotional even talking about it. So I suppose, I don't know, with my parenting, I'm not looking for any organisation to take care of my kids.
So on one hand, you've got a guy saying we don't need an organisation to take care of our kids, and then you've got Brad Scott on the other hand, and people saying, hey, we need to get them in our system, we need to help them in broader areas of life. So where do we sit on that spectrum?
Once you draft a young kid in, you're taking away their childhood for a start off. You're making them be adults virtually straight away. Sometimes you might be denying them different job opportunities because they want to play football, and they come into a strict regime. I think you have every responsibility as a coach. Now, I know you cannot be there 24 hours a day. Make no mistake about that. And I'm not trying to say you should be or can be, but you've got to have the facilities and the people around that can make that transition of a player from being an 18-year-old nobody, be drafted into the system, and whether he stays 1 year or 10 years, you've got a responsibility.
We'll talk more about this after the news. More from Luke Ball, Mick Malthouse and myself, Corbin Middlemass. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. If you're in SA, you're off to the Sydney Derby.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Forensic examiners in Mexico have travelled to a remote site where 3 bodies have been found near where 2 Australians and their American friend went missing. Ali Crew reports.
Perth brothers Callum and Jake Robinson and their friend Jake Carter Road have been missing since April 27. The trio were on a surfing and camping trip in Baja, California when they disappeared near the port city of Ensenada in the country's northwest. 3 people have been arrested, including a woman who allegedly had one of their mobile phones, and their burnt-out ute was found on a nearby property. Mexican officials have not confirmed the bodies belong to the missing men and say they're working to identify the remains. The Baja California coast is a popular surfing destination but is also plagued by violent drug cartels.
3 Indian nationals have been charged by Canadian police over the murder of a high-profile Sikh separatist leader. Hardeep Singh Nijjar was shot to death outside of a temple in British Columbia in June last year. His murder sparked a diplomatic row after Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau claimed there were credible allegations Indian officials were involved, claims Delhi denies. Royal Canadian Mounted Police Superintendent Mandeep Mukher says the arrests follow an intensive investigation.
We were able to gather significant evidence that led us to the individuals that were responsible for this homicide. I'm here today to announce that we arrested and charged 3 individuals for first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder in relation to Hardeep Nijjar's homicide.
Authorities in southern Brazil say 4 dams are in danger of collapsing amid torrential rain. 39 people have been confirmed killed in widespread flooding in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. The state's governor, Eduardo Leite, says the heavy rain will continue over the coming days.
É o pior desastre já registrado na história do Rio Grande do Sul.
It's the worst disaster ever recorded in the history of Rio Grande do Sul, perhaps one of the biggest disasters the country has ever seen, at least in recent history.
Closer to home, the Bureau of Meteorology is warning people in coastal parts of New South Wales to prepare for flash flooding ahead of worsening weather tomorrow. So far, the heaviest falls have been seen over inland areas such as Cobar and Hillston in the west, which received more than 50 millimetres. Senior meteorologist Angus Hines says the rain band is currently moving east, where right now it's only showering.
Isolated areas of flooding are definitely on the cards for the next couple of days. Water over roads, blocked drains, big traffic, maybe some localised areas of inundation as well. So it's definitely something we'll be watching closely, and it is a risk for Sunday in particular.
WA police say they're suspending a land search for a man who went missing in the Kimberley a week ago. Roseanne Maloney with the details.
Authorities say 21-year-old Zane Stevens was travelling with another man near Coconut Wells, north of Broome, on April 26 when his car became bogged in marshland. The other man was found, but Mr Stevens was reported missing the following day, triggering an extensive land, sea and air search by emergency services. Yesterday, Mr Stevens' family appeared before media to plead for anyone with information to come forward. This morning, police confirmed the land search has now been suspended pending further information, and Mr Stevens' family have been notified. Local police say they are continuing to conduct inquiries in relation to his whereabouts.
More than 2,500 items left behind at Sydney Airport will be sold for charity today. Here's Brooke Chandler.
Over the past year, Sydney Airport has accumulated thousands of items passengers either forgot or lost, including 320 pieces of jewellery, 150 laptops, as well as a wedding dress, leaf blower, autographed photo of Lionel Messi, and a Star Wars Stormtrooper helmet. All these items will be up for grabs at the airport's annual Lost Property Auction. All the money raised will be donated to the Harding Miller Education Foundation, which awards 4-year scholarships to disadvantaged high school girls. The auction has raised over $1.6 million since it began in 2013.
And American golfer Jake Knapp holds a one-stroke lead after 2 rounds of the PGA Tour's Byron Nelson event in Texas. Knapp sits at 14 under par ahead of fellow American Troy Merritt and Englishman Matt Wallace. Harrison Endicott is the best-placed Australian. He's tied for 13th at 9 under par. You're up to date with ABC News. You can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
If healthy living is your thing, the ABC Listen app has all the podcasts. Try the Health Report.
These are ultra-processed products, and if you compare the calories...
You might also like What's That Rash? You're talking about zits.
Teenagers love to go...
Or Life Matters.
Love online after 50. It took me 18 months to download my first dating app.
Get your health kicks anywhere, anytime with the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Borley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas alongside the coaching icon Mick Malthouse and the Premiership player Luke Ball. Your thoughts coming up on 1300 558 222. And then we're off to the Sydney Derby in about 25 minutes. Unfortunately, Bally,
I know.
Bit of rain around.
Yeah, which, I mean, it'll be a terrific contest, won't it? We know the impact it'll have on the game and who adjusts. I think both teams...
Who wins, Bally?
Both teams are good enough.
Come on,
what is it whether
there's only two sides, Bally.
Maybe the
two
Giants.
sides. Pick one.
No, I'll pick the Giants, Mick. I'll pick the Giants with the rain. I think they can adjust.
At Sydney.
I think the Swans...
On Sydney's ground.
Yeah, it's a tight ground. I think the Swans, we know
whether
they rely on their kicking game. Yeah, it is. It's tight.
It's tight.
It's 10 metres shorter, isn't it?
It's 10 metres. It's tight lengthwise, but you go wing, you might as well be on a different planet.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm not sure. I think the side that gets forced on width loses those games.
You feel like Luke Parker will come in to that Sydney team if the heavens open up.
Give me a tip.
Sydney.
Yeah, I'm on the Swans too.
Okay. No, I'll go the Giants. Okay. Good ins. Taylor in. Green in.
1300 558 222. We'll get to your calls in just a moment. But it is time on ABC Sport and AFL Saturday for Cool Hand Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
I filled in for Catherine Murphy's podcast, ABC podcast with Paul Roos this week, and one of the main things we spoke about was the clanger, really, that was reported this week from Sammy Draper from the Bombers. Probably a second clanger. The first one against Adelaide we know he got away with, but a second one this week where he went on a podcast where he's a regular guest. What's it called?
Do we want to hear it?
Yeah, let's roll the tape.
Got a big call about the doggies. If Bevo's still there, there'll be some players requesting trades.
Caleb Daniel, Bailey Dale, McRae,
Bailey Smith. Boy, he's gone.
Yeah,
he's gone.
So I hadn't heard it, but when I heard that, I couldn't believe that. And I know you've got ruckman in the gun usually, and you think they're short of a kangaroo in the top paddock, but I couldn't believe that someone could be so silly as to get onto a podcast, albeit a podcast where he's sitting around with his mates, all 200 centimetres plus, and to talk about an opposition coach like that and give fuel to a fire like that. But I'm going to pour a bit of cold water on myself, because the more I thought about it, and where modern media is going, and you're probably not going to like this, and I thought at the time, what a nightmare for club media staff to have to deal with players going on podcasts, and they're everywhere now. And it's great because on one hand we say, we're sick of hearing players trot out the same old nonsense every time they get in front of the microphone, and then they go and show a bit of personality, and then we whack them for doing that. Now, I'm sure he would have chosen his words better had his time again. But I think we can be big enough and mature enough to deal with this. And I thought Luke Beveridge actually handled it beautifully when he was asked at his press conference. He would have been steaming inside, I'm sure, but I thought he was very diplomatic the way he handled it. But I think in the modern day, the modern media, where everyone's got a podcast, Mick, and we like hearing players with a bit of personality, and there's a bit of Americanism about it too, where they say outrageous stuff about opponents and coaches. I think we can deal with a bit of
I like humility.
I can't wait to hear Mick's response. This is Luke Beveridge, firstly.
We all think certain things at times. We're probably, with the emotions of the game, we're connected to many, many people across the code. But do we express them in the public domain? Normally we don't, and this is probably one where, I'm sure that, he's had to think about it and maybe wouldn't do it again. I'm not sure.
Mick, an opposition player gets on a podcast in 2011 and says, I've heard that the Collingwood players have had enough of Mick, and if he's still there, if he stays on, that there's going to be a mass exodus. What do you think?
See, I would answer it by just saying I have no comment, but I have a great memory. So you just leave it like that, and that leaves it so open-ended.
So as much as everyone goes to Bevo for a comment and everything else, it puts more pressure back on himself. Like, at the end of the day, the person that's got to deal with it is Sam Draper's got to walk into the footy club. His teammates are filthy at him. He's got to play with... The next time he plays the Bulldogs, it'll be brought up. It's really, if anything...
Even if it's true, and he has heard something from someone, or he's mates with a Bulldogs player, you just don't need to go there. But I think we also just need to...
How do you reckon Brad would be? Brad Scott.
Well, that's the point. So, as a player, you've got
he would be filthy.
As a player, you've got to decide whether you can handle a bit of that from your coach, you can handle a bit of that from the opposition. I note that he's out of the team this week.
Yes.
So it is or are you just adding an extra distraction on top of your weekly preparation?
No late change in Sydney, so Robbie Fox is the sub for the Swans and Harvey Thomas for GWS. To the phones, 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. Daryl in Pakenham has been waiting patiently online. Hello, Daryl.
G'day, gentlemen. I'd like to discuss with you the abuse issue, the women's abuse and the suspension of Taylor on what's happened there. I believe that the AFL should look at their mission statement. They should look at their company policy procedures and judge upon that, not knee-jerk reactions of one political issue after another political issue. I thought the yes vote would have been enough for them. We have a legal system. If you are not in jail, if you haven't been punished through that, then you should be allowed to apply your profession, apply your trade. That's my position on that there. I just think it's wrong to be affecting people like that when they have it. If we have a legal system, and I'm saying that as a retired CEO of a $1 billion company with many hundreds of staff.
Daryl, appreciate your call, and I get that this is related to football in this instance. The broader conversation on why we are calling for change is that the legal system is failing a lot of women in this country. They are being murdered in big numbers by men across the board, and that's why we've had this movement this week on that issue. Sam is in Melbourne, the next of our callers. Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Hey, Sam, you're with us now.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to be quick, I guess. But first of all, as to men-on-men violence, you might recall that in Sydney, when a man king hit and killed another man, the reaction was swift and the culture was turned around to shame anybody using the term king hit and turned it into a coward hit. Mm-hmm. And the entire business area around the CBD was actually locked down. So there's a response to man-on-man violence. Toxic masculinity hurts men as much as it hurts women. Secondly, in relation to saying that people need a second chance, if I can quote AFL General Counsel Stephen Mead, he said, Taryn's conduct does not represent behaviours acceptable to anyone in our game or our community, and his actions were not of a standard that the game or the public expect. He went on to say the fact that Taryn chose to engage in behaviour over direct messages that was and is clearly inappropriate. And this is the important bit to everybody who thinks that Taryn hasn't been helped. even while he was undertaking education and being counselled for previous breaches, contributed to the length of the suspension imposed. And finally, I want to say Jimmy Bartell, former Geelong champion, was a member of a family that were entirely victims of domestic violence. And he has said, this week has said he feels very uncomfortable with the discussions around Tarrant Thomas coming back and being forgiven. He said, I get the whole premise of forgiveness and chances. He's had a number of chances with his alleged behaviour, but at some stage there's got to be a fork in the road because the forgiveness angle hasn't worked. The numbers are actually getting worse. So I'll leave it to an expert, that is Jimmy Bartell.
Sam, great call.
Yeah,
I appreciate
call,
that
Sam.
on 1300 558 222. Here is Jimmy Bartell on Footy Classified during the week.
Personally, I feel very uncomfortable with it. I get the whole premise of forgiveness and chances. He's had a number of chances with his alleged behaviour, just tabling that we're going to have players arm in arm, another woman dies, and yet...
Well, on the stats, another 2 will die next week.
Yeah, I just find it very hard. At some stage, the privilege has got to run out.
I think it's a good call. And you know, the conversation we had before the break, so I think the coach has to play a role. Clearly, family has a role, but at some stage, the player, the adult, needs to take responsibility.
If it just keeps going, Bully, it goes on and goes on and goes on. Look, I'm first, and you know this when I was coaching, I would always give players a second, third and sometimes fourth chance. But those chances have got to be something that is tangible that you can see and do something about, not you know, this is a different set of circumstances.
Yeah, and this isn't just missing training or sleeping in a tree.
That's exactly.
So,
exactly
I
right.
think that's a good call.
1300 558 222. Just before we leave this, Kelly Underwood is part of our crew on Friday night. She spoke passionately about this last night. If you missed it as part of our broadcast, here's a little of what Kel had to say.
I would argue with Charlie that Tarrant Thomas has had so many opportunities already. He's had chance after chance, and he's serving an 18-month suspension over several incidents involving threatening women. And then for Brad Scott to come out and say, and Brad should know better, I was so disappointed. I nearly fell off the couch. I was so stunned when I heard he say that Thomas deserves a second chance and he's a good person. Well, over the last 12 to 18 months, he's proved that he isn't a good person. He's got a lot of work to do in himself. And the only reason Brad Scott's saying that is because he's a good player and he wants to win a premiership. So that really I found a bit sickening. You've got Ben Cousins involved in the AFL. Congratulations to Ben Cousins, getting his life back on track. Incredible resilience. We all want to see him healthy. Do we need to put him on Dancing with the Stars that he's already recorded and he's going to be celebrated over the next couple of months when Channel 7 wheels that out? And not to mention the debacle that's happened with Wayne Carey tonight, who was due to be inducted into the New South Wales Hall of Fame and elevated to an immediate legend. When Andrew Dillon had to call him up today and say, you've just arrived in Sydney, it's a bad look, don't go, and you're not going to be elevated as a legend. So I think it's been messy. And it makes me feel uncomfortable.
Kelly Underwood on Friday Night Footy last night right here on ABC Sport. So just to tie a bow on this, the AFL are observing a moment's silence to honour the victims of violence against women across the weekend. We've seen it in the first 2 games. We'll see it across the weekend. And an important conversation, a broader one, as to how the game goes about dealing with players that transgress, particularly in the men's competition, for their behaviours against women more broadly. And we've got a real-world example at the moment with a player serving an 18-game ban and had his contract torn up in Tarrant Thomas. By the way, if you find any of this conversation troubling, there is a confidential information counselling and support service available through 1-800-RESPECT. So that's 1-800-RESPECT 24/7. You can lean upon that. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. We'll look ahead to the rest of today's footy next.
There's a swag of great movies on ABC iView. Bold, beautiful, and uniquely Australian.
Give me a bucket.
There's Mystery Road's Detective Jay Swan in Goldstone.
Things are going to change sooner or later.
Dan's sport drama in Strictly Ballroom.
I want to dance with you your way.
Tim Winton's novel adapted in Breath. Plus Sisters of War, Looking for Alibrandi, and so many more.
Because that's how life is.
Great Aussie movies. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Borley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
No late change in Sydney. Robbie Fox, the sump for Sydney, and for GWS it is young Harvey Thomas. Annie of the SMS. Sometimes when I hear Mick Malthouse, I'm reminded of the time back in the 70s When a friend of my parents and family worked in an insurance company that Mick Malthouse and Stephen Ray, then at St Kilda, both worked at. Stephen Ray had a leg injury. This lady told me that Mick Malthouse carried him on his back up the stairs in the office. Anyway, that's a kind act from Mick Malthouse that I've always remembered from Annie.
Well,
do you remember that, Mick?
Well, Stephen did have a knee reconstruction, and I think I helped him across the road a couple of times. We're in a new building, and I don't know whether the lift worked that consistently. So, I think I may have carried him up the stairs.
You're selling insurance, were you?
No, it wasn't insurance. It was
insurance from this
No,
bloke?
it wasn't insurance. It was a government motor car accidents thing, but it wasn't insurance. It was a universal state body.
I got a coaching one for you. So, Alistair Clarkson this week. That North Melbourne had their training observed by Mick McGuan, who spoke about this substandard training style of North Melbourne and the fact that they just weren't up to snuff. Alistair Clarkson was asked about it in a Q&A on the club's website and gave this fascinating response when he sat alongside Todd Viney during the week.
I'd say the bottom teams on the ladder are always easy targets, aren't they? And they're bottom of the ladder for a reason, and Mick's probably right. The standards of our group are not at the level that they need to be, and that's what we're aspiring to do. That's why we brought in new players, new coaches to try to resurrect that. Now we've embarked on this pathway of investing in youth, and part of it will be lifting our standards, because if we were training unbelievably well, I think that would be reflected in winning games of football on a weekend. And so it doesn't surprise me one little bit that someone would come and observe your training and say, I don't think the standards are good enough, because that's why we're sitting in the position on the ladder that we are right now, and our challenge is how can we lift those standards.
It doesn't usually happen like that. Somebody observes the game, says, hey, that's not good enough, and the coach comes out and says, yeah, they're probably right.
Yeah, he's spot on, though.
Yep.
They're both spot on, because when you're on the bottom, I've coached sides close to the bottom, and the simple fact is that you've probably got 10 to 15 players that are not at the level, and they drag training down. So if you've got some good players, and now I forgot about this. I was reminded by Dane Swan and Jared Witts. If they buggered up training, they were sent to the naughty paddock, and so the training wasn't wrecked until such time as they fixed up what they were doing wrong, and I brought them back in. One was a Brownlow medalist, and the other one is now captain of
So
Gold Coast.
you would stand them out of the broader training and say, hey, we're all going to train over here, and when you're ready to join in and can get up to scratch.
If it was repeated offence, like poor disposal or not working hard enough, whatever, I would shuffle 6 to 8 players out, because when you need to get consistency and good training in, and if it's going to be completely mucked up by players.
For the greater good.
It's for the greater good. And that's a simple fact. So if North Melbourne have got all their players there and they're not training as well as Collingwood are, who are on top of the ladder, or Geelong, who are on top of the ladder, it's obvious that they're not going to be training
I'd be interested to see the difference. I haven't read the Mick article, but is he talking about skill level? And then you can cop skill level, but if you've got, and this is where, and I know there's probably too much onus has been put on the young blokes at the moment, high draft, but
I think everything, lack of intensity.
Well, I mean, intensity is the one. That is inexcusable. You can cop.
Well, that's the coach's
just
job.
Don't have the skill.
Coach's job is to get intensity up.
That's
Make
right.
no mistake about that, because this is called the finger in the chest, or the eye contact, and we're not putting up with this. But the skill levels are the skill levels, and when you're drafting so many players these days, and look, I've just read an article that says Western Australia may not even have a player drafted next year. I mean, this is my very argument about where the game is at the moment. There's a lot of players on the list that aren't good enough, and particularly in the bottom side. So therefore, training does come down. Intensity, you don't put up with. You do not put up with low intensity or players that can't get the right intensity, because that's just a matter of
it's a mindset. It's
a mindset. Whereas the other is physical.
That's right.
The next block of fixtures are going to be released on Tuesday. We already know who's playing who, but we'll now learn when the games are going to be played. So we're not expecting Thursday nights through for the remainder of the season, but there will be for a period of time, and due to the amount of 5-day breaks under the current CBA, that will likely come in under the next TV deal, which starts in 2025 onwards. I've changed my tune on this. I know we all sat around, we thought, we want more Thursday night, I've backflipped. I'm not sure about Thursday night.
Exactly.
I feel like what's happening at the moment is we don't have long enough to be able to let the games marinate. And so you've got these blockbuster games, and yet the footy just rolls into the next, into the next, into the next. And particularly with the Easter weekend and Anzac Day, with games on Wednesday and Thursday, we've got Gather Round, which is thrown in there in the first 8 weeks of the season. It feels like part of the game, which is great, which is looking forward to the games and then talking about them around the water cooler and then going to witness them on the weekends. Feels like we lose that a little bit with Thursday night. And I'm interested to see the AFL's got a proper Sunday night fixture this week. Starts at 7 p.m. Eastern between the Suns and the Lions. I'm starting to think maybe we could have made a better time slot on like a Sunday night, for example, rather than on the Thursday.
I think from an attendance point of view, Sunday night in Melbourne. Now I note that it's a public holiday in Queensland, so I'm presuming that wasn't a coincidence that they noticed that and put that in. So they should get the benefits of that from an attendance point of view and a viewership. But I can recall, Mick, I remember playing Carlton on a Sunday night, 10 or 2, and no one, it's just people are.
Well, kids don't go because kids
don't go to school. So other than holidays, so I'm not sure about that. But I'm with you. And the other thing is, we know after about round 8, 9, 10 starts to get a bit cold down here, May, June. The quality of footy does just come off a little bit. So I think it's not too bad as it sits at the moment. I think and we have had the Anzac Day and Easter, and there's been a few quirks, hasn't there? But I think up until about now, we can cope with the Thursday night.
It's a loaded fixture too. So
it is.
The bigger games are always Thursday night, Friday night,
Yeah.
which as a result means you get some pretty soft games on a Saturday.
But we're always going to have that. I think we're a bit spoiled.
I'm away with you. I just don't like the Thursday night games. I think you've got to have. There's got to be this thing about I can't wait for the football because we've had the 0 round.
Yep.
We've had the gather round. We've had every other round.
It's going to be a long season.
Fair and we've had the.
Is it rivalry round? Is this rivalry round? Unofficially?
It's unofficially, yeah. But there are a lot of themed rounds in different parts of the fixture. But, I mean, interestingly, I know people always roll their eyes about Americanisms and what's going on. The NFL is the number one entertainment product in America. Entertainment product. So it's bigger than American Idol and whatever other TV shows are on. This is number one. And the way they do it is they have a marquee game on Thursday, they have a marquee game on Sunday night, and they have a marquee game on Monday night. So Thursday, day off Saturday.
College footy Saturday.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Sunday night, Monday night. There's only 3 nationally televised slots, and then every other game is on Sunday afternoon. So they all run sort of shotgun starts head-to-head, and then it creates things like Red Zone and everything else where you can get snippets of each game as one broader telecast. And so there's only really 3 key time slots across the weekend, whereas I feel like we're trying to extend it out over 4 days and have multiple pop-up slots.
Corey, just on that, I know you're American. You love the American football. The Friday night game or the Monday night, let's go to Monday night, is that the best sides, or it's just pulled out of a hat so that every side gets a chance?
Yep, every side gets.
Well, so this is where I think that we get so locked into got to have the best game on the Friday night. I understand a fair bit of it because I know it's television rights and this sort of stuff. But who's controlling it? What is the dog? Is the tail wagging the dog? I just think that everyone should have a chance to play Friday night.
So, interestingly, over there they complain about Thursday nights because often teams are playing on the Sunday the week before, so there's short breaks, which means the quality of the games are often very defensively orientated because teams are trying to be conservative, and as a result, they don't lend themselves to very attractive games.
They have conferences and divisions, and they only have 7 games, so they only have. And that's why people go still, because they only get 8 opportunities to go and watch their team at home. So attendance is never an issue, whereas we got lots of games. So we got
the fewer the games.
Are we overkilling the game?
The fewer the games, the more they matter. So
that's the argument for less is more. I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know conferences and divisions and everything else, and maybe once we get out to 20 teams, you can start to have some of those discussions.
Well, I'll make it a comeback. I'll give you the tip. There's 20 teams. There's enough good footballers. I'll stand in the forward pocket. And Bally, you'd probably play in the middle, and Corby, you can ruck, because there's just not enough good players to play in 20 teams.
I'll take that.
I think little Benny Cameron might even get a game in the back pocket.
I wouldn't go that far. I think we'll see how we go with a few other players before then. Bally's got his thumbs down. The big game tonight, Geelong and Melbourne. It's a big 2 weeks for Melbourne. So they get the Cats tonight, they get the Blues next week. Feels like we're going to learn a bit about them over the next fortnight.
2 best defences in the comp, I think. And a good look at how Geelong did it last week.
I know which one's the best out of those 2.
Defences?
Oh,
Melbourne.
No way.
Geelong.
Melbourne are a tease. The last 5 players feeding Nana Goon would probably have better players than them.
Jeez.
They do defend well, though. They do defend well. And they
top end's good.
Yeah, no, but
Top end's nice.
they will test out Geelong's efficiency today. We saw Geelong's ruthless efficiency against Carlton last week, get them the win. They also conceded over 100 points. Now, Tom Stewart comes back into that lineup, but it's going to be a fascinating tactical game tonight, I think, with players at either end looking to control the game.
If I said Collingwood, Carlton, Sydney, GWS and Geelong, is that as good a 5 teams we have in the competition at the moment?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. It's starting to shape up, I reckon, isn't it? That top 6.
Better than Melbourne, better than Port Adelaide. We've got them ahead of all those teams.
I've got Melbourne. No, I'm not as sour on Melbourne as you. I've got them in there in that top 6.
You've only got 3 players.
I've got them a bit better than that.
Well, okay, maybe 4. No, Gawn, Petrarca.
Well, they've got 2 of the best 5 players in the
Oliver, and maybe May.
Yep.
Lever's handy.
Low as treacle.
Salem. No, I think
Salem.
Forward of the footy's a
He kicks
challenge.
the ball 30 metres and goes well. Yeah.
I don't think they can win it with that forward line, and they still don't know who their best 6 forward of the ball is. But everything else,
Well, not the football club at the moment.
every other part of their game is pretty sound, Nick.
We're on the ladder.
Fifth, are they?
Just outside the 4, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's
as it stands at the moment. They're 4th. Sorry. Yep.
Yeah.
4th. We got to get out of here. Mick, I'll see you tomorrow. You're
Yes,
working
indeed.
the Hawthorn Bulldogs game, so I look forward to working with you then. And Bally, I'll see you later
See you
today.
this afternoon.
Saints and the Roos will be there for the big one at Docklands. Full day of footy. It's all here on ABC Sport. If you missed part of the show or our feature chat with Craig McRae, you can catch up in the podcast store under the Best of ABC Sport folder. But time now for the Sydney Derby. Juicy game coming up.
Coffee for Tony Armstrong. Extra hot almond latte, light on the froth.
Yep, thanks, mate. Okay, so I like my coffee my way, just how I like my news. If you want to stay in the know your way, it's pretty easy. With the ABC News app or by heading straight to the ABC News website. Or if having emails in your inbox is the go, hit us up for newsletters. It's news your way. All the latest, all verified, all the time. That's a good coffee. Stay in the know with ABC News.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Simon launches, goal! The Craze Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. God, what a practice!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment. Listen to the roar. The pressure's certainly gone up.
Punches the air with the right hand.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the bull journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Works through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Sydney is not a footy town. Sydney is a big event town. And on this otherwise dreary Saturday afternoon, events don't come much bigger than Sydney Derby 27. The second place Swans meet their biggest test against their crosstown rivals, the third place Greater Western Sydney Giants, who move closer to full strength with their captain Toby Green returning today, and indeed across both teams. A rich complement of potential game breakers, which is sure to bring this local rivalry to life. Welcome to the Sydney Cricket Ground. Welcome to ABC Sport. My name is Brett Sprigg. The anticipation builds. The rain has been coming and going across the early part of the afternoon ahead of the opening bounce in about 11 minutes' time. I'll call the action alongside Daniel Garb. Hey, Garby.
Good afternoon, Spriggy. Lovely to be here. We love the Derby, Battle of the Bridge, whatever you want to call it. Number 27. Swans have won 3 of the last 4. The Giants' last 4 Derby wins at a combined margin of 6 points.
Ridiculous.
So we're hoping for a thriller today as the Swans make their way out to the ground, led out by Ollie Florent. The banner is a tribute to him. 150 AFL games for Florent, who signed a new contract for 5 years this week. Giants already out there. It's second against third, both teams 6-1. We love it.
And that's the thing. We often say about local rivalries that it doesn't matter where the teams sit or what the current form looks like, that they're always significant, they're always spicy, and the recent derby at West and the showdown are examples of that. But this, as a top 4 clash, has added currency, added relevance beyond New South Wales. We're going to see 2 very good teams head-to-head today. And they're both finals bound. They may meet in a final again down the track. That's happened 3 times previously. The Giants have won all of those. But you strip it all back, the war of words, the social media banter, all of that, this is still in prospect a very good footy game. And that's in no small part to the names we have returning. I'll start with the Giants. They bring back Toby Green from suspension, Sam Taylor from concussion, and Brent Daniels, who was the unused sub last week in their demolition of Brisbane and Canberra. He returns to the 22. Leka Lear and Xavier O'Halloran are the ones omitted. Still no Steve Cornelio. The sub today for the Giants is Harvey Thomas. For the Swans, Dane Rampy is the one who comes back in. He last played in round 3, suffering a hamstring injury. Braden Campbell, who was last week's sub, he is out of the squad altogether. This week's sub is Robbie Fox. And by the way, as I say, Ollie Florent, 150th game today, fresh off that 5-year contract extension, Ollie Florent to remain a Swan. You can text us, as always, 0437 774 774. Our team features former Lion and Giant Joel Patfull. Welcome.
Hey, mate, thanks for having me. Good to be here.
It is just a thing to soak up, isn't it? Both teams out there warming up. The Giants in their Never Surrender Guernsey, which is their predominantly charcoal with the little neon G on the front. And it seems both going through their paces at either end of the ground.
Yeah, it's a big game, isn't it? Both teams coming off big wins last weekend. You talked about the rivalry in Sydney, and it's one of the bigger rivalries going around, I think, at the moment. It's the little brother against the big brother, and the little brother's had the better of the Swans recently, so I think that'll add to the theatre of it.
I want to talk about that as we go as well. And alongside you in the experts chair is premiership-winning ruckman, who also played in early derbies for GWS. Unfortunately didn't win one as a player, but the rivalry has come a long way from those days. And Dean Brogan has come a long way to join us here today. Welcome, Dean.
Oh, thanks for having me. What an honour it is to sit alongside you gentlemen, but also to be at this wonderful ground and watching this spectacular game. And you're right, Jolie, it has turned into a genuine rivalry, and it's a little bit more relevant because these 2 teams are very relevant in this year's competition. They're highly fancied, match up perfectly on paper, stars all over the ground. Can't wait for this one.
You've both still got mates at each club, and as to what has evolved from a so-called AFL focus group, people criticise the Giants for not having a sort of a real history, but the animosity, the feeling between these sides, driven by the fact they've met in finals, they've had close games. The Swans lead the head-to-head by 6 wins, but the Giants have won twice by a point and twice by a couple of points in recent head-to-head form. Aside from what they're playing for this season, both at 6-1, how do these 2 clubs feel about each other?
Well, I think it's a genuine dislike. I think, like you said, some of those big games that they've played in final series, and the Giants have been able to win those games, which has really stung the Sydney Swans. I know they're a proud club and they pride themselves on winning those big games and rising to big occasions. So it's definitely something that they would both know about, they're all aware about, and I think it just builds to what today's going to be.
I think the key point is there, these 2 teams have played in some big finals against each other. Yeah. Obviously, being from Adelaide, watching Port and Adelaide and playing in them over the years, we've only met each other once in an actual finals game. So it's remarkable how many times these two teams have played off in final series. And like you said, Jolie, Giants have won those games, which has really hurt the Swans. And what I like about this derby as well is you've got some genuine tough players on both sides who talk a little bit of banter through the week. They're not afraid to throw sledges at each other, and they back it up on Taylor's had a crack this week. We know Greeny's not short on it. Heaney loves to have a bit of a chat too. Papley's always good on the voice. So I just love the way these two teams go about it, and it's going to be a sensational game.
Well, let's go back to Monday on that. Sam Taylor calling the Sydney Swans smug. And he said a lot of it comes from their chirpiness on the field, and I think we can see that. There's a brash young group. They're confident. Maybe they are viewed as arrogant by opposition teams at times. That's certainly the way the Giants view them. Or Sam Taylor wouldn't have come out and said that early in the week when he's coming back from a concussion. I think it may be on early, more than usual because of those comments. They wouldn't have missed inside the four walls of the Swans, I dare say, Joel.
Well, absolutely, you're 100% right. And it's if you think back to last year, the Swans actually targeted Sam Taylor earlier in the game as well. So I think there's going to be some genuine heat in the game. I think Sam Taylor's going to be on the end of it. But if you talk in the media, you've got to back it up. So that's what we're looking forward to today.
He's the All-Australian centre-half back. So if anyone's going to throw some lip around, he's got the right to do it, and he normally does back it up. But, look, the game's super important for where these two teams are. Like you said, they're 6-1. They're highly fancy. It's them and Geelong, really. We watched Collingwood-Carlton last night. There's a big gap between the top teams and the bottom teams. So whoever wins today, their premiership credentials go through the roof, I would have thought.
Does this feel like the Swans' biggest test, at least since round one or opening round?
Oh, look, 100%. I think it's the Giants' biggest test as well. I think both teams are other than a couple, Caniglio's out, just didn't quite get up, but they're pretty much at 90% full strength. Both teams have amazing, talented small forwards. A bit of rain, the ball's going to be on the deck a bit today. It's battle of the small forwards today. They're just complete everywhere. Both teams got great backlines, great midfields, great small forwards. They play with a hard edge, and their brands are very exciting to watch.
You're with Joel Patfull, Dean Brogan, Daniel Garb. I'm Brett Sprigg. We'll check in downstairs with Declan Byrne very shortly. Of course, the teams will circle up and pause before the opening bounce to spotlight the recent increase in violence against women, and the players will be gathering for that very shortly as the warm-up continues here. The opening bounce is only 4 minutes away here on ABC Sport. Massive day of footy, but this is huge. Sydney Derby 27. So, as we mentioned, 6 of the past 9 have been 20 points or less margins. The past 4 games, including 4 games in that time by 2 points or less. Garby mentioned the previous 4 Giants wins have been by 1, 1, 2 and 2, so a combined 6-point margin. And 4 of the past 5 games have been won by the away team, which bodes well for Adam Kingsley's men here today. And no Luke Parker. I mean, he played in the VFL last week, 34 disposals. I thought, Joel, there may be a late change if the rain was a bit heavier, that both teams a little tall might take a tall out. Parker might come in, but the 5-time Brett Kirk medalist won't get an opportunity today.
Well, you're right. A lot of the talk going into the weekend was about the weather and how wet it's going to be. It's been quite wet in Sydney all week, but it does seem like we're going to hold off for a little bit at least. So I think that would have been a part of the decision that they were going to make around Parker playing. Obviously, if it was wetter, he would be a huge attribute to them. 5-time best on ground. So they might miss a play like that if it does come in. It's going to be a contested game of footy regardless. So that'll be a big decision after the game.
On the big fellas, Dean, this is your specialty. Kieran Briggs has had a phenomenal year so far. Brodie Grundy presents a different challenge altogether in the ruck, doesn't he?
Oh, look, both are informed ruckmen and very different styles of ruckmen. You know, Grundy's the more experienced. He's in great form, gets around the ground, gets a lot of possession. His ruck craft is solid. He's been in the league a long time. But I love the way Briggs goes about it. He's a no-nonsense, undersized ruckman. He's brutally strong. He loves to throw his weight around, and he's not afraid to match it with these big boys. So the battle of the bigs and battle of the bridges, they like to see, but battle of the bigs is going to play a big part of it today.
The crowd filing in. You can text us as always, 0437 774 774. We are ABC Sport. Just quickly, the Giants during the week had a special guest, Paddy Kinnersley from Our Watch, who is also the Carlton Vice President. The players, as well as making this I guess, this gesture before the game, circling up and having a minute's silence. The players from the Giants are making personal donations from their match payments today to the Our Watch organisation, which helps prevent violence against women and children. So it's not just a performative gesture. They are trying to enact real change as the toss takes place in front of us. And I think Toby Green's just getting some word from the Brains Trust, and the Giants will kick to the Randwick or southern end of the Sydney Cricket Ground to start the Sydney Derby, only about 90 seconds or so away. But as we said, we've seen the league pause before the opening bounce of games this weekend. The players have circled up around the centre circle.
If you're able, please rise as we pay tribute to the women whose lives have been tragically cut short due to violence. The football world is united as we come together to say enough is enough and this must stop. Behind every death is a woman who lived and who was loved. When it comes to violence against women, the only acceptable figure is 0. We remember all the women who have been killed in gender-based violence and stand in solidarity in committing to do more to stop this community-wide problem. Please pause for a moment as we pay our respects and join in a silent tribute to those women who have lost their lives. Thank you.
Well observed from the fans here. It's a big day, by the way, in this Moore Park precinct. There was the VFLW happening at the Oval across the road. The VFL men play later on. I think the crowd is still filing in down there. Declan Byrne, we might get a feel for things downstairs. What's it like down there, Declan? Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, team. It is building big time. Both the member stands and the new Noble stand are pretty much 95% full. It is really exciting. So a beautiful moment there and a really poignant one. But yeah, the rain has let off as well for the moment. There are some big grey clouds coming in from the south, which looks like where it's coming, but even looking on the radar, once they pass, we might get lucky after all the rain all week. It is sun's out. I can see blue sky. I might even take off my rain jacket.
Sun's out. Adam Kingsley's gun's out. And the opening bounce here not too far away. That was a former teammate of yours, wasn't he, Dean Brogan and Joel Patfull? Give us your final couple of thoughts on Sydney Derby 27 before the opening bounce gets us underway.
Oh, look, I think Sydney it's going to be a fascinating game. And like I said in the pre-talk just before, it's the small forwards will dominate today, you would think. Ball being on the ground a little bit because it's wet. Just expect an enthralling contest and potentially a high-scoring one. Both teams love to score.
Yeah, both teams forward 50 efficiency, first and second in the comp. So I think for me it's those small forwards, how easily they can score, but equally how well those defences can hold up under extreme pressure today. So hugely contested, hot game, looking forward to it.
I heard you lamenting earlier, Brogues, the lack of big game players at your old club, Port Adelaide, and that's why they were beaten this year. You couldn't say that about these two sides, could you, as far as players that love the big stage? And this is a massive stage. Saturday afternoon.
Love the bright lights. Sorry to cut you. They do love the bright lights.
It was the Battle of the Bridge. There's still plenty of Harvest City hostility. It's Derby 27 in Sydney. Here's Daniel Garb.
And it's a monstrous one. Brodie Grundy, eyes off Kieran Briggs. Ball is bounced in the middle of the SCG. Briggs taps it straight down to Tom Green, and the Giants go inside 50. Toby Green knocks it in front of him, only as far as Jake Lloyd. Cunningham tries to punch it away from his own defensive 50. Toby Green wins it back. Big handball inside attack. Swans win it back. Warner, and now Rampy back into the team. His kick, though, is a rushed one, and Connor Iden marks it in the middle of the ground.
Iden lays off the hand pass. Whitfield, hurried ball across by hand to Perryman. Sweeps it wide now. Ash is by himself from the broadcast wing. Another entry here for the Giants. Deep to full forward. Leaping up at the back. Buckley, who's in that cabin in attack there as Rampy clears here for the Swans. Beyond defensive 50. They crash in from all angles. Out the back, here is Lockie Ash. She's run down from behind. Good chase and tackle it was by Haywood. The Swans are away.
Adams, chip kick to McDonald at centre-half forward. Isaac Heaney winds up from 55. It's just wide to the right and bounces through for a behind. But the first score of the game, Swans a minute in, one behind. Giants yet to score. It's a Sydney Derby on ABC Sport.
Haney normally swallows them up as a soda, so you'd like to have that back again, but you can see the Swans love to get up the ground, race you back to goal.
Whitfield short kick out to Perryman. Now a short ball to Callaghan, coming off his best ever game as a Giant last week at Manuka Oval in Canberra before his 21st birthday. Here he is at right half back, Finn Callaghan, the left footer. Thumping ball, attacking side of the wing. Up goes Briggs. McCartan there for the Swans. Bursting through Warner. It tracks the footy. Dummies the hand pass. She has it with McCartan. Left behind by Heaney. Tom Green tries to hand pass as well. Chopped off again by Warner. He's dumped. Lost the footy. Tom Green's hand pass picked off by Papley. Again, the Swans are on the overlap.
Papley goes wide to Jake Lloyd, who just puts the hand out and says, let's slow it down a little bit. We've had a frantic start. Centres it to Rampy. He'll go long into attack to a one-on-one contest. McDonald and Buckley. McDonald brings it to ground and then traps it beneath him. Briggs does the dirty work and wins it at ground level. Well done by Rowbottom. Charged in. Won it ahead of Peatling, and now he's won a free kick for a high tackle. That is James Rowbottom to a T. The Swans warrior got to the footy first. He'll kick from 40 out directly in front.
Well, it's setting the scene early, isn't it? Head over the footy. Took on the first Giants player and then just wanted the footy more in the end, and that's what you need in a big game like this. You want your key players to set the tone early, take the contest on, and he's got a shot for goal.
It's against Lockie Whitfield, James Rowbottom, who played game 100 last week. He leads the competition in tackles, as it's become customary for him. And he's got goals in his game as well. This for the first of the derby. James Rowbottom provides it. The Swans 1-1-7. Giants yet to score. 3 minutes gone at the SCG.
Well, you summed it up well, Joel. You want your gun players to set the tone for the start of the game. Warner's getting busy in the middle of the ground. Rampy's had a little bit of the footy. But putting your head over the footy in such a hot game early sets the tone. And Rowbottom did just that and was rewarded for a free kick and great conversion. And Swans have started really well in today's derby.
Voice of Dean Brogan alongside Joel Patfull on ABC Sport. You can text us throughout the afternoon, throughout the weekend, 0437 774 774 as AFL Round 8 rolls on. The Swans with the first goal in Derby 27. Restart back in the middle. And Grundy and Briggs. They wrestle. Briggs follows up. Meets Warner. Lost at the tackle of Warner. Warner's kick was smothered here by Tom Green. Heaney goes up as well. Brought down by Peatling. Now Warner again. Run down by Toby Green. Loose footy. Heaney. He was brought down by Whitfield. Rowbottom again shares it with Warner. Goes a big fend this time on Josh Kelly. And the umpire says that's going to be a free kick the Swans way. A high tackle. So ball with Chad Warner. Still 75 from goal in the centre square. Lays off the hand pass. Left boot of Rampy goes deep to full forward. Leaping on the back, McDonald. And now Callaghan runs it over the boundary line for a throw-in. Deep to the Swans attacking end. It's they who are 1-1-7. The Giants yet to score. 5 goal in the opening term. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
The rain holding off for now, so the crowd is built nicely. Boundary throw-in inside 50 for the Swans. Grundy slaps it forward. Picked up by Heaney. Throws it on the boot. And that's through for his second behind of the game. And the Swans second. They've got a goal to go with it. They are 1-2-8. Giants yet to score. 5 minutes gone.
Callaghan, quick ball to Connor Iden in the left back pocket. Lays off the hand pass. And Perryman goes beyond defensive 50. Callum Brown met solidly by Blakey. Hand pass away here for Briggs. Hurried kick up the line. In some space, Cadman pulls in the one-hand grab. Fires on goal from 55. Coast to coast from the Giants. What a way for their first. Aaron Cadman gets an instantaneous reply for GWS. It's the Giants 1 straight 6. The Swans are 1-8. 6 gone first term. It's Derby 27 on ABC Sport.
It's good to see Cadman. He had a bit of a quiet week last week, so it's good to see him get involved early. It was actually Blakey came forward very aggressively. That Swans defence, he influenced the contest, but just couldn't quite turn it over. And Cadman spat out the back, which is smart. You got to be smart, got to be proactive. Getting the end of it, but a beautiful finish from outside 50. Great to see from a young player.
Well done to the big fella Briggs. He got it on the boot, just hacked it forward, and a real opportunist goal getting out the back. But that's the finish by the big fella, 60 metres out. Cavan on his left, great finish.
The voice of Joel Patfull, Jill club champion at the Brisbane Lions, and Dean Brogan, 2004 Premiership player with Port, who, unsurprisingly, is admiring the work of the big ruckman Kieran Briggs, who set that goal up for Aaron Cadman. And he's won a free kick off the ball up in the middle of the ground against Grundy. Briggs kicks along into attack for the Giants. Roberts gets fingertips to it. Buckley is able to gather, Blakey it is. Handball to Lloyd, throws it on the boot. Iden and Papley wrestling for it, and Iden spoils it over the boundary line. Left half forward for the Giants. Let's go down boundary side to Declan Byrne.
Early in the game, for a funny coded sign, the Giants have just put up their killer whale or orca one. Did we ever figure out what that meant?
Was it meant kill the game down?
Kill the momentum, yeah.
They've gone early on it.
Yeah. 7 minutes played in the opening quarter here on ABC Sport. Back in it comes. Briggs plucks it out of the ruck. Got to share it with Tom Green. Cunningham here for the Swans. Now Lloyd's kick smothered, picked up by Rowbottom. They're away here through Errol Goulden. Angled kick up the outer side, but Buckley drops back and marks it centre half back here for the Giants. Swans by a couple of points. Buckley will switch across to Taylor. Back in the side this afternoon here for the GWS Giants.
The man who labelled the Swans as smug kicks wide to Peatling. That's an excellent contested mark. Opposed to McInerney on the wing by James Peatling, who saved the game for the Giants a few weeks ago. Inside defensive 50. Kept his spot in the team. Kicks to half forward, James Peatling. McCartan spoils it down with a big leap. Picked up by Jordan, puts Cunningham under pressure at centre half back. Strong tackle on him by the big ruckman in Briggs, who has been involved in everything early on. Ball up centre half forward for the Giants. They are 1 straight 6. The Swans 1-2-8.
ABC Sports Saturday afternoon footy. Heaney, free kick here for a block which will go the way of Brodie Grundy. Here's ruckman. The Swans off half back. It's a wobbly kick to find Haywood. Haywood spreads it further wide for Rampy. His first game since round 3, which was actually week 4 of the season. Back from that hamstring. All-Australian defender a few years ago. In to find McInerney. Slow considered approach here for the Swans, who lead by a couple of points. In space, Blakey from the western wing of the SCG. Delivers inside forward, 50 at the back. McDonald, but reaching across. Buckley in defence. Couldn't pull an intercept grab. Shares it with Iden. Across here for Jacob Ware. And it was smothered through from Jake Lloyd for a minor score. So one more to the Swans total, 1-3-9. The Giants are 1 straight 6. 9 going to the opening term. The Sydney Derby 27 on ABC Sport.
It's tense early, as we expected, and tight. Lockie Ash brings it out of his own defensive goal square. Kicks up the wing. Rampy with a big punch when he could have perhaps marked. Darcy Jones off the bench gathers it, gives it to Peatling. He kicks a low ball towards Toby Green at half forward. It evades the Giants captain. Goes over the boundary line for a throw-in. Right half forward for the Giants, who trail by 3 points. Swans 1-3-9, Giants 1 straight 6. Saturday afternoon footy, the Sydney Derby on ABC Sport.
Umpire tosses it back in. McLean competes with Briggs in the ruck this time. Down to Callaghan for GWS. Greens, that was Tom's path impeded. Heaney gathers here for the Swans. Quick hand pass to Goulden. Off-white hit of Rowbottom as well. Darts infield. Wrapped up by Callaghan. Lost the footy holding the ball. Advantage paid here for the Giants. Darcy Jones kicks smothered by Cunningham. In turn, he smothers Cunningham's kick out of bounds for a throw-in. Same part of the ground as before. Right half forward for the GWS Giants. It's the Swans who lead by 3 points early.
Both teams have settled a bit here. It was a little bit more free-flowing than what we would have expected, but plenty of pressure around the ball now. Key match-up inside 50. Rampy, Toby Green. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on that as the game goes.
Briggs and McLean. Briggs down to Callan Ward. He's kicking to the middle of the ground. Picked up cleanly by Papley. Swans still in their defensive half. Goulden, that is fantastic vision to pick out Jake Lloyd, but it just goes over his head. At right half back for the Swans, and Jacob Ware wins the race to the football. He can kick the Giants inside 50 off his right. Coming out to meet it, Riccardi. Takes the mark overhead. Nice kick by Ware, and Riccardi will kick close to the boundary line from 45 out.
The kick from Goulden, it was the right idea. Just you don't often say this about Goulden, just didn't execute it properly, which caused the turnover. But yeah, it's an opportunist goal by the opportunity to kick a goal off a golden turnover. You don't say too often for the Swans.
Jake Riccardi, who kicked 3 goals last week, has missed this narrowly. Through for a behind. So the Giants are 1-1-7. The Sydney Swans 1-3-9. We've gone almost 11 minutes in the first quarter at the SCG. Here's Brett Sprigg on ABC Sport.
Both sides with opportunities so far. Matt Roberts, the young South Australian, kicks out from goal here for the Swans. Short ball to find McCartan. Swans by a couple of points early. Dicey ball for Rampy. Didn't go the required 15. Off to McCartan again, who thumps it beyond defensive 50 this time. No worries there. Out to a 2-on-2. Briggs at the back. Left it there for his teammate Buckley, who has paid the mark on the O'Reilly wing. He goes to the unmarked man in Kelly. Pacey left footer. Second bounce. Goes inside 50. Hogan marks 45 from goal. Deep in the left forward pocket.
It's. I was just looking at the matchups there. Forwards versus defenders, and the Swans might look a little bit undersized. I think if that rain doesn't come, they've got Hogan, Riccardi, Brown, and the Swans' key defenders might look a little undersized out there.
Jesse Hogan now 3 goals behind Charlie Curnow in the Coleman medal race. Started approach, he'll connect from just inside 50. From that left-hand side of the ground, he hits the post. A left-hand goal post. It's a 1-point ball game here the Swans way. 1-3 plays 1-2. 12 gone to the opening term. Saturday afternoon footy. Derby 27 here in Sydney on ABC Sport.
Cal Ward, who gathered his first possession a moment ago, is drawn level with Luke Parker for the most derbies played at 24 as the Swans exit defensive 50 through Goulden, and they kick it out of bounds on the full. So Harry Himmelberg's got it in front of the Sydney Swans dugout, just in front of the wing. Himmelberg assesses his options. He'll just try and spot it up inside 50. For someone to run at it, Toby Green does, but runs underneath it. Picked up by Florent, punched away from Ward by Wicks. And stripped away from Goulden by Ward. He put his head over the foot. He caught one high from Florent and won a free kick as a result.
Yeah, the veteran putting his head over the footy. He's done that all his career, Wardy. Great player.
He has the ball here. Attacking side of the wing. Loads up round weekend here for the Giants. Leaping up Riccardi. Wins it down for Daniels. Put off the kick. Darcy Jones bursts through. Tackled to ground. The umpire says give it to me. 25 from goal here at the Giants attacking end. It's they who trail by a point. Umpire wastes no time. McLean versus Riccardi. Wins it down here. Hogan overruns the footy here. Roberts off the deck for the Swans. Heaney lurking as well. Has one nearby. He's brought to ground by Daniels. And again, we'll ball it up.
$18 tackles already in this game. 9 apiece. It's tough to win a clean footy. Warner throws it on the boot. And it's marked by Ward at half forward. So the Giants pegging the Swans back in this first term. Callan Ward spots it up for Cal Brown to launch at and mark. In front of his own attacking goal square, the Irishman came from the side, jumped over everyone and took a big contested mark. He'll kick from 15 out, slide angle to the right.
Well, whatever the whale sign or whatever they put up has worked, isn't it? They've settled a lot in the last 10 minutes. It's 10 inside 50s, 10 inside 50s to 4 Giants way. They're really timing forward half. And it's Callum Brown. He's a revelation, isn't he, for the Giants?
He emerged last season, held his spot as they marched to the preliminary final. 13 goals for the campaign, including 3 last week. Make that 14 to the season. Callum Brown's on the board, and the Giants have the lead. They are 2-2-14. Swans 1-3-9. Down to Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, 3 or 4 minutes ago, Tom Green got his foot caught under his own teammate, Finn Callahan, and was wincing in pain. He played out the last few minutes, but he's come off and might just get it attended to now.
So the Giants in front for the first time this afternoon. Maybe the killer whale sign. Maybe that's what Port should have. If Willie Rioli, Free Willie, if at a certain stage of the game, just get him out there.
Well, it looked like it was slow the momentum a bit.
Yeah.
It's like get control, kick it around, slow down the ball movement a little bit. But talked about those tool forwards. So Cadman, Brown, Hogan, Riccardi, 4 tools up forward. And they've got McCartan and Melican as the 2 Swans defenders. And if you look down there now, it's actually only McCartan that's out there. So they're hugely undersized for that long ball inside 50, just like before.
Voice of former Lion and Giant Joel Patfull on ABC Sport. Restart back in the middle. Callahan wrapped up by Grundy. And the umpire balled up again. Sydney Derby 27 coming your way on Saturday afternoon. What a way to start your day of footy. Heaney's kick partly smothered. Warner tries to hack it forward. Gathered here off half forward by McInerney. The arm pinned. Tries to get it away. So too Grundy. Ricochets back up. Warner walks around Whitfield. Shares it now with James Jordan, who snaps and curls it around the post. Or does he? The umpires are not convinced of this, and I don't think James Jordan is either in the end. The goal umpire is saying it caught some of the padding. And I reckon on first look, we might see some obvious deviation there off that kick from James Jordan. It's not obvious. It seldom is with this score review arc.
Players have all set up for a kick-in. No one really thinks it's a goal out there.
Yeah, we're seeing the snicko there. Rock and roll it. There you go. Still quick ball use from the Swans, 4 of halfway. But this will be a behind for James Jordan and the Sydney Swans. Confirmation of that. So it'll be 1-3-9 trailing. In fact, 1-4-10 trailing 2-2-14. The Giants lead here. 17 gone in the first term. Settle afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Chad Warner with 8 disposals early as Harry Himmelberg brings the ball back into play to the right back pocket. Has a bounce. Now throws it on the boot. Riccardi will jump at it. Mistimed it. Darcy Jones is the crummer. He's an exciting player, Darcy Jones, who will catch the eye, especially with that helmet and the pink boots that he's wearing, which you wouldn't be able to miss from Manly, I reckon. They are that bright.
Have you seen a first gamer from Sydney get that much attention as Darcy Jones this week?
He is eye-catching.
Giants by 4 points. Back in it comes. Grundy and Riccardi in the ruck. Spilled by Florent. Goulden gathers, tumbles it inside 50 here for the Swans. Picked up by Perryman off right half back. For the Giants, he overcooks the kick to McInerney. At left half forward. The Swans are setting up here. Their wingman McInerney plays on around the mound of the mark. Sends it along with a hot spot. Paddington end, 3-on-2 from the back. McDonald roved there by Hayward. Handball picked off by Taylor, and now Kelly can clear for the Giants.
It's a bouncing ball to the wing. Hogan and McCartan. McCartan wins out. Gets it back to Cunningham. He throws it on the boot to centre half forward. Great jump and mark from Harry Himmelberg back there. He plays the loose man in defence for the Giants. That's an excellent grab. Plays on quickly to Riccardi, who is just behind the wing for GWS. They are 2-2-14. Swans are 1-4-10. 18 minutes gone first term. Riccardi will kick to a contest at half forward. Grundy's back there. He was spoilt by his own teammate. And so the Giants win it back. Peatling put Jones under pressure. Taylor Adams gathers and kicks centre half forward.
Up towards a pack of players, but Taylor is the first pair of hands there. Takes it facing his own defensive goal and now swings it across the half-back line for Jacob Ware. The Giants will switch toward the eastern wing of the SCG where their skipper Toby Green marks and receives a chorus of boos from the Swans faithful. Undeterred, he goes long towards half forward. Through the hands down there of Florent, gathered by Melican. Brown tries to trap it into the attack here as Cadman gathers in the pocket. Check side on the run. Skids it towards the posts. It misses near side. Couldn't quite match the effort from his first goal of the game, which was the Giants' first. They extend their lead, but only by 1. 2-3 plays 1-4. 19 gone in the opening turn. ABC Sport.
It was a good transition from the Giants end. Started with the Sam Taylor mark from interception, and they went from there.
Hayward almost dropped the mark as the kick came out of defence. Was able to regather it, and then McInerney balks and beats a couple. Has a couple of bounces that allows Darcy Jones to close on him on the wing. Grundy helps him out. Gives it back to Roberts, but his kick is misguided. It evades Goulden and Lockie Whitfield. Superstar for the Giants marked it, and then Wicks closed on Ward. Sam Wicks is able to gather a kick from 55 out. They would have surely run to him to celebrate that one, but it's only through for a behind. And the Swans are 1-5-11. The Giants are 2-3-15, 19 gone in the first quarter.
I would love to see if Wicks kicks a goal, the players go over the top and have almost a premiership winning-like celebration, just to sort of take the mickey out of all that discourse during the week. Giants by 4 points. Iden to kick out here for the Giants. Brings it beyond defensive, 51 of the members stand. Goes through Briggs's hands. Cunningham's kick smothered by Darcy Jones, who guides it out of bounds for a throw-in. It did receive short shrift, didn't it, from John Longmire, all the conjecture around Sam Wicks and whether his teammates are all too fond of him. They've now hit time on in this opening quarter at the SCG. Sydney W27. Briggs manhandles Grundy. Fires the hand pass. The loose man here in Bedford. Up the line he goes. His kick a little deep. And it's marked by McCartan, who intercepts there for the Swans at left half back.
Keen to get your analysis, Dean Brogan, but it feels like Kieran Briggs is well and truly on top of Brodie Grundy early as Bedford marks it half forward. Turnover by the Swans. Gives it to Peatling. Long ball into attack. Cadman's underneath it. Blakey missed the punch. Swans under pressure. Blakey gathers it. Looping handball. Roberts is closed down on by Bedford. They'll wrap Roberts up. Ball up inside attacking 50 for the Giants.
Yeah, just Briggs is not often you see Brody Grundy get thrown out of the way, basically thrown to the ground. So, yeah, Briggs has started really well against Grundy. It's got a huge match-up for the Giants today.
Giants by 4, ABC Sport. Golden hand pass off to Rowbottom. The Swans can clear beyond defensive 50. Patley watches it, but Taylor gets there first. Not paid the mark. Patley tries again. Shares it with Wicks, who ducks into a Taylor tackle. Extracted here by McLean. Kicks to half forward. McDonald back here to Jordan. Unmarked goal square from 55. Jordan's kick goes all the way for home. There was 65 from goal. There was no one back there. James Jordan can bounce it through and return the Swans to the lead. It's 2-5-17. The Giants are 2-3-15. We've played now 22 minutes in the opening quarter at the Sydney Cricket Ground on ABC Sport. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, Tom Green had the left ankle strapped. He went back out there and he's just run off saying to the trainer, I can't run. So we'll keep a close eye on that one.
Wow.
Well, opportunist goal, wasn't it, from the Swans? Just a scrappy bit of play the last 5-6 minutes from both teams. A lot of turnovers, a lot of drop marks, a lot of ball on the ground, but the Swans just made something out of nothing then. It was a smart kick by McLean to kick it back inboard, and because of the bit of the wet on the ground, you can sort of kick one from 60, 70 metres and hope it runs on, and that's what Jordan did, and great goal by the Swans.
Well, a big story looming potentially as Tom Green makes his way down to the Giants changing rooms. If he is withdrawn from this game, that is a huge boost for the Swans, who won a free kick in the middle of the ground after that goal from Jordan. Heaney goes short to Warner at centre half forward, and now Goulden, who tries to pick out a target inside 50. Over the head of a couple, Lockie Ash gathers as Sam Taylor supporting him, puts it out in front of Darcy Jones, but Blakey closes on the second gamer for the Giants. Boundary throw in forward of the wing for Sydney, who are 2-5-17, GWS 2-3-15, 23 minutes gone in the first at the SCG.
Seesawing game early, as this rivalry has been across certainly recent history. The Swans by 2 points for now. Back in it comes. Grundy lays it down looking for Heaney. He put the tackle down there on Ware. Ball comes free. Goulden for the Swans. Warner gets away from Kelly. Has room to bounce. Options inside 450. He goes himself here. Warner from 65. Hits the posts. Would have been even more impressive than James Jordan earlier. Another minor score. 2-6-18 the Swans. The Giants are 2-3-15.
He's looking very dangerous, Chad Warner. He's up to 10 possessions. 5 contested, couple of clearances, couple of inside 50s, getting very busy.
Another strong tackle by Briggs on the wing on Melican, and then Darcy Jones takes it over the boundary line. So Harvey Thomas, the Giants sub, has been warming up Tom Green, who led the competition in disposals per game and contested possessions per game last season. The superstar from the Giants, in doubt in terms of his participation in this derby, down in the rooms getting his ankle checked. We'll keep you updated with that one. Finn Callaghan wins it on the wing, has support in the form of Whitfield. Guides it into attack for Hogan, who marks on the chest. Got there ahead of Roberts. Plays on quickly. Josh Kelly on his left chooses not to go at goal. Instead spots up Cadman in the pocket. And Cadman will kick for his seconds from 20 metres out on a tight angle for a left footer to the left.
Well, that's the Giants at their best, isn't it, Jolie? The way they move the footy out of the stoppage, get in the hands of Whitfield. Now it's the kick. He just bullet past the Hogan and then off to Josh Kelly, who could have had a shot from 55 but saw his big forward alone in the goal square.
Aaron Cadman, the number 1 draft pick from a couple of years ago, already on the board with 1 goal in the derby. Now has 2. Wonderful conversion on that angle for a left footer. And the Giants have the lead back. They are 3-3-21. Sydney 2-6-18 in a gripping first quarter of Sydney Derby 27, Joel Patfull.
Well, it is, and you beat me to it, bro, because that's exactly Giants footy, isn't it? Using their ball movers off of half back. Whitfield hits Hogan into Kelly, and the ball use is just elite. Those left footers could have blazed away and had a shot from outside 50, and he's probably well within his rights with the way that he kicks it, but saw Cadman inside 50 and just pierced that Swans defence.
Cadman's a beautiful shot on goal, and most left footers are nice shots on goal, and he's no exception. Young kid to come in a big game and kick 2 goals straight. in the first quarter is a great sign for not only him but for the Giants for the future.
He debuted in Gather Round last year. He's had goals in every game this season. A best of 3 against the West Coast Eagles a few weeks ago. The Giants lead here by 3 points. Back in the middle, Peatling made the tackle of Papley, shares it with Callaghan, kicks inside forward 50, back with the flight Toby Green, met by Hogan on the bounce. Handball away in space, Papley off half-back here, the umpire spotted the hold. It'll be a free kick going the Giants' way, and Jesse Hogan, who was held by Florent.
Well, that's an interesting one. Hogan pulled Florent to the ground and then rubbed his head a bit. Florent can't believe a free kick's gone against him.
So Jesse Hogan, speaking of prolific goal kickers, so he's 3 behind Charlie Curnow in the Coleman now. Harry Mackay joined him on 22 goals last night. Yeah, fantastic year, Jesse Hogan. Now in his 3rd AFL club. For some late first quarter momentum here for the GWS Giants. Stutter step approach, he kicks from 45 and makes no mistake. The Giants are out by 9 points. They're 4-3-27. The Swans 2-6-18. 27 played in this opening quarter on ABC Sport. Your experts are Dean Brogan and Joel Patfull.
He just finds a way to kick goals, doesn't he, Hogan? He's just dangerous up there. Free kick here, but he's always in a dangerous position where he's getting on the lead. Probably a little bit lucky there. I would have thought just watching it back on the replay there, it's probably 50-50. They're both going to ground, but outside 50, just executes and gets a result.
He's got a funny routine. You wouldn't probably recommend it to juniors watching it, but it's so effective, isn't it? He's such a sharpshooter. That's why he's leading the Coleman, and it's great to see he's resurrected his career because the guy's got so much talent, and he's a real dangerous player for the Giants, as we know.
We've pumped this derby up. It's delivering in the first term. 6 goals kicked. Giants lead by 9 points. Jesse Hogan now on the board, and Kieran Briggs wins it out of the middle again and kicks the centre half forward. Blakey leaps and punches it away, only as far as Peatling, who chips it looking for Brent Daniels and finds him running with the flight of the ball, kept eyes on it and has taken the mark. 45 out from the Giants attacking goals on exactly a 45-degree angle.
What a kick from Peatling, just to pull the kick and hit his little teammates in Daniels. Again, could have blazed away, but found a better option in Daniels.
Had the rarity of being an unused sub last week in the Anzac Day win over Brisbane. He's rested that knee, and now he's kicked a goal. It was a close one, nearly nicked the post, but it's through for another major to the Giants. Brent Daniels on the board. They've kicked 3 in a row, and they're 5-3-33. Sydney at 2-6-18. Giants lead by 15 points late stages of the first quarter.
Well, it was Briggs out of the middle, wasn't it? He's just been dominant, really, in those centre clearances and got the ball moving forward. But once again, it shows that skill level of those experienced Giants players to lower their eyes, hit a target inside 50, and give them the best opportunity of kicking a score. So it's 5 goals 3 from 14 inside 50s to 2 goals 6. And this day and age, it's all about efficiency and being able to convert inside 50.
Voice of Joel Patfull on ABC Sport. Nice of you to spend your Saturday afternoon with us. Right across the national broadcaster. Restart back in the middle. McLean down here for Heaney. Swans with the clearance. Goulden turns away from Darcy Jones. Tumbled kick to find Adams on the wing. Lays off the hand pass McLean inside forward 50. Amati leads up. Can't really in the grab. Overrun by McLean. Spots it back here for McDonald. Dangerous here is Daniels off to Himmelberg, and now in space again. Jordan bursts through for the Swans. All the way back to Rampy. He sees a bit of ground here, back to the All-Australian defender, and Rampy's kick on the bounce arrives to Goulden. Inside forward 50, he spears it low, a little too low. It's picked off by Sam Taylor.
Bit off a bit more than he could chew there, Goulden. Taylor to Perryman. Now Kelly handballs it up the wing to Darcy Jones. Inside to Peatling. Did well to get around a tackle. Now finds Callum Brown. Melican closes on him. Inboard to Jones. To half forward it goes for the Giants. Florent picks it up. Adams taps it to McLean. Lots of pressure being applied. Melican goes backwards. He's wrapped up by Cadman. And we'll have a ball up right half forward for GWS, to lead by 15 points. Kieran Briggs, 7 disposals, 6 of those contested. 3 score involvements in the first term, Dean Brogan.
He's started the game sensationally. We said it was a key matchup, and he's got Grundy's number at the moment, even though he is rucking against McLean at this point.
Clearance for the Swans and Rowbottom. Out the back there, Marnie got good body on Taylor. In some space, he weaves away from Lockie Ash. Goes inside forward, 50. A couple to beat Warner. Back with the flight, Himmelberg in defence for the Giants. Evades McDonald, tumbles it back to Perryman, who marks it right half back. It's the Giants by 15 points. We've ticked past the half-hour mark in this opening quarter at the Sydney Cricket Ground, as Sam Taylor just settles things down here on the flank for the Giants.
GWS with a 15-point lead. Kick up to the wing. McLean leads Briggs to the football. Another boundary throw in right between both interchange benches. Errol Goulden, 11 disposals in the first term. Warner with 10. Briggs and Peatling, a couple of unlikely types leading the way for the Giants. Briggs taps it down. It'll go all the way back over the boundary line. And let's go down there to Declan Byrne.
New sign up for the Giants. PlayStation remote at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you playing Crash Bandicoot or something out there? The Giants with 3 unanswered goals as we approach the first change, and that is where we leave things at quarter time. GWS 5-3-33. The Sydney Swans 2-6-18. A hot start in Sydney Derby 27 on ABC Sport. Your goal kickers in that first quarter. Aaron Cadman has 2 for the Giants. He kicked there first, while Daniels, Hogan and Callum Brown are also on the board, while for the Sydney Swans, their 2 majors kicked by James Rowbottom and James Jordan. It's the Giants by 15 points. 5-3-33 plays 2-6-18 on ABC Radio, News Radio, and of course across the ABC Listen app. This is Saturday Afternoon Footy on ABC Sport.
All I've done is tell the truth.
What really happened after the party.
Years ago, I was wrongly accused.
Did you know he was coming back? He's my dad.
In critically acclaimed new drama from the producers of The Slab and The Secrets She Keeps.
You've had too much to drink. Whatever you saw, it wasn't that. Mom!
Old scars become new wounds.
You gotta believe me. I do. I do believe you.
After the Party. Sunday nights on ABC TV, or stream all episodes now on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Harriman has beyond defensive 50. Callum Brown met solidly by Blakey. Hand pass away here for Briggs. Hurry kick up the line. In some space, Cadman pulls in one-hand grab. Fires on goal from 55. Coast to coast from the Giants. What a way for their first.
Warner throws it on the boot, and it's marked by Ward at half forward. So the Giants pegging the Swans back. Callan Ward spots it up for Cal Brown to launch it and mark. 13 goals for the campaign, including 3 last week. Make that 14 for the season. Callum Brown's on the board, and the Giants have the lead.
Wicks, who ducks into a Taylor tackle. Tracked it here by McLean. Kicks to half forward. McDonald back here to Jordan. Unmarked goal square from 55. Jordan's kick goes all the way for home. It was 65 from goal. There was no one back there. James Jordan can bounce it through.
Kieran Briggs wins it out of the middle again and kicks the centre half forward. Blakey leaps and punches it away, only as far as Peatling, who chips it looking for Brent Daniels and finds him running with the flight of the ball, kept eyes on it and has taken the mark. At the rarity of being an unused sub last week in the Anzac Day win over Brisbane, he's rested that knee and now he's kicked a goal.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The lead swung 4 times in the opening quarter of Sydney Derby 27. Welcome back to the Sydney Cricket Ground. Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb. Your experts are Joel Patfull and Dean Brogan. It's the Giants who lead at quarter time by 15 points here. Your texts welcome 0437 774 774. Hey Spriggy and team, don't panic for either team, but really excited to see the Battle of the Bridge, as I reckon it will be a grand final preview, says Mikey from Bendigo. Max says, loving the coverage, guys, despite being a little down after the Blues loss last night. I guess that's the downside of your team playing Friday nights, seeing other teams win the rest of the weekend. On you, Max. Scotty in sunny Monkey Mire in WA says, my guess regarding the orca, the little killer whales sign they put up, orca is from the movie Free Willy, as I referenced earlier, whose main character is Jesse, a note to Hogan, perhaps. I like where you're thinking, Scotty, but I don't think it's quite there.
Well, he would know. Monkey Mire is where you go to see the whales, isn't it?
Or the Dolphins, at least.
Or the Dolphins, sorry,
yes.
Dolphins. Look.
Fran from Melbourne, enjoying the call and commentary as always. Happy Pies person. Go GWS and go Jesse. Not newsboys. Swans definitely smug, says Fran. She's got some strong views, as the Giants did last week in the build-up to this derby. There we go again. And off Twitter. I usually hate Twitter, or X as it's now called, but I'll pay this from Justin. You can find us, by the way, on Twitter, ABC Sport, Facebook, Instagram, same thing. Justin's giving you a whack here, Brogues, because he did hear you pronounce the G in Coniglio. Now, he's a former teammate of yours. You should know better. So you're on notice for calling him Coniglio in the pre-game.
Well, lucky he's not playing it. Otherwise I'd be in trouble all day, wouldn't I?
Exactly right. Give us your thoughts on the opening quarter, Dean Brogan and Joel Patfull.
Well, a bit of an arm wrestle. I thought the Swans were really good the first 10 minutes, which forced the Giants to pull up the Orca sign, whatever that meant. Now, whether that's we need to settle and get our hands on the footy, they clearly saw that sign and they got going, and they had a lot of inside 50s and were very efficient going forward. I think their efficiency going forward was a lot better than the Swans. The Swans looked like they blazed a little bit inside their 50, which the Giants were able to mark and get their ball movement moving forward. And I think, and you called it earlier, Joel, the tools of the Giants right now are hurting the Swans because it's actually dry out there. Now, whether or not it stays like that, there's a lot of grey clouds coming over, but they've had 5 marks inside 50, and it looks like the Swans aren't tall enough. So, great pick up by you, but I think the Giants are more efficient at the moment. You know, clearances are a little bit Swans' way, but the Giants just seem a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, you're right. They got their game going later in the quarter. I think you're right. The sign came out, and it was almost to control the game a bit more, and they took a breath because the Swans were at them early. There was pressure there, and they composed themselves a little bit, the Giants, and they got their game on their terms. They started turning the ball over at halfback. Like you said, the Swans' forwards were getting high, which was allowing Taylor and Himmelberg to intercept that at halfback and get the game going. And the efficiency inside 50, like you said, has been huge. So all good signs for the Giants moving forward. And I think they got the game on their terms. So it's up to the Swans now. How do they respond? What do they need to do? I think it starts with the contest and getting back to the way they started the game. There hasn't been any real fireworks or any real key matchups that we've seen. So looking forward to that.
On the boundary, Declan Byrne, there was some concern for Tom Green, though, throughout that first two. We went to the rooms. What's the latest on Tom Green? Do we know?
Yeah, he's been down there about 15 minutes, and the GWS squad just sent their physio to the room. So hoping for an update soon, but at the moment, no sub activated.
Yeah, no sub and no Tom Green, as we get a very wobbly bounce getting us back underway here. It's an anticlimax as the crowd bursts out in the chorus of Sweet Caroline. Giants by 15 points. Heaney collected there by Peatling. The umpire slips over as well. It's umpired Nathan Williamson, who's just lost his footing inside the opening seconds of this second quarter at the SCG. Clearance comes for the Swans and Rowbottom. High kick towards half forward. Buckley parks himself under it here for the Giants.
At centre half back, Buckley goes laterally to Connor Ryden. Still yet to kick a goal for the Giants in 76 games now. Short to Josh Kelly, throws it on the right boot. That's a beautiful kick to Bedford, who marks and hits the ground running. Coming across him, though, was Papley to smother on his boot. Picked up by Florent. Handball back to Papley is gathered by Iden. It's a scrappy football at the moment. Peatling charges into Melican. Callahan wins it. Free kick called, though, against Peatling. Looked like he got Melican fairly. Umpire perhaps thought that he caught him high, so Lewis Melican with the free kick for the Swans at right half-back.
No change to our quarter-time score. Giants by 15. Melican's kick comes up the line for McLean, who takes a clean grab from Kieran Briggs. Just forward to the wing. Kicked 4 goals last time these sides met. Derby 26. Loads up inside 50. Goes McDonald, impeded by Taylor, and the umpire saw a free kick which will go the Swans' way. I fancy it is going the way of Logan McDonald. He'll take his set shot on a 45-degree angle. He's 35 metres out.
Great mark by McLean. It was their first contested mark of the game, and why that's important is because when you kick long down the line, if you can mark that ball, especially at the SCG, and turn, you basically got an inside 50. So no doubt that John Longmire would have addressed the tools need to get their hands on the footy because it looks dry out there at the moment.
Logan McDonald, a recent 50-gamer, kicked 3 goals, 3 against the Hawks last week. I think the Swans need this to start the second term in the right fashion. He fires on goal and doesn't let them down. That's his first of the afternoon. Margin cut back to 9 points. The Swans are 3-6-24. The Giants 5-3-33 in the opening minutes of this second term. But big news downstairs, Declan Byrne.
Yeah, the Giants have made their sub, so Tom Green has not returned. A couple of doctors have come out, given the word, and Harvey Thomas has taken off his sub vest. Tom Green out with a left ankle injury from the first quarter.
This is a massive story. It's one of the Brownlow medal favourites. It's the Giants' best midfielder. Out early. Early stages of the second term in the Sydney Derby. We don't know how serious it is, but that changes the landscape of this football game, doesn't it, Joel Patfull?
Well, it certainly does, and he's such an inside ball for him, and he's contested, and he gets that ball going forward from stoppage, so they're going to have to step up. But if we know anything of the Giants the last few weeks, they've had those players that can step up. Cal Ward goes into the centre bounce now and will be that player.
Logan McDonald with the first goal of the second quarter. Giants lead by 9 points. Isaac Heaney, though, wins the clearance, spins around onto his right foot, kicks long into attack, off hands. McLean tries to gather. Pushed off it by Buckley, and now Lockie Ash is tackled by Papley. Ball spills free, but the umpire called for a ball up rather quickly. Really should have allowed play to go on there. Quick ball up. Grundy taps it to Hayward, throws it on his boot. On the snap, Swans have 2 in a row to start the second term. And the Giants' 15-point margin at quarter time is all of a sudden cut back to 3.
Well, I reckon Horse might have had a word to the Swans tools at quarter time, bros, because they're the guys that have stepped up. You see in the centre, clean stoppage from Heaney, inside 50, another clear hit out to advantage Will Hayward, and the tools have really set the tone in this second quarter and got the ball going forward and putting them into a dangerous position.
You get the feeling that goals from stoppage are going to be very important today, and they normally are in big games, and especially at the SCG. If you can get a good clearance from the centre bounce, and we saw Heaney, he could have blazed, but he took an extra couple of steps to square his shoulders up and hit the top of the square, because that's what he can do. He's all class, as we know, but centre bounce clearances and goals are huge.
The Giants kicked 3 straight goals to end the first quarter. The Swans had 2 in the space of 4 minutes in the second term, and Tom Green has been subbed out. Swans with the clearance again through Adams, up inside 50. Hayward was taken high by Buckley, and the umpire spots the free kick. A chance here for back-to-back Will Hayward goals in the space of 40 seconds.
Well, we just spoke about how important centre bounce is. Swans win it again, hack it forward, and like we said in the quarter time break, is that the tall forwards need to start marking the footy, because it hasn't rained yet. So Giants getting a bit sloppy, not only in their midfield but in their back line, giving away a couple of free kicks.
Voice of Dean Brogan on ABC Sport on your Saturday afternoon. Will Hayward's kicked 2 goals in each of his past 3 games. Here he is for his second in the space of a minute. To return the Swans to the lead, he sprays it right for a minor score. It's a 2-point game in the Giants' favour. 6 gone in the second term, ABC Sport.
The Swans are on the charge in the second quarter, and all of a sudden the Giants will contest Derby 27 between second and third without their 2 best midfielders, Tom Green and Stephen Coniglio. Riccardi leaps at right half back, couldn't mark it, and the Swans win it back. Heaney has it stripped off him by Darcy Jones, and then Hayward tackles Jones. Ball up, half forward for the Swans. So Coniglio misses for a third week. Tom Green subbed out of the game. Here's Brent Daniels, only as far as Florent, his handball. Now Lloyd throws it on the boot. Off a couple of hands. Himmelberg's able to gather. Bouncing ball out to the outer side.
The race on foot there. McCartan back there. Does compete with Callum Brown. He hits the deck though. McCartan's still down. There's lots of remonstration as well. Blakey slides in. The ball continues to move though inside 450 as that scrap continues. I'll follow the footy, Garby, as it's picked up by Himmelberg all the way back to Thomas, and now it's back to Himmelberg by hand. The Giants can clear beyond defensive 50. They come to the wing. Riccardi up in front of Roberts. Spills the grab. Brings it away here only as far as Heaney. The Swans now just fall to the wing. Back inboard now for Adams. Tries to strike a tackle of Whitfield. Off to Rowbottom. Back to Roberts, although it was Harvey Thomas there first for the Giants. Whitfield held by Heaney. Umpire didn't see it. Now Rowbottom goes inside forward 50. It skids away towards Buckley, who gathers off to Lockie Ash. And the Giants through Ward. Back to Ash can clear.
Ash short. Punched away from Whitfield by James Jordan. Boundary throw in right half forward for Sydney. Tom McCartan is coming to the bench, Declan Byrne.
Yeah, they've called it straight away. He's coming off. Callum Brown even went up to him and sort of explained it. So it looked like potentially incidental. We're just seeing the replay now, but McCartan with a big shiner on his left cheekbone.
Didn't look like much to the naked eye, but McCartan is coming off. Back and it comes, by the way, at half forward for the Swans. Heaney run down from behind by Perryman. The umpire says holding the ball. It's had a good game so far, Perryman. I understand both South Australian clubs are keen to bring him across. He's off contract this year. The long-time Giant. Is up to the western wing. Grundy reaching from behind on Briggs. Takes a towering mark on the wing. It's the Giants by 2 points, 8 gone second term.
So the high hit and McCartan sparked a massive melee on the outer side. It dissipated rather quickly as Grundy goes short to Adams. A kick inside 50. Punched away from the pack by Iden. Iden gathers it again. Short to Ash. And now Perryman. Can the Giants get their orange tsunami going? To Jones they go. He wants Cadman on a lead. Rampy's right there with him. And he knocks it over the boundary line. Boundary throw in between the two interchange gates. Giants lead by 2 points. 8 minutes gone in the second term, down to Declan Byrne.
Tom McCartan has gone down to the Swans rooms with the Swans doctor, which would indicate probably a test.
Yeah, could we see 2 early subs? Tom Green subbed out for Harvey Thomas earlier for the Giants. Here's Cal Ward in his 299th AFL game. They go forward of halfway through. Peatling, his kick a little wide and skids out of bounds for a throw-in. Declan, back down to you.
Yeah, the annoying thing for the Swans is Melican came off about 10 seconds before holding his hip. He's also down in the room, so they're down 2 talls in the defence. 9
gone second term. Giants 5-3-33. The Swans are 4-7-31. Every throw-in at Paddington end. That's all. Grundy collides there with his teammate in McInerney. McInerney looking a little... Well, in fact, Grundy looks a little worse for wear. McInerney's okay in the end, and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in again. Looking a little proppy here is the former Magpie and Demon. We see another replay of that bump from Brown on McCartan. We might assess it as the game goes on, as the umpire throws it back in quickly. Briggs takes out of the ruck, uncontested, goes inside forward 50. Hogan reaching for it. In the pocket, Cadman fires out the hand pass. Rampy goes to socker it away and clear. Goulden does likewise, and he finds Adams.
Hogan cop one high as well inside attacking 50. They're all in the receiving end at the moment. What a derby this is so far. Giants lead by 2 points. Swans with all 3 goals in the second quarter. And we've gone 10 minutes. The ball's with Hayward on the outer side, a left half back. The big news, Tom Green subbed out of the game for GWS. Tom McCartan having a concussion test in the rooms for the Swans. The kick to half forward. Papley's there, tries to sock it off the ground. Was he held? Umpire says no. Iden slides on the football, and then with a second effort catches McLean. And Wicks, the number 15 for the Swans, drags the number 15 of the Giants in Taylor to the ground. We'll have a ball up, left half forward for Sydney.
The Swans' intensity has lifted like 100 times better than what it was in the first quarter, and whatever Longmire said to him, it's definitely working.
2 goals to none, the Swans' favour in their second quarter so far. The voice of Dean Brogan on ABC Sport as Kelly clears from right half back. Up the line it goes, picked up by Toby Green. No one's inside attacking 50, although Brown is streaking back there. He's got Rampy to beat on foot, does well, budging out of the way. Away it comes now, Brown soccers it back inboard. McDonald gets there first for the Swans, competes with Thomas. Head over the football, plucked free by Cadman, who goes wide with the kick to find his skipper. And Toby Green marks 40 out on a tough ankle here in the left forward pocket.
He's been relatively well held, Toby, so far. He hasn't had much of an influence on the game. Good to see Cadman just composure under pressure then. Gathered the ground ball, spun out of pressure and hit a target inside 50.
Last time these sides met in the derby here, he was the Brett Kirk medalist, Toby Green. Had 4 goals and 22 possessions that day. To arrest some of the Swans' momentum in this second quarter so far. The Giants skipper with the set shot, he misses near side. Minor score only. The Giants extend their lead to 3 points.
Yeah, it's a good call, Jolie. Toby's been isn't that the greatest start of years, Toby, for whatever reason, but Rampy's got his number at the moment.
Ollie Florent goes down the corridor. It's a dangerous place to turn it over, and the Giants win it back. Where? To Lockie Ash. Kicks to right, half forward. Callum Brown's in a long lead, should have marked that. The Irishman dropped a sitter. We'll have a boundary throw in at right half forward for the Giants, who lead by 3 points. Saturday afternoon footy, the Sydney Derby on ABC Sport. Your experts, Dean Brogan, Premiership player for Port, Joel Patfull, dual club champion for Brisbane.
Little old me. Back in it comes here. Attacking side of the wing for the Giants. Ware, hand pass to Callaghan. Dumped there by Adams. Notice Callum Brown getting the Toby Green treatment as well after that bump on the carton a short time ago. Free kick, by the way, for a high tackle. Adams on Callaghan. So it's a Giants ball on the eastern wing of the SCG. Callaghan loads up, options inside forward 50. Briggs launches from behind on Grundy. Daniels fires on goal from the pocket. Rampy back with the flight. Takes the mark at full back. It's still the Giants by 3. Declan Byrne, down to you.
Good news for Swans defensive stocks. Melican sprinted out of the rooms. He's back waiting to come back on. So 1 out of 2, ready to go.
Daniel Garb here with you alongside Brett Sprigg calling the action. Rampy goes out to left half back. Heaney was in front of the pack. He dropped an easy mark. Perhaps the football's getting a bit slippery now. Josh Kelly picks it up, gives it to Darcy Jones, kept his footing. Right half forward for the Giants. Gave it to Jacob Ware. He centres it. Hogan's wrestling with Lloyd, and the ball will go over the boundary line. Boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Giants. The rain is coming down hard now, Declan Byrne.
Confirmation, it is coming down very hard. The ponchos are out.
Look at the crowd go.
Wow.
See him all dart to under the grandstands for a better vantage point. Out of the rain, back in it comes. Grundy taps out in space. Kelly there first for the Giants. Of his non-preferred right boot. Nurses up the boundary line for Daniels, who marks deep in the left forward pocket. He'll take his kick from 40 out.
Yeah, classy kick from Kelly. Just the composure. Again, could have blazed away, hit the top of the square, but saw Daniels at the corner of his eye and a crafty little kick on his non-preferred two on the right.
The unused sub last week against the Lions, and he tugs it again near side. This will be out of bounds on the full. No change to our scorers. Big sheets of rain come down now. It's the Giants 5-4-34. The Swans are 4-7-31. 14 go on second term. Sydney Derby 27 on ABC Sport.
This is the conditions they would have planned for all week. So this wouldn't be a shock for either team. But now it's who can adapt the best, who can change their game style and work with what the conditions are out there today.
Off hands, boundary throw in left half forward for the Giants. It's now the deluge derby we expected to have. Thankfully, we got plenty of goals in that first quarter and a couple in the second. It's the Giants who lead by 3 points, but the rain is hammering down on the SCG. And it's going to be a slog potentially from here on in. McLean leads Cadman to the football. Rowbottom gathers it. Heaney. Well, look, Sharon's resembling a bar of soap at the moment. He lost the handle. The boundary throw it in the exact same spot. And this is where the Giants, Dean Brogan, may just miss Tom Green a whole lot in these conditions.
Oh, you need your balls in these type of conditions. But how important was the start for Sydney to kick those three and get themselves back in the game? Because scoring is going to be hard now, you would imagine.
Half a goal the margin, the Giants' favour. McLean's hand pass out wide. Thomas parries it away here towards Callaghan. Slips the Heaney tackle off to Thomas again. Young small forward tumbles it inside 50. Riccardi down to Green, kick smothered. That was Toby, of course. Tom's been subbed out. Socket away for the Swans, and McInerney. It's missed. Errol Goulden off the deck. Whitfield a hot footy. Callaghan, he wraps up Wicks without the football. Umpire spots the free kick for the hold, which will go the Swans' way with Sam Wicks. So it's still the Giants 5-4. Sydney Swans 4-7. 16 gone in the second quarter. This is ABC Sport, your Saturday afternoon at Sydney Derby 27. Your texts remain welcome, 0437 774 774. I'm sure the goals remain welcome here for the sides if they can find it deep into attack. Here is Rampy up towards half forward now for Sydney. Amadi up in front. Cadman reaching for it at the drop. Jordan got a bump from Cadman. And the umpire says, let's ball it up. Declan Byrne, back down to you.
To give you an idea of how heavy it is, you know those showers, those really average showers with the water-saving mechanism? There's about double the strength of them.
And Dean Brogan's got the weather app out, so that tells you how strong it is as well. Checking the radar, Toby Green gathers the football and slides about 5 metres forward after hitting the ground. With skill, though, got the hands free to Kelly, and now Callaghan on the wing. Kicks to half forward. Roberts didn't want to take the mark with the wet football, just knocked it down. Now players fall on it, but Adams is caught high by Perryman. Taylor Adams wins the free kick at right half back for Sydney, who trailed the Giants by 3 points. 16.5 gone in the second term. Kicks to half forward. Iden's underneath it. They don't want to mark the football now. He slaps it down as well. And players fall on top of Lloyd. It was Callaghan, in fact, and he caught him high. That was sloppy from Finn Callaghan, but we can expect a lot of that in these conditions. Free kick, Jake Lloyd just forward of the wing.
You still want players to try and take the footy. Like twice now, both players have just slapped the ball on the ground. Stand under it and take the ball.
Gilbert and Ferris with the Swans. Jake Lloyd goes inside forward 50. Up goes the pack. Taylor looks to Crum. In behind him, Perryman. Bedford gives a shove on Papley. Hand pass wide to Rowbottom, and now wrapped up by Callum Brown. Ball jars free. Peatling through traffic, tumbles it back to the western wing. They do a 2-on-2, a little too deep for Riccardi. Hogan's there out the back. The umpire lets them play. Callaghan swoops through. He's wrapped up. Ball up on the wing. Giants by 3 points. Declan Byrne, back down to you.
Good news for the crowd is the rain has lightened. Bad news for the Swans. Robbie Fox has been subbed into the game. I haven't seen Tom McCartan return, so it looks like Tom McCartan out, subbed for Robbie Fox in.
Well, that's a concern for the Swans. Tom Green already subbed out for the Giants with an ankle issue. We know about the McCartan family history with concussions. Paddy forced to retire last year. Tom McCartan had his own issues last season with a concussion. We hope that he's okay. Out of the game, Robbie Fox in. Both subs made. And a free kick to Sam Wicks at right half forward for Sydney, who trailed the Giants by 3 points. Wicks will set it up into attack. Tough footy to mark after the rain. Papley, he was spoiled by his own man in Amati. The ball bounced off Papley. Amati gathered it. Umpire said that's not a clean mark as a result. Toby Green falls on Amati. Ball up just inside attacking 50 for the Swans.
Up it goes at half forward. McLean lays it down looking for Papley. Iden to get in the way. Warner, their quietness caught up. Runs away from Callaghan. Off balance kick down the line. Papley. Himmelberg goes up to compete with him. And Marty out after it. Himmelberg roves here. Shares it with Jacob. Well, a free kick spotted here as Marty was dealt with after the fact. Will be a set shot here for the tall forward. 20 out directly in front.
You talked about how you approach the footy, Brogues, in terms of putting your head over it and making it a contest, but you also got to be careful in these conditions to give away free kicks like that. Like the way you go forward, hit a player high, hold on when they don't need to, they've got to be crucial in a game like this, especially inside 50. A shot at goal in these conditions is gold.
He opens up the angle here, Joel Amati, and brings the Swans back to the lead. 5-7-37. Sydney in front of the Giants, who are 5-4-34. We're about to hit time one in the second quarter on ABC Sport. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Just confirming, Robbie Fox into the game. He's on the field now and in that back six. So a good replacement, I guess, for Tom McCartan.
Tom McCartan subbed out with concussion. Earlier, Tom Green for the Giants out with an ankle issue. Your experts on the national broadcaster are Joel Patfull and Dean Brogan.
Well, the brilliance of Chad Warner. It's absolutely like a bit of soap. The ball's a bit of soap out there. It's been bucketing with rain. He just sweeps through, clean, picks it up, breaks away, has a bounce. Excuse me, Mr. Warner, a little bounce, and then hits a dangerous kick inside 50. He doesn't hit the target, but like you said, Jolie, the Giants have been a little bit sloppy in their back 50, giving away free kicks. In these conditions, you've got to get lower and harder. Otherwise, you give away silly free kicks like that. Well done, Swans.
Swans lead by 3 points, having kicked all 3 goals in the second term. And Florent gathers at centre-half back in his 150th game. Pumps it long. Bouncing ball now inside 50 for the Swans. Lockie Ash gets there first, slides on the ground. Perryman taps it away. Whitfield soccers it. And eventually the ball goes over the boundary line. Right half forward for Sydney, who have turned around a 15-point deficit at quarter time into a 3-point lead.
Would you say
through the second term?
Sorry, mate. Would you say Chad Warner taking a bounce in the wet? It's almost smug, isn't it?
Very smug. Very smug. Swans by 3 points. Smug or otherwise. Back in it comes. Both rucks miss it. Grundy follows up. Has Lloyd in support. Hurried kick inside forward 50 here. Wicks parries it down here as Callaghan makes light work of Papley. In fact, a little too light because the umpire saw the free kick, which will go Papley's way.
Yeah, look, the Swans are just going harder. Their energy levels are through the roof. They've kicked 4 goals this quarter. They're first to the ball. The Giants are really sloppy.
Papley sets it up here to full forward. Up in front defence, Buckley wins it down here though as Goulden snaps from 20 out. He was in best position despite the Giants with numbers around the ball in defence. It came to Errol Goulden who makes it back-to-back majors here for the Swans. In fact, well, they've kicked 4 in a row in their second term, but back-to-back since taking back the lead, and they're out now by 9 points, 6-7-43. The Giants 5-4-34.
Yeah, you're right, Brokes. The Swans, they're just doing the basics well, aren't they? They're putting their head over the footy. The Giants are second to the footy, and then they're not executing the tackle or any kind of pressure the way that they should be. They're giving away easy free kicks, and that's stock standard wet weather footy right there. Long to the goal square, have a contest, front and centre scrum, and a player like Goulden, you can't give him that much space inside 50. Beautiful finish.
You know, you talk about teams who adjust to the weather. They've adjusted not only to the intensity of the game, but as soon as the rain came, they locked in and are playing wet weather footy, whereas the Giants still think it's dry at the moment.
Errol Goulden, 14 disposals, 3 score involvements, 3 inside 50s, and now a goal to put the Swans 9 points up into time on in the second term. And Kieran Briggs, who dominated the first quarter, just the 1 possession in the second. The Swans have addressed that, but the Giants have won it out of the middle. Peatling's kick is marked by Darcy Jones. Well, the wet footy skidded off the side of his boot, that of James Peatling, and fell into the lap of Darcy Jones after the Giants won the clearance in the middle of the ground. And Jones will kick from 48 metres after kicking 2 on his debut last week. The West Australian, in his second game of AFL football, lit it up on Anzac Day. He has pulled this one, though, and pulled it severely. It has just snuck in for a behind. Swans lead cut back to 8 points.
Not to lose sight of what the Tom McCartan substitution means for Callum Brown as well. And seeing more replays of that bump on the outer wing from earlier in the quarter suggests he's in for potentially a couple of weeks or more, I think. We'll revisit that at half-time as it comes beyond defensive 50 from the kick-out. Toby Green out here. Daniels under pressure. Picked up with the Swans and Rowbottom. Oh, big spiral here. Back to half-forward here for Sydney. There is Connor Iden on that loose footy. Slides toward the boundary line, and that will be a throw-in. The Swans with 4 goals to none in this second quarter so far. It's they who lead by 8 points, 24 gone in the second quarter. But just the more I see replays of that and the fact that Callum Brown doesn't make any attempt to the footy, very half-hearted, sort of sticks out the elbow or the forearm, and most of the impact comes from the shoulder. I suggest he's in for a few weeks potentially, as we'll get the experts' reaction at half-time. Meanwhile, it comes back in. Heaney through traffic, cleverly evades and goes inside forward 50. Papley in not positioned well. In fact, Taylor, sweeping hand pass, almost picked off by Rampy. He hits the deck, lost it in the Cullen Ward tackle, as now Jake Lloyd hand passes towards the junction of 50. Boundary throw in at left half forward for the Swans.
Free kick 16-6 in favour of the Swans, but they've all been there. It's the way the Giants are approaching the footy, even in the ruck then, sloppy, pushing the back, gets the ball going the Swans' way.
Boundary throw in, left half forward for Sydney. McInerney will gather. Scrappy kick though. Harvey Thomas couldn't collect it. Warner gets hands to it. Now Jordan farms it out to Isaac Heaney on his left from 55 out. Kicks to a dangerous spot. Jack Buckley tracked it well and marked on his chest, and there'll be 50 against Amati, who knocked the football free out of Buckley's hands. So Jack Buckley will charge up to centre half back as a man free in Peatling. Handball quickly to Ash. 2 Swans gain on him, so he's able to just throw it on the boot. Roberts gathers though, turns it over straight away to Darcy Jones.
Young West Aussie hand pass off to Jesse Hogan, who slews the kick inside forward 50. It misses Daniels. Bedford slides in, collected by Melican, and again the umpire balled up. 6-7-43 the Swans. The Giants 5-5-35. 26 minutes having elapsed in this second quarter at the Sydney Cricket Ground on ABC Sport. Bucks go at it. McInerney slides after it, shares it with Roberts, and now Warner tumbles it beyond defensive 50 himself. On the half volley, it was awkward for McLean. It goes Haywood. Callaghan bursts through, only finds the boundary line. So we'll throw it back in.
We spoke about Toby Green not having the greatest day to date, but he's gone into that midfield mix, as you can see now, and he's playing more around the ball. Now that Tom Green's out, he's had to go into the midfield rotations.
And they're still missing Stephen Coniglio as well, the Giants. Loving Connor Iden's game at half-back. He's been excellent for GWS, but they trail the Swans by 8 points. Ball in dispute at right half forward for GWS. Tracking it back is Himmelberg after Grundy socketed off the ground. Himmelberg overran it. Taylor Adams kept it in. Picked up by Harvey Thomas, though, after Adams' handball missed its target. Peatling's kick, clean bowls, Callum Brown. Goulden throws it on the boot and finds Hayden McLean on the wing. Goulden's 15th disposal. Everything he's touching turning to gold at the moment. McLean's kick deep into attack. Amadi leaps. Wicks knocks it forwards. Giants under pressure. And there's a free kick against a Swans player in Papley on Perryman for high contact.
Would have liked to have seen Wicks take that footy and trying to slap it. He had time, especially inside 50. If he can take possession and then scrub it along the ground or gain yardage, would have been way more efficient than what he did then slapping it and then gave away the sloppy free kick.
Chip it across their D50 here, the Giants. Iden to Himmelberg. Swans by 8 points here in the derby. Himmelberg thumps it beyond defensive 50. Blakey. It's collected there by Riccardi. Loose ball, Roberts just thumps it back from whence it came. High inside 50. Amati diving up for it, reels it in. He's 40 out. He'll look to add to his one goal this afternoon on no real angle to speak of at the left-hand side. So goals in every game since round one for Joel Amati, and one this afternoon. Wasn't sure if these conditions would suit having the extra guys up forward, the extra talls. He's made an impact so far here, Joel Amati. This to give the Swans their biggest lead of the game. Well, anyway, it's a minor score. Swans by 9. 29 gone in the second term. ABC Sport.
They've been a lot better, the Sydney Tools. We called it out at quarter time that they've had no influence on the game, but funnily enough, as soon as the rains come, they've had an influence. So it just shows how important your tools are ahead of the footy. If they compete and at least get the ball to the ground.
Voice of 2004 Premiership player for Port Adelaide, Dean Brogan on ABC Sport. Himmelberg brings it back into the outer side through the hands of Grundy. Rampy gathers it on the wing. Throws it on the boot, snapping style to half forward. Himmelberg tracks it nicely. And he's won a free kick after being taken out of the marking contest by McInerney. He wasn't watching the football. I love watching Sam Taylor whenever his opponent takes a mark on him. There wouldn't be a defender who gets angrier when that happens. I reckon just about in the history of the game.
Jolie was a defender. He didn't like it too much.
You like to see a player who cares. The umpire spotted the free kick here, and it will go... It's Briggs who's down, just a little slow getting up. It's going to be a free kick going Grundy's way. So Briggs with a block on Grundy. The dying seconds of this first half at the SCG. 6-8 to 5-5. The Swans lead by 9. Grundy's kick goes up inside 50. McLean has a couple to beat. Iden sliding after it. Slaps it away to the outer side. Briggs scoops it off the deck in the Darcy Jones direction, and that will be the half-time siren. Quarter which belonged to the home side here, the Sydney Swans. Bit of push and shove as they break for Oranges. 6-8-44 to 5-5-35. The Swans lead with an equal game high 9-point lead with, as I say, 4 goals to none in that second quarter. Goal kickers so far for the Sydney Swans. Logan McDonald has one. James Robertham has one as well. Haywood, Jordan, Goulden and Amati are all on the board for the for the Sydney Swans. Meanwhile, for the GWS Giants, Cadman has a couple, and singles also to Daniels, Hogan and Callum Brown. But there will be match review scrutiny on the Irishman because of a bump on the outer wing against Tom McCartan, which saw the Swans defender subbed out of the game early in that second quarter. Repeating from earlier, Tom Green has been subbed out as well for the Giants because of a left ankle complaint. So Harvey Thomas and Robbie Fox, both respective subs out there for these two sides. 9 points is the margin at the major break. Your experts on ABC Sport keeping you company on Saturday afternoon. Joel Patfull and Dean Brogan.
Yeah, it's been a tough game for both sides, but the Swans just adapted better to the conditions, and they came out firing after quarter time, really, didn't they? They obviously reset, and it started with those key tools. It was Brodie Grundy in the middle, and I'll let you talk a bit more about the ruck contest, because Briggs was dominant in that first quarter, and it was a great response from Brodie Grundy. But they went back to basics. They would have been expecting these conditions all week. Obviously had a plan in place for when this rain came, and it looked like the Giants didn't really know which way to go. They still kept trying to play fast. They didn't have a slow play wet weather plan that they could execute efficiently enough to go forward and kick a goal. So there's a few issues out there for the Giants, but the Swans they changed their game and they evolved as the rain came down, and they were able to score 4-0. The Giants wouldn't have had many goalless quarters this year, so great quarter for the Swans.
Well, you're right. No doubt the coaching staff have gone up to Grundy and said, come on, mate, you're our guy. You should be the best ruckman on the field. Get your head right. And he's come out and dominated that quarter. It always starts with your big fellas, if you ask me, Jolie, in quarters. But they just lifted another level. They had to get going. Giants really finished the end of the first quarter with a couple of goals. So no doubt they would have addressed that. But to set up the quarter by kicking really some quick goals, got them back in the game. Then the rain came down and they just adjusted better. We know how good the Swans are in the dry, but people don't talk about how good they are in the conditions when you got to put your head over the footy, you got to win contested ball, and you got to be brave. And I thought the Swans were that. They're great players. They're gun players in Heaney and Papley, and we see Grundy stood up. Just put their foot down, and Giants just didn't go with them. And to kick 4 goals in a quarter in those conditions, even though a lot of it was done in the first sort of 10-15 minutes, but inside 50s they were dominant. They were super impressive, and we've got a cracking game, which is what we thought this was going to be. It's going to be a big arm wrestle, and quarter 2 the Swans got the chocolates.
We saw the players having a push and shove as they broke for half-time. Taylor Adams was at the centre of it for the Swans, of course an inaugural Giant, played 31 games for them in their first couple of seasons, and he was mouthing off to a couple of his old teammates. Toby Green, no surprise he was in the middle of it, Lockie Whitfield, Harry Perryman. So there's feeling there, as we thought there would be. The Swans labelled smug by the Giants, and there's spice in this contest. Swans lead by 9 points. Errol Goulden, 15 disposals, a goal, 3 score involvements. He's been superb, and he leads the possession getters to half-time, Brett Sprigg.
That's the verbal side of things. We saw that little melee, which, as you say, did break quickly after that Brown bump on McCartan. We've seen a few replays now of this. What's your assessment of the Callum Brown sanction that's forthcoming?
I think he's in trouble.
Yeah.
He took his eyes off the footy, and it's one of those situations where he chose to not go the footy, and I'm not sure he meant to bump, but he went past the footy.
He kind of braces.
He braced himself for a collision. McCartan's clearly going for the footy, but the biggest story here is that McCartan's had to not take any part of the game. So, you can basically automatically say 2, maybe 3. So, no doubt that'd be playing on the young fella's mind in Brown, and he hasn't had much influence on the game, to be honest with you. So, whether or not he can reset, and that's when the leadership guy's got to go up and go, mate, we need you. Worry about next week, or we need you today. So, I would say he's in a bit of trouble, don't you think, Joel?
I think you've summed it up perfectly. I think it's that decision, and I know that people will say it wasn't a decision to bump, but it's still a decision to brace, and it's a split-second decision, but they're good enough to make those decisions and not make contact or avoid contact in a situation like that. So I think he's in trouble. Probably, you're right, 2, maybe 3 weeks. And obviously McCartney's had a history with concussion, and that's a huge story really for the Swans moving forward as well.
It looks innocuous to the naked eye, but then you see it slow down, and we see these examples. We've seen what they've tried to do, Garby, with regards to sanctioning players for that action. It could even be more. It could be 3+, 4 maybe.
Well, it's high impact, high contact. That can't be denied. It's whether it's intentional or not. That will be the only point up for debate. I don't see how he gets away with it being unintentional, considering the amount of time he had to assess the situation. So probably 3 weeks minimum. The other big story, of course, Tom Green out of the game for the Giants with an ankle issue, one of the Brownlow medal favourites. It's the kind of injury in a game, when you consider Stephen Coniglio being out as well, that if you're tipping and you've tipped the Giants, you'd want to change your tip now if you could. It's that big of a factor when Coniglio's out already and the teams are so close on the ladder and the way in which they play. It's another massive story in this contest.
Well, what it's done, it's forced Toby Green and Callum Ward to go through. And not that that's a bad thing, because they're very good players, as we know, but it throws their structure out now that Tom Green is out of the game. And it looks like it's the dreaded syndesmosis, as we like to call it, the Sydney, Joel. If a player gets one of them, you're on the sidelines for a significant amount of time, and Tom Green's tough, so if he can't go, as we saw, he tried to go back on, he couldn't go, that is a genuine injury. Most players get injured, they go off, but he's tough, he could normally get it out, but syndesmosis ankles can take 4 to 10 weeks, so it's a significant injury, and especially today when the game will slow down and get more contested, you need your big balls, and they don't have him today. So, massive loss for him.
Well, it's a perfect weather and the perfect game for him, really. It's tight, small ground, wet weather. It's going to be contested and plenty of stoppages, so he'll be hugely missed in this second half.
The thoughts of Dean Brogan and Joel Patfull, your experts on ABC Sport across your Saturday afternoon. First up here at the SCG, where it's the Swans by 9 points over the Giants in Sydney Derby 27. We'll come back with more after ABC News. Big day coming up, of course, at Docklands for the Twilight Games, St Kilda versus North Melbourne. Later on tonight, Melbourne versus Geelong at the MCG. West Coast versus Essendon over at Perth Stadium. A reminder, of course, you can find full coverage of every game, whichever you like, on either the ABC Sport button or the AFL button or the AFL Extra button via the ABC Listen app, or, of course, on ABC Sport Digital. Otherwise, where you're finding us right now, right across this great land and beyond. Your texts remain welcome, 0437 774 774. Brett, Dan, Joel, Dean, top call as usual. Go GWS, says Grant from Waterloo. Hi, boys. Rosa from Victoria, listening and enjoying the call. Got to say, Declan has the best on-ground voice on the ABC. Cool, calm and collected. Had a busy first half, did Declan Byrne, with all the subs and all that sort of stuff happening. Susie in the Blue Mountains, which is about as far west as you can get as far as Sydney is concerned. Sam Taylor is right. The Swans players are smug, just like their fans. Go the Giants, says Susie. And Paul in Perth says, should the rule be renamed Prior Eternity instead of Prior Opportunity? Got another one here from Alan in the NT. I'll get to a few more of those as the day goes on. 0437 774 774. In amongst all that, a ripping game of footy, and the second half still awaits us. The Swans by 9 points here at the SCG. Back from here with more from us shortly, but right now, time for ABC News.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Mexican authorities say 3 bodies have been found in an area where 2 Australian brothers and their American travel companion went missing. Jake and Callum Robinson, originally from Perth, and their American friend Jack Carter Road haven't been heard from since April 27th. 3 people have been detained in connection with their disappearance. The bodies have not yet been identified. This Ensenada local says they're shocked by the killings.
It's not normal here, like disappearing 3 people, and we feel like very sad.
Canadian police have made 3 arrests over a high-profile murder that sparked a diplomatic row. Prominent Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar was shot dead outside of a temple in Vancouver last year. That saw Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau claim that authorities had linked the murder to the Indian government, which Delhi rejected as absurd. Royal Canadian Mounted Police Superintendent Mandeep Mukher says 3 Indian nationals have been charged.
This investigation does not end here. We are aware that others may have played a role in this homicide, and we remain dedicated to finding and arresting each one of these individuals.
The judge overseeing Donald Trump's hush money trial has corrected the former president after he falsely claimed a gag order was preventing him from testifying on his own behalf. The BBC's Nada Tawfik reports from New York.
It is the reality that Donald Trump is a candidate for presidential office and often uses the doors outside of the courtroom to campaign. And so the judge wanted to set the record straight that when Donald Trump last night, as he was leaving, had told reporters that he wasn't able to testify because of the gag order, the judge wanted him to know that that was not true, that he has an absolute constitutional right to do so, and that the gag order only applies to his statements outside of the courtroom.
A survivor-led organisation against intimate partner violence is welcoming a push from Victoria Police to have better intervention measures that keep perpetrators away from children and adults they've victimised. In the past year, police say they've issued around 11,500 family violence safety notices, which give immediate protection to victim survivors for 14 days until an intervention order is sought through the court. Police are in talks with the state government to have that extended. Survivor Hub co-founder Anna Coots-Trotters says if police were able to execute these notices for longer periods, it would prevent the need for survivors to go through the distressing process of confronting a perpetrator in court.
It's an incredibly re-traumatising experience, and people have all of their actions and their character completely ripped apart on stand, and it's particularly complicated with family violence when there are children involved.
The federal opposition says the government needs to explain why an ankle bracelet was removed from a former immigration detainee who's now facing charges over an alleged violent home invasion in Perth. Majid Jamshidi Dukasan was released from detention following a High Court ruling last year. The Prime Minister says removing his ankle bracelet was a failure of the Community Protection Board, but the Shadow Immigration Minister Dan Tehan says the government has questions to answer.
We are getting no transparency whatsoever from the government, from the Prime Minister, from the Immigration Minister, from the Home Affairs Minister on this. All we are getting is excuse after excuse after excuse.
Police say they're concerned for the welfare of a man who's been missing for a week in Melbourne's outer east. Kieran Byatt reports.
Police say 22-year-old Zach was last seen on Norton Road in Callista on the evening of April 28th. It's believed he went walking in Sherbrooke Forest early the following morning. Police have been searching the area and are continuing their efforts today, along with help from SES volunteers. There are concerns for Zach's welfare as he has a medical condition and his disappearance is out of character. He's described as Caucasian in appearance, 170 centimetres tall, of medium build with short blonde brown hair and possibly a moustache. He was last seen wearing a grey jacket, mustard-coloured T-shirt, navy tracksuit pants and black shoes.
The US Air Force has shown off an F-16 fighter jet flown by artificial intelligence. On board the experimental jet for an hour-long flight was the Secretary of the US Air Force, Frank Kendall. After the test flight, Mr. Kendall had told reporters that he would trust AI with the ability to decide whether or not to fire weapons. The US Air Force is looking to have a fleet of more than 1,000 unmanned warplanes in service by 2028. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
Hi, Waleed Ali here. If your brain's hungry for insights, the ABC Listen app has a feast of podcasts.
Try The Minefield.
Today we're going for the problem of evil.
Injustice and evil, if they're the same thing.
You might also like Future Tense.
And there is a sense of privilege in that idea of natural, isn't there? Which can easily be manipulated. Without a doubt.
Or Dr. Carl.
You can feel a slight cooling, that's latent heat of vaporisation or something.
Load up a podcast and feed your mind with the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Milliken's kick comes up the line for McLean. He takes a clean grab from Kieran Briggs. Just forward of the wing. Loads up inside 50. Goes McDonald, impeded by Taylor, and the umpire saw a free kick which will go the Swans' way. I fancy it is going the way of Logan McDonald. But the Swans need this to start the second term in the right fashion. He fires on goal and doesn't let them down. It's his first of the afternoon.
Quick ball up. Grundy taps it to Hayward, throws it on his boot. On the snap, Swans have two in a row to start the second term.
Pat Lee, Himmelberg goes up to compete with him, and Marty out after it. Himmelberg roves here. Shares it with Jacob. Well, a free kick for it here as Marty was dealt with after the fact. Will be a set shot here for the tall forward, 20 out directly in front. He opens up the angle here, Joel Amati, and brings the Swans back to the lead. Hatley sets it up here to full forward. In front defence, Buckley wins it down here though as Gordon snaps from 20 out.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
A strong second quarter from Errol Goulden and the Sydney Swans, who lead Sydney Derby 27 by 9 points at the major break. 6-8-44 the Swans leads Greater Western Sydney 5-5-35. You're back with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb, Dean Brogan, Joel Patfull and Declan Byrne. Your call team this afternoon. Coming up, the Saints and the Roos at Docklands for your twilight fixture. Later on tonight at the MCG, Melbourne v Geelong and West Coast and Essendon at Perth Stadium. Elliot Yeo's 200th Garby. So while we're off topic slightly, Alan's text from the NT. Lifelong Port supporter. I'll allow this, given we've got the great Dean Brogan with us. And slightly less heralded Port Adelaide player, Joel Patfull, Port Adelaide rookie. Is there too much love at Port Adelaide under Ken? In 2004, half the team had a chip on their shoulder. Treadray, both Corns boys, Hardwick, Lade, Byron Pickett, and even the coach had a point to prove. A bit of mongrel seems to help. Is Alan's observation on Port Adelaide coming off the showdown loss on Thursday night?
Very good observation by that man. I have to agree with him a little bit. There's no hard edge to that footy team at the moment. Hasn't been for a while, which is why I don't think they can win very big games. And it's a concern for that footy club. And, take nothing away from Adelaide. They were just better than them on Thursday night. And, you watch these two teams now, they're just so contested and so... just embrace a moment, every one of these players, and I'm not sure Port Adelaide have that edge with them at the moment.
Can I just say quickly on that, as a rookie listed player in 2004, even to train against those players that you just mentioned, coached by Mark Williams, was extremely intimidating, but it created that fierce culture, competitive culture that they showed when they played in big games.
Can I just ask, Adam Kingsley was part of that side, coaching the Giants at the moment, of course. Did you feel as if he had the makings of a coach when you played with him?
Yeah, I always thought King is a very highly intellectual person, unlike myself. So he stood with polar opposites in some of our views on life and certain football things. But when Adam retired, he went straight into coaching, and we knew I was still playing at the time, and we knew he was going to be a coach. And you talk about hard edge. We talk about the Giants players and how much they like Adam Kingsley. I haven't heard them say he's like a father figure to me. By all reports, he's got a healthy balance of when to crack them and when not to crack them, when to cuddle them and when to stick them, so to speak. Get the stick or the carrot is the terminology that I like to use, and I think Adam's still got a little bit of that old school with him. And you don't want to dislike your coach, but you want to like your coach. They're not there to be your father. They're not there for love. They're there to coach you and get the best out of you. And I think both these coaches here today, John Longmire, who's done it for, how many years
12 years now.
12 years now.
13, yeah.
You don't survive this long unless you get that balance right. And no doubt they've had to change their styles over the last, 3 or 4 years. But I think these two coaches are the modern day examples of how you should coach.
There's a certain maturity around the Giants as a club, Garby, and having been in Sydney for about half of their history and seeing how they've come across from, people took them seriously. Of course, they played in the grand final and they've played in finals, but nothing against Leon Cameron. But from what you see between Adam Kingsley and his players these days, there's a certain aura about them, and I think the club in their, 13th year is entering a very special era. But they're behind here by 9 points. So the question is, how do they overturn that here in Derby 27?
Well, they're going to have to show that edge, exactly what we just talked about. They need to bring that out, because we didn't see that in the second quarter. So everything we've just talked about, they need to bring that competitive nature, that mature footy to get the ball moving forward. And it's their senior players that lead that. Whitfield, Ward, Green, Kelly, all been a little bit quiet around the footy, so they need to get the ball going forward. Heaney, Warner and Goulden have done it for the Swans, so the Giants need to respond here moving forward.
Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. You can keep your texts coming right across the day and the round of footy. 0437 774 774. The rain has stopped for now, so the crowd have returned to their seats for the most part. Into the third term we go. Here's Daniel Garb.
Swans lead by 9 points. No Stephen Coniglio today for the Giants. Tom Green subbed out. Tom McCartan subbed out for the Swans. And Sydney winning in the middle of the ground. Heaney to Cunningham. Kicks to centre half forward. Buckley spoils it. Ward gathers it. Goulden, though, the recipient, as it bounced away from Callan Ward. Under pressure is Iden, his own defensive 50. Got it to Callahan. He went back to Taylor. Tumbling ball out of defensive 50, and Goulden dropped an easy chest mark. And Bedford slaps it over the boundary line. Boundary throw in just forward of the wing for the Swans, who lead by 9 points. 30 seconds gone in the third quarter.
How's the vibe down there, Declan, on the benches?
Oh, it's brilliant compared to half an hour ago. It's dry, it's beautiful. Tom McCartan's back out, though. His vibe is certainly not positive. It doesn't look great. And, missed 10 rounds last year with concussion issues, and his hoodie on, head in his hands. He's copped a big bruise as well to go with it.
Meanwhile, Grundy wraps up Cal Ward. Ball up here on the western wing in front of us at the SCG. Veteran Ward tumbles it forward on the half volley. Ollie Florent for the Swans in his 150th game. Tackled by Bedford. Ball comes loose again. Heaney out wide to Warner. The Swans can break here. To left half forward. Kicks off the outside of the boot. Centering ball looking for McDonald. Perryman tunnels it away here towards Taylor for the Giants off half back. And now Peatling collected by Adams. And we'll ball it up.
Warner with the bounce again. It's like he's like a basketball, isn't he? As soon as he picks up the ball, he has a dribble. He's a super player, isn't he, Warner?
14 disposals for Warner. Ball in dispute at centre half forward. Adams throws Perryman off it. Josh Kelly tries to soccer it, as does Daniels. Bedford taps it backwards to Callaghan. He gathered it and gave it to Buckley. Snaps it up the wing. Camped underneath it is Goulden along with Bedford. Bedford spoils it away from Goulden. Boundary throw in next to the Giants interchange gates, where Adam Kingsley has chosen to coach from in this third term, just encouraging his players. It's a slog out there at the moment, as we expected. Sydney Derby 27 to beat. Swans lead by 9 points. Here's Brett Sprigg.
Back in it comes. Rucks arrive to it. Grundy and Briggs. Briggs tries to hack it out of the air. There for the Swans, Rowbottom. Hurried kick, spilled by Peatling. Warner reaching for it as well. Towed forward by the Giants and Perryman. Bedford in the contest with Florent. Has support there in Fox, the Sydney Swans sub. Left it behind though. Bedford here for the Giants. Kicks inside 50. Hogan wants separation on Melican. There'll be a free kick here going his way for a hold. Giants free kick with Hogan 25 out directly in front.
Well, it looked as though it was there around the shoulder. He's been screaming for free kicks all day, Hogan. He's got a lucky one as we saw in the first quarter, but I think this one was there from the defender, just grabbing him around the neck.
So Jesse Hogan with just the one goal so far this afternoon. Every kick so important in these wet conditions. The Giants goalless in that second quarter. This is their first for quite some time. Started approach here from Jesse Hogan. Makes the goal umpire work, but he does give them their sixth and his second. To cut it back to a 3-point ball game, it's the Swans at 6-8-44, the Giants 6-5-41. 3.5 played in the third term on ABC Sport. Your experts are Dean Brogan and Joel Patfull.
It didn't look like there was much there, did it? But it's just that big body under a bit of pressure there. Melican just throws out the arm. Might have got him high, but under these conditions, that's pretty stiff, I would have thought. As a defender, I'd be filthy if that one got paid against me. 20 metres out straight in front of goal. I wouldn't be happy, but that's what happens when you put the ball in a dangerous position. Probably slightly undersized Melican there against Hogan, and you pull out a free kick.
I love the Giants' intent to start this quarter. You know, winning clearances, just getting the ball forward. They're running in numbers. They started the quarter really well, and they had to. They were challenged through the second quarter.
Jesse Hogan, 2 goals from iffy free kicks. Now just one behind Charlie Curnow in the Coleman medal race. He's on 24. Curnow on 25. Swans win it out of the middle. Goulden throws it on the boot. Iden, who's been excellent, gathers it at halfback for the Giants. They work it out to Finn Callaghan, who checks back on his left, wants to go into the corridor, but he's turned it over. McDonald gathers it and now gives it to Warner, who has a bounce, darts around Briggs. That was dangerous. He's mowed down. Got rid of the football, though, fortunately. Riccardi falls on it. Swans win it back at centre half forward through Lloyd. Looks for Jordan. Gathers it, gives it to Papley. Now back to Hayward. Giants close on him. Back to Papley. Strong tackle on Papley. And Ash is able to mark in the left back pocket. What a sight that was. The big ruckman, Kieran Briggs, chasing down Chad Warner.
Hot footy inside forward 50 for the Swans, but Ash controls it in defence here for the Giants. Drives it beyond defensive 50. Rampy in the contest. That's a free kick for a hold going his way. And just fall to the wing on the eastern side of the SCG. Swans by 3 points. Giants with the only goal of this third quarter so far. Rampy's kick goes deep inside 50 through Hayward's fingertips, and Callaghan spills it into the behind post. A rush behind.
Probably just one too many handballs from the Swans inside 50 there. Papley probably should have had a shot. Just trying to overhandball inside their 50, overusing it a little bit. So, Papley's got every right to have a shot then.
The battle of the bridge or battle of the bounce for Chad Warner? He's had a few bounces today in slippery conditions.
Been watching the NBA Finals too much. Taking dribbles everywhere
Lockie Whitfield brings it back in. The kick to left half forward for the Swans. Marked by Melican. Just dried up a little bit. That's helped Melican charge to the front of that contest. Take the contested mark and now play on. Kicks to a dangerous spot inside 50. Punching it away from the contest was Ware. Sam Taylor gathers it. Hayward's outnumbered, but Hayward sockets it off the ground anyway and kicks one for the Swans. Well, that's something out of nothing for Sydney. But about 5 Giants around him, Will Hayward. The ball somehow spilled into his path and he socketed home for his second from the goal square. And the Swans lead is out to 10 points.
Well, you're right. Plenty of pressure there. It was that forward pressure from the Swans forwards. The Giants should have cleared. They had the numbers there. And it was, who was it coming forward? Was it Jordan? James Jordan coming forward to make the tackle. He's actually been really important, Jordan, as well. You can't see it, but he's tagging Whitfield behind the footy as a half forward. He's kicked the goal, created pressure inside 50 as well. So he's playing a great role there. Whitfield hasn't had much of an impact going forward and created another opportunity there for the Swans.
It started with Melican's contested mark here. Don't underestimate how important contested marks are in a game like today. Like I've mentioned it before, you take a contested mark on the wing here, it's almost a certain inside 50, so great work by the Swans.
Experts on ABC Sport, Joel Patfull and Dean Brogan here at the SCG. Grundy's hand pass picked off by Ward. The Giants are away with the clearance. Off to his skipper, Toby Green. Kick smothered, picked up by the Swans and McInerney. Back to Toby Green, sliding inside forward to 50. Wrapped up by Cunningham. Umpire says play on. Rampy's kick goes nowhere. Peeling here for the Giants. Out to Darcy Jones, who's goal-siding and snap on the run from 20 outs. The lively little West Aussie has his first of the afternoon. The Giants cut the margin back to 4 points.
What a handball by Peatling.
Wasn't that brilliant?
He's been impressive. I know he's been the sub a lot this year, but God, he's been good today. What about the hands and the surge out of centre bounce? Greeny just, stuffs it up a little bit, so to speak, but they just keep pressing and hacking the ball forward. And you look at the hands here by Peatling. Just sets up the young fella in. Is it Jones that gets it? Yep, Jones, second game player, and that's what we know he can do. In our small snippet that we've seen him, he can finish. So a great goal by the Giants, and we've got a game on our hands, haven't we?
Swans lead by 4 points. James Peatling, one of the more understated figures in this Giants setup, surrounded by superstars. The composure he showed inside 50 then to spin and handball to Darcy Jones to convert was excellent. Swans lead by 4 points. Players fall on the football.
More importantly, the ball up. Darcy Jones' hair stays dry underneath that headgear, so he's not faced the same problems as the other guys.
No matter how much mud there might be in the middle of the SCG, those luminous pink boots still shining. Toby Green wins it in the middle of the ground, but McInerney is marked after his short kick at centre-half back.
Oh, quick kick goes to the bullseye here. It finds Heaney. Lays off the hand pass to Goulden, who's unmarked. 65 from goal. Goes down the corridor to the goal square. Leaping up Haywards. Big overhead grab. And he'll line up here in the left forward pocket, no more than 10 metres out.
Great grab in these conditions, isn't it? Pressure from the defender coming back. Strong, clean. It shows the importance of clean hands.
Second goal of this term. He's third for the game. The Swans push that lead back out to 10 points. It's an enthralling Sydney derby, 27 on ABC Sport. 8-9-57 the Swans. The Giants are 7-5-47. Your experts are Dean Brogan and Joel Patfull.
Well, it all started from the mark by McInerney and the kick. He just pulled the trigger on the kick and actually brought Isaac Heaney into the game with that kick. And there's those kicks, when you wheel and go inboard, they cut teams apart. And Goulding, he's running around without an opponent at the moment. He's looking for everything, every handball receiving. Heaney's handball to Goulding. You wouldn't want anybody else kicking the ball inside 50 in Goulding. He's the best in the comp, as we know, efficiency-wise and All-Australian. And like you said, Jolly, great mark by Hayward. And we officially have a shootout.
There's Will Hayward making a little run at the Brett Kirk medal unexpectedly. 3 goals for the game in wet conditions. Having a big impact on this contest. Giants soccer it into attack. McInerney and Bedford scrapping for it. McInerney emerges with it. Handball to Grundy, and now Goulden, the superstar at centre half-back, who set up the last. Kicks it wide for Papley. He's got a man in support in Roberts. Iden trying to win it back for the Giants. Roberts gets hands to it. Back to the 150 gamer in Florent. That's a clever kick to Warner. Keeps it out in front of him and half forward. And now ducks back on his right. Chips it to centre half forward and finds Grundy. He'll mark. thought about playing on, tells his teammates to slow down. Now he charges. Had to go back to Warner. At centre half forward, kicks long, Chad Warner. It is goal bound. It is through. Swans with another. And Warner with a sensational major from distance. The lead out to 16 points in favour of Sydney.
Well, I think we might see a review. I think Taylor's claiming that he touched it, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll see. We'll go with the goal.
He certainly touched the goalpost. It's on the old Lee Matthews. He's almost broken that thing in half.
Looks like he might have got a finger to that.
I think he touched the finger. Well, that's an anticlimax.
Great bit of play nonetheless, but we've talked about the conditions a lot today, and it's sometimes when the rain stops like this, the ball actually becomes a little bit stickier, and it does make those opportunities to be able to move the ball quicker and take overhead marking much, much easier.
Margin hasn't gone beyond 15 points either way. It was to be 16, but we'll have a goal review or a score review, and this will come back to being a behind.
That's huge by Taylor. That is a huge play by Taylor, because that puts them up a couple of goals, Sydney. If it's That's a huge play by Taylor, potentially match-saving, and he's been known to do this, Taylor. He never gives up on the play, but what about Warner? Geez, he's exciting to watch. He just don't know what he's going to do next, and he's such a good player. I love him.
Doesn't always get it right, but when he does, it is a joy to watch. Himmelberg beyond defensive 50 here for the Giants. Up goes Briggs with McLean. Loose ball, Whitfield spins through traffic, shares it with Kelly, tumbles it along the western wing. Again, Callum Brown down here towards a number of Giants bodies here as Bedford goes back out to Daniels, looks inboard, dummies his kick, kicks out of bounds on the full as he was trying to go closer to goal. It'll be a Swans ball at left half back with Rowbottom. It's the Swans who lead by 11 points. 8-10 plays 7-5. 13 gone third term. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
I didn't see the incident. Not sure how it happens, but Brodie Grundy's right eye, big bruise underneath it. It's getting worse by the minute. It is slowly closing up.
Thanks, Declan. Robbie Fox, his kick to the wing.
Might have been the earlier one with McInerney. It was much earlier in the game where the teammates collided. May well have just been causing him grief.
And he sees it out. Tom McCartan subbed out of the game already for the Swans. Tom Green, an enormous story, one of the Brownlow medal favourites, subbed out for the Giants with what may be a serious ankle injury. As Briggs pushes McLean off the football on the wing. Peatling's wrapped up well by Cunningham. Ball spills free. Adams gathers it. Bounces a hand pass to Roberts. Briggs had the chance to mark it, chose to smack it forward. It went to Peatling. Roberts wraps him up. Now Peatling's turned it over to Goulden. Throws it on the boot, goes to half forward. Excellent grab back there by Sam Taylor, who leads the competition in intercept possessions per game. That's another one.
From right half back, the Giants find themselves down by 11 points in City Derby 27. A couple of dicey kicks across the goal mouth. Buckley competes with Lloyd. Handballs to himself, needs support. He gets it through the form of Jacob Ware. But a free kick here as Buckley was legged by Logan McDonald on the follow-up. So it'll be a Giants free kick at left half back in front of the scoreboard. 14.5 played this third quarter. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport for Sydney Derby 27. Buckley's kick up the outer side. Florent outbodied by Bedford, and it's off a couple of sets of hands and over for a throw-in.
They're struggling to get some run at the moment, the Giants. Dean Brogan, Joel Patfull, aren't they?
They've been better this quarter. They're just a little bit sloppy. Like Perriman's kicked them, put his teammate under pressure. If he hits the target, they're out. So they've just been a little bit sloppy, but their intent around the footy's been good.
Swans more efficient. They lead by 11 points as a result. Heaney, the Brownlow medal favourite. 16 possessions for him. Gathered it on the outer wing. In front of the Bill O'Reilly stand at the SCG. Was wrapped up, so it's a baller. Heaney gets hands to it again. Handball back to Cunningham, but he runs it out of bounds. Nice crowd here at the SCG. Perhaps a few kept away by the rain, which tumbled hard in the second term. But it has subsided now. Sydney lead by 11 points after the Giants led by 15 points at quarter time. Here's Brett Spriggs, Saturday afternoon footy, ABC Sport.
Back in it comes in front of the O'Reilly stand as Papley is brought down. I think it was Adams. Heaney on the loose footy. And his left peg goes towards half forward, but Ash floats across to intercept, and he is paid the mark. He's paid the free kick for a high tackle. The advantage paid here to Callaghan. The Giants are away on the outer side. Skids the ball out wide for Riccardi. Bedford keeps breaking. Shows good evasive skills away from Lloyd. Centering ball to the hot spot here for the Giants. Melican competes with Hogan. Picked off by Goulden. On the bounce, McInerney gets it back to Goulden. The Swans can rebound.
Goulden orchestrating matters for Sydney. Up to 21 disposals. Finds McDonald a long way from home at centre half back. Goes wide to the South Australian in Matt Roberts, who has played every game for the Swans this season. He wants to go short. That's a clever kick. 15 metres to James Jordan. Jordan will play on now from the wing. The former Demon kicks into attack. McLean flies off hands. Peatling missed it. Goulden gathered it on his right. Wants a Marty. Kick was smothered. Here's Hayward. 3 goals to his name already. Turned it over though to Buckley, and now Harvey Thomas just pokes it forward. Clever by Callum Brown to knock that forward to Callaghan.
Callaghan has a loose man there in Peatling from the western wing. Nurses it back in field now, looking for Toby Green. It bounced off Rampy's chest. The veteran Swan goes again, shares it with Melican. He can snap back to the wing. Numbers there in red and white jumpers. Roberts gets away from Ward, just squeezes the kick inside forward 50. Slapped away with McDonald there for the Swans. Thomas run down by Hayward. Umpire says holding the ball. It's a non-controlling umpire watching from the boundary line. And it will be Hayward's tackle rewarded with a set shot, 45 out in the 45-degree angle, left-hand side.
Well, just a bit too slow with his decision-making there. Was he had the quick handball to give, took one step too far. And Will Hayward's been very exciting up forward, hasn't he? He's kicked 3, lining up for his 4th, and like he said, he's putting his hand up for best on the ground here, but just creating opportunities. In a day when there's not going to be too many opportunities, creating them whichever way it comes. Mark overhead, tackle inside 50.
Right behind Will Hayward's angle as he kicks here. The left forward pocket in front of the members stand of the SCG. Connects him just inside 50 for goal number 4. For a game-high lead for the Swans. The home side's out by 17. 9:10.64 plays 7:5.47. We approach time on here in the third quarter on ABC Sport this Saturday afternoon. Sydney Derby 27, your experts are Joel Patfull and Dean Brogan.
Well, what led to that play was Peatling, the Giants had it and they were away, and Peatling got too cute with the kick. All he had to do was kick it as far as he could inside 50, because they had 2 forwards having the forwards had their defenders on toast, the Giants forwards, but instead he got too cute, turnover, and he goes back inside 50 for the Swans. And Hayward's proving the difference in the game, isn't he? He's been proven a match when he's kicked 4 straight. He looks the most dangerous player on the field at the moment. Very handy player, Will Hayward. A lot of talk about his contract and where he's going to end up in the next couple of years. I know both Adelaide clubs would be into him for sure, but on today's performance, he's going to deserve a big contract.
Kicked 4 goals now for just the second time in his career. The last was last season in the win over Gold Coast on this ground. Darcy Jones scraps away and wins it a centre half forward for the Giants. They need the next one badly. GWS, this is getting away from them at the moment on a wet day. They lose it at half forward. Good tackle though on Adams by Bedford, and then Briggs runs down Warner. Ball spills free. Ward puts his head over it, gets it back to Toby Green. The captain kicks inside 50, but camped underneath it was Robot, and the ball was touched, so he had to play on quickly. Does so to Melican. He goes to Wicks and Fox. They move it out by hand to right half back, and Jake Lloyd looks for McLean in the lead. It bounced in front of him. Wicks was there to support. Socketed it in front of himself smartly. Taylor gathers it, goes back to Iden. Now looks for Ash. Wicks gets a foot in once more. And McLean is wrapped up by Ware. Ball up, outer side. Swans leading by 17 points. We've gone 20 minutes in the third term.
It's a game-high lead for either side. A 17-point break to the Swans. Rowbottom through traffic, topped it up into the lap of Ware, who's brought down by Grundy. Umpire wastes no time. Briggs and Grundy. Callaghan tries to clear it away here. Bedford parries it up the outer side. Florent for company. Lloyd. Hand pass Adams. Back to the loose man Florent, the milestone man. Skids the kick low. Missed Rowbottom. It's now mopped up by Whitfield. Hand pass, a turnover though. Whitfield to get involved. The Giants bring it away. On the bounce it's with Rampy. Now back to Robbie Fox.
Fox goes wide. Finds Florent. Swans controlling the football game now. What a week for Ollie Florent. played his 100th consecutive game last weekend and signed a 5-year deal. A few days later, now plays game 150. Kicks to half forward, off hands, boundary throw in.
Said he didn't entertain offers from other clubs outside the Swans, did he?
Might have been a couple of feelers out from Victorian clubs. He's a Melbourne boy, but he stayed committed. Hayward's another one now they need to re-sign, and he's putting a bit of extra value on the contract with his performance today. 4 goals in a low-scoring game.
Swans by 17. Grundy down to Papley. Collected. Got away to Warner. Hurried ball towards half forwards. McDonald goes up. At the drop, Roberts waits for the hand pass. On that occasion from Jordan. Sliding in Florent back to Warner. Evades Darcy Jones. Fires on goal from 55. In fact, it's going to go to the pocket and through Hayward's fingertips. He had the option down there, Chad Warner. It is a minor score and a clean 3-goal margin the Swans' way. 9-11-65 plays 7-5-47.
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing something different here from the Giants. They've got to change something up. They're a bit stagnant. Moving the ball forward, just can't get their run and gun going. The possession of half-backs is getting turned over.
Himmelberg brings it back in. Cadman flew for it, went through his hands. Blakey tracks it to the boundary line and then knocks it over. That should be insufficient attempt, it is. In fact, that's just flat out deliberate from Nick Blakey. So Josh Kelly will take the free kick. Kick it to half forward. Hogan tracked it back, chose not to go all the way with it. Harvey Thomas crumbs. Callahan's handball is a turnover straight away. Swans have numbers around the football. Roberts, Warner, and now Wicks throws it on the boot. And straight to Sam Taylor, who marks as the deepest man in defence for the Giants inside his own defensive 50.
Couple of weeks off with concussion. Back in the side this week, Sam Taylor. What an effective player he is down back for Adam Kingsley's men. Peatling's kick up the line on the western wing. Hogan reaching from the side. Not paid the grab. Daniels soccers forward as Robbie Fox ushers it out of bounds for a throw-in between wing and half forward at the Giants attacking end, the Randwick end of the SCG. Swans by 18 points on the boundary. Declan Byrne.
Yeah, I'm sure it's par for the course through a wet day, but a few minutes ago Toby Green came off and got a couple of his fingers strapped together. Had a bit of an issue with it. We'll keep an eye on that.
It's been quiet, the Giants skipper. By his incredibly lofty standards, perhaps he has this season, although he's right up there in goal assists in the competition. Not kicking as many majors as he usually does. Whitfield wins it on the wing. Kicks to half forward. Punched away from Daniels by Cunningham. Now gathered by Callahan. Sweeps the handball out wide to Ware. Giants need to get something going. Ware chips it to Bedford. Excellent work by Florent to close on him. Or was it Fox? Doesn't matter. Swans have won it back. Roberts to Lloyd. Can Sydney go now? Lloyd handballs to McDonald on the wing. That was a big contest to win in defensive 50. McDonald's kick is marked by Whitfield, although he spilled it. And now Papley can gather. Inside attacking 50, centres it. Looking for Jordan. Jordan looks to gather at the second attempt. Goulden supports him now. The football is wet and slippery. And the Giants have won a free kick in their own defensive 50. The Swans, perhaps with a chance there, to almost put this game out of sight.
Yeah, they're all over the Giants at the moment, almost plus 20 in disposals, winning clearances, winning inside 50, all the big KPIs that indicate that you're going to win the game. The Swans are dominating at the moment.
ABC Sport, the voice of Dean Brogan. Kick a turnover here beyond offensive 50. Himmelberg finding Melican. The Swans defender Melican goes inside forward 50. Diving out after it, Iden. Wicks, loose man. Races Callahan to the footy. Whitfield's hand pass off half back to find Cal Ward. The Giants are away this time. Well, it went through Hogan's legs here, the slippery footy, and he has Rampy coming late as well. Grundy slides after the footy along with Toby Green. The Giants skipper stands in the tackle, works it away by hand off half forward. Florent there first for the Swans, leaves it behind. Peatling for the Giants, goes back inside 50. Rampy intercepts. It was turnovers galore, and the Swans will start again from the left back pocket. They lead by 18 points, 25 gone third term, ABC Sport.
Oh, they're out the Giants. They just couldn't get the ball over the back, and the Swans desperate and saved the goal, Rampy, but the Giants are just not efficient going forward at all.
Rampy, 19 disposals in his first game back. He's been important. Swans veteran, former All-Australian. Now Goulden's marked it at half-back and had it knocked away from him by a frustrated Sam Taylor.
It's a bit smug by him, wasn't it, Ollie?
Maybe that was smug by Taylor. The Swans players probably reminding him of that now as Goulden, with that 50-metre penalty, gets brought up to centre half forward. Once again, he's had a huge influence on this game. Possession number 24 coming up. Kicks to the pocket. McLean's the target, off his hands. Riccardi's there, has it stripped away from him. Giants win it back. Buckley needs a target, looks for Taylor. Off his hands. Ware was crumbing though. He's kicked though. He's turned over straight away to McInerney.
The Swans can go again. Hand pass goes wide to Florent. Loads up. Right boot deep inside. 50. Too deep for Heaney and Riccardi in that contest. At the back, Lockie Ash mops up. Shares it with Iden. And now Riccardi back to Buckley. The Giants can rebound again. Scoreboard side of the SCG. Cadman launches from behind. It's off hands down to Peatling, who runs it away towards the boundary with Goulden for company. So it's the Swans who keep an 18-point lead here. 9-11-65 plays 7-5-47. 27 played third term. ABC Sport in Sydney Derby 27 at the SCG.
Grundy knocks it forward. Goulden gathers it, kept his feet, and then guides one with his left, looking for McLean. Well done by Buckley. Led him to the football. And marked sliding to his knees in the left back pocket. Goes short to Ash. Swans leading by 18 points. Giants need the next one badly. That's a dangerous kick though from Ash, looking for Ward. Well done by Daniels though to help out. Kicks to centre half forward, but over the head of Toby Green. You don't see turnovers like this from the Giants too often. Swans win it back. And Rowbottom takes the mark in the middle of the ground and kicks backwards with time ticking down in the third term.
Robbie Fox on the flank at right half back, and now wide again to Wally Florent. 150th game today. Comes back in towards Robbie Fox. Every possession so important in this game, especially for the Giants, even now as we approach three-quarter time. 18 points the Swans way. Kick deep inside 50. Grundy tangled up down there with Buckley. In the pocket, Lloyd. Centering ball now for McLean. He was outnumbered in defence. The Giants were there. Himmelberg skids it away towards Darcy Jones. Can't gather cleanly. Does so now. And the Giants can rebound off half-back.
Jones kicks to Hogan. That's a big mark to take. Can the Giants get something going? Handballs it to Toby Green. Thought about a couple of things and maybe got himself in some trouble. Eventually it fell the way of Daniels. Just inside attacking 50. Rowbottom just comes in and knocks him off the football. But the kick out of defensive 50 by Cunningham is turned over to Callaghan. Goes short to Cal Ward. As Thomas on at half forward ignores that option.
That's his 300th game next week. Cal Ward inside 50. It's a precise kick. He's been doing that all of his career. To Brent Daniels, who gets back in the hole and marks 40 out directly in front.
Well, they mucked around a fair bit, didn't they? And they had plenty of opportunities going forward, but it shows the importance of a clean, skillful player to hit that target inside 50. And it's what the Giants haven't been able to do the last few forward entries. And the little things in games like this make a huge difference. So being able to hit that kick, take that ground ball, take the mark inside 50. Great bit of play by Cal Ward.
He saw no AFL game time last week as the unused sub in Canberra, Brent Daniels, with a set shot from 40. It's a big-time moment here in the Derby. The Giants may have the last goal before three-quarter time. It's back to a 12-point margin in the Swans' favour. 9-11-65, GWS 8-5-53. 29.5 gone in the third term on ABC Sport. The Sydney Derby, the 27th edition. Your experts are Dean Brogan and Joel Patfull.
Well, they're minus 16 in inside 50s for the game and minus 8 for the quarter, but they've had opportunities, like you said, Joel. They're just butchering the footy. They seem a little bit indecisive at that 60-70 range mark. Even the great Toby Green was a bit indecisive, but they get an opportunity by the brilliance of Cal Ward just to take the pace off the game, wait for an opportunity, and he hits Daniels. What an important kick, what an important goal that was from Daniels to give the Giants a bit of life heading into three-quarter time.
His second one today, by the way, Brent Daniels. I'd like a few more of those.
Swans lead by 12 points. Late stages of the third term, and they won a free kick in the middle of the ground. Brody Grundy kicks it long. With the hands of Amadi. Rowbottom's there. He was tripped, I think, by Himmelberg. It falls the way of Papley anyway. He's taken the advantage and kicked a goal for the Swans. The perfect response. Papley brings the margin back out to 18 points. Down to Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, it was a 6-6-6 infringement. Darcy Jones ran up to the wing at the last second, but it was too late. Gave the Swans the free kick out of the middle.
Well, it's a huge penalty at a time like this, isn't it? We just talked about how important that goal was for the Giants to give them some momentum going into three-quarter time, and to give away a free kick like that, 6-6-6, inside 50, centre bounce stoppage is so important in such a small ground like this, and just crucial.
Yeah, you think they were scared of Adam Kingley? I'm sure three-quarter time Adam Kingley's going to have a head on him after a silly, it's unforgivable whatever happened there. Now, whether the young fella missed the message or not, but to not have a wingman at the centre bounce, crucial.
Ball up as we approach three-quarter time. Warner there first for the Swans with Goulden. Down the corridor he goes, spilled by Rowbottom. Jordan breaks the tackle, snaps inside 450. Is it time for one more here for the Swans? And if Jack Buckley has his way, takes the intercept mark and goes beyond offensive 50 back to Darcy Jones at right half back, and that will be three-quarter time here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. In Derby 27, it's the Swans who lead by 18 points. 10-11-71, the Giants 8-5-53. Late goals in that third term. So firstly Brent Daniels and then Tom Papley at either end. So far in the game, Will Hayward has 4. Also for the Swans, McDonald, Rowbottom, Jordan, Goulden and Amadi also on the board, while for the GWS Giants, Brent Daniels joins Jesse Hogan and Aaron Cadman as multiple goal kickers, each with 2. Darcy Jones and Callum Brown also on the board for the visitors. 18 points the margin at the final change on ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app. You're listening to Saturday Afternoon Footy on ABC Sport.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Melican charge to the front of that contest. Take the contested mark and now play on. Kicks to a dangerous spot inside 50. Punching it away from the contest was Ware. Sam Taylor gathers it. Hayward's outnumbered, but Hayward sockets it off the ground anyway and kicks one for the Swans.
Toby Green sliding inside forward to 50. You're wrapped up by Cunningham. Umpire says play on. Rampy's kick goes nowhere. Peeling here for the Giants. Out to Darcy Jones, who's goal sighting and snap on the run from 20 outs. The lively little West Aussie has his first of the afternoon. Roberts gets away from Ward, just squeezes the kick inside forward 50. Slapped away McDonald there for the Swans. Thomas run down by Hayward. Umpire says holding the ball. Right behind Will Hayward's angle as he kicks here. The left forward pocket in front of the members stand of the SCG. Connects from just inside 50 for goal number 4.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The Swans by 18 points in the derby, three-quarter time at the Sydney Cricket Ground. What a finish coming up in the 27th edition of this Sydney Crosstown rivalry. But most of us up next are off to Docklands for St Kilda and North Melbourne, which is where we find Corbin Middlemass. Corbin.
Spriggy, the Saints are 2-5 on the season, but they've got 4 losses by under 2 goals, so they're looking to get back in the winners list. While North Melbourne fans are thinking, say less, they're 0-7 on the season, yet to win a single game, and there's a bit of extra spice in this with Jimmy Webster making his return from a 7-game suspension after his crude hit on Jai Simpkin, which left the North Melbourne skipper concussed in the pre-season. And it just so happens, with Ross Lyon left to quote Alanis Morissette during the week, isn't it ironic that he makes his return against the same team in which he committed that offence earlier in the pre-season? So here they are meeting again in the season proper. It is St Kilda and North Melbourne. There's no late changes. Ryan Burns is the sub for St Kilda, while for North Melbourne, Toby Pink, who's the key defender, is going to start as the tactical sub. Under the roof at Docklands, Ben Cameron to join me for the call, alongside our premiership players Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball and Jess Webster on the boundary. So all of that on the way next, Spriggy, St Kilda and North.
Thanks, Corbin. Can't wait to head there once we're wrapped up here in the Harbour City. The Swans by 18 points. You are with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Declan Byrne on the boundary, and your experts here on ABC Sport, Premiership player Dean Brogan and two-time best and fairest Joel Patfull.
Well, the Swans really essentially dominated the quarter. But in saying that, though, the Giants still had their opportunities. They just butchered the ball going forward and a little bit unsure about what they should be doing when they get the ball with that 50, 60, 70 range and the last kick inside 50. They were a bit scrappy and sort of lost their way a little bit, but they got back into the game, and just a crucial error from whoever it was. But Adam Kingsley not happy, ripped the headphones off, threw them on the ground, and you can only imagine they're coach killers, those girls, and got it back out to 18 points, and it's going to be a hard task from here, Jolie.
Yeah, you're right, and it sounds silly to say, but the Swans are playing wet weather footy, and the Giants are still trying to play that quick, dry footy. They're trying to flip the ball around a bit, try and hit that cute pass inside 50, and it hasn't been able to work. So they've got to adapt, and the ground balls have been sloppy at ground level, and they haven't been clean and giving hands. So three-quarter time, I mean, they would have expected these conditions. There's no excuses really, but I think they need to re-emphasise on the basics. Get the ball going forward. Like I said, don't try and hit that 50-50 inside forward. Get at the top of the goal square, create some pressure and get the ball moving forward.
We were discussing earlier the usually mild manners of your premiership teammate Adam Kingsley. We did see, I think it was when they got that last goal before three-quarter time, the Swans, and he didn't look all too pleased, was he?
I've sat in the coaches' boxes and know that red time goals destroy you. That's a triple red time goal with like 30 seconds to go. You've just got yourself back in the game, and we very rarely see that free kicks because of the 666 rule, but they must have obviously got a warning, and it's unforgivable. But they've got to get on with it. But I'm looking for Toby Green, I'm looking for Lockie Whitfield, I'm looking for Josh Kelly, and I'm looking for Sam Taylor to get their chests out and get them on their back and see what they can do in the first 10-15 minutes of this game.
And he just had a little stare at someone on the bench, Adam Kingsley, that suggests maybe that's your responsibility, monitoring 666 and so on. So he had a look at someone as he threw the headphones. Of course, fans listening, monitoring the Brett Kirk medal as well. Will Hayward, 3 goals in that quarter. Errol Goulden's been superb. Hayward is 4 for the game. Chad Warner, instrumental all games. So we'll monitor that in the last as well. Here's Brett Sprigg.
Final term underway. Swans by 18 points. Heaney collected by Peatling. By the way, your texts remain welcome right across the weekend. 0437 774 774 here on ABC Sport. Get a few of those shortly. Wait for a clearance. Ward's pocket was picked by Heaney. He's kick in the line, finds Hayward. He claims the mark and the umpire pays it. So Hayward's 45 out, plays on here to Papley, who fires on goal himself from 40 and misses. So it's a margin of 19 points now to Swans way, which requires now 4 goals for the Giants to recover the lead. Shout out to Holger listing in the Yarra Rangers in front of the wood heater. Go the Swans, he says, 0437 774 774.
Plenty of time for the Giants, but they've only kicked 8 for the game, and they're without Stephen Coniglio and the subbed out Tom Green. 2 massive exclusions from this Giants midfield. Perhaps their 2 best true on ballers. Ball goes out on the outer side after the Lockie Whitfield kick in. Boundary throw in, left half forward for the Swans. Errol Goulden, 26 disposals. Chad Warner, 21. Dane Rampy back in the side, has 20. Knocked down by Briggs. Warner gathers it. Another possession to him. Back to Heaney. Throws it on his left boot. Whitfield punches it away from Jordan, who's doing an excellent tagging job on Lockie Whitfield. As you said, Joel Patfull, has kept him to 15 disposals. Whitfield's averaging over 30 for the season.
Yeah, you're right, and that's what they're missing from half-back, that run and carry and creativity. So I wouldn't mind seeing them do something about that, whether they put Whitfield to a wing or even half-forward just to try and break that tag a little bit.
Sydney by 19. Here in Derby 27. Back in it comes Grundy. Heaney. It's too quick for Callan Ward. Shapes up with a kick to the pocket. Hayward back in the pack. Not paid the mark. McLean there as well. Hayward tunnels it away here. Giants have numbers around the ball in defence. Daniels gets there. Kelly, it's a hot footy. Under pressure, his hand pass goes to Brown. His handball wide, picked off by Heaney. Back to Warner. And the Swans go inside forward. 50. McDonald in the contest with Buckley. Both had a go at that, and it's off hands and over for a throw-in.
Just too much handball there by the Giants. Back 50, you just got to exit as any way you can. But a couple of handballs that needed to be on the boot got him into trouble.
Swans have won 3 of the last 4 derbies. They can maintain the lead. It's 4 out of 5. Heaney gathers it, left forward pocket. Tackle on him by Ward. Boundary throw in. Cal Ward, who draws level with Luke Parker, is again playing in the VFL this weekend. The most derbies played on 24.
It's to think he was best on in Derby number 5, Cullen Ward, for his first of his 2 Brett Kirk medals, way back when. Back in it comes. Grundy down to Warner. Overruns it. Peatling there for the Giants. Tracks it and now kicks toward the outer wing. Rampy back with the flight with Toby Green for company. The Giants skipper does well. Clean gather. His kick though bounced off the chest of Riccardi. Gathered here by Goulden for the Swans. Back to Melican. They'll go again from left half back the Swans.
Melican kicks to a contest over the head of Heaney and Ward. Grundy, the big man, gets to ground level. His handball though is turned over. And here's Josh Kelly. Has a bounce on the outer wing. Kicks to half forward. Fox does well to trap it on the half volley. And then Rampy on his left goes wide and finds Goulden. Swans controlling the football. Toby Green did so well to win a contest before, and Riccardi dropped the chest mark.
Heaney's kick, a little one here. Papley slides in, paid the grab on the point of the square. Wilson goes quickly here for the Swans. Wide of the pocket, McLean! Outbodied Taylor. Then takes the grab, 25 out, slight angle right forward pocket.
Well, you're exactly right. Toby Green wins a one-on-one, important one-on-one, hits Riccardi on the chest, spills the mark. The difference is Sydney do it. Papley dives and takes one on his bootlaces, wheels and hits McLean, who takes the contested mark on Taylor. That's the difference in the two sides at the moment. The Swans are doing things better in better moments than the Giants.
Goal here makes it very tough for the Giants to overcome in the wet. What could be a 25-point buffer the Swans' way. McLean on the approach early in this final quarter. Makes no mistake. The Swans are storming home with Derby 27 to affirm their top 4 aspirations. That's McLean's first of the afternoon, and it's out to a 25-point ball game. Sydney 11-12-78. The Giants 8-5-53. Off the Docklands next for the Saints and the Roos.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Brogues and Garvey. It kills your spirit a little bit as well when you see that as a Giants player, to go forward and have a key forward drop a chest mark like that. You should be entering inside 50, but on the other hand, you're running defensively, trying to get back and fill the gaps inside 50. So Swans just much too clean on the way through. And like you said, the difference between the two, Papley was diving desperately to get that chest mark, whereas Riccardi's was a stock standard chest mark. Should never have dropped it.
What a statement this might be in Sydney's first half of the season. Their prime movers like Chad Warner, who wins that clean, have been superb. Has a bounce in the middle of the SCG. Now throws it on his green boot into attack. McLean under it again. This time Taylor punches it away from him. Hayward gathers. Handball backwards to Heaney, who's been really busy of late. Buckley intervenes. He's tried hard. Hayward with a tackle on Perryman. Got the kick free, but perhaps he affected it. And Robbie Fox, the sub on for Tom McCartan, marks it forward of the wing.
Fox loads up here for the Swans to the teeth of goal. McLean back with a flight. Himmelberg for Thomas, and now Briggs can clear for the Giants. Tumbling ball towards the O'Reilly wing of the SCG. Melican spills the mark. Has Daniels and Hogan for company. Out in space. Fox overruns it. Daniels collects off balance to find Toby Green. We've got a spoil from behind by Rampy. And now Grundy at the drop there. Hand pass goes nowhere, only to Jacob Ware for the Giants towards half forward. His kick's also a turnover to Dane Rampy at left half back. It's the Swans who lead by 25.
There's not many times Toby Green gets towed up, but Dane Rampy has done an absolute number on him today.
Hasn't he just? Rampy goes short to Blakey. Ward wins the one-on-one with Adams and is then caught holding the ball, didn't dispose of it properly. Good tackle by Warner, who's been in this game from the moment it started, Chad Warner. You're right, Joel. What a return to footy by Dane Rampy. 22 disposals. McInerney is short of options in the middle of the ground. Goes back to Rampy, who'll chalk up touch number 23. He darts around Green. Perhaps that sums up that contest. And kicks to half forward. Picked up by James Jordan on the bounce. And now to Lloyd. 60 out from the Swans goals. Loads up. Off hands. Rowbottom seals it. Rowbottom has 2. A crumbing goal off the hands of McDonald. Swans lead by 31 points, and Derby 27 will go the way of the Bloods.
It's just too much for them at the moment, the Swans. Golding, Warner, Heaney, Rampy, the list goes on. They're just dominating. You know, Heaney is absolutely braining him around the footy. Then you've got Goulding on the outside. Warner looks like he's playing basketball out there. He's just dodging and weaving and having bounces. They've just been too much for him. And as you called, Jolly, Rampy has not missed a beat from his time off and has absolutely done a number on Toby today. And you know, the Giants aren't helping themselves. They're dropping marks, they're rushing kicks, they're over handballing, and they've been found out a little bit today a little bit up against quality opposition.
The defence has been hanging in there, but it's 57-33 inside 50s. Eventually that's going to break.
And Declan Byrne on the boundary very shortly as we wait for a clearance. Peatling shoved out of it. Gordon clears here for the Swans. They go forward of halfway again. Amati leads out. It's ball from behind by Buckley, and now Iden can swing it across to half back. On the bounce, it sits up for Ware. Shuffles the hand pass back inboard for Iden, and now they go again. Peatling on the defensive side of the wing. Rampy in the contest with Hogan. Green gathers. Swings it wide to his big man Briggs. Kelly ducks the tackle of Papley, goes inside forward 50. The kick was too deep for Darcy Jones. Leading up, Cal Brown tries to take the ricochet, and it's swerved away by McInerney. The Swans can rebound.
McInerney kicks to half forward. Brilliant work there by Wicks to work Perryman off the football. And now kick to half forward and find Hayward. 4 goals already to his name today. That's a scrappy kick into the pocket. Gathering it is McDonald. He'll try dribble one goalwards. It's through for a behind. But Sam Wicks, he's been in the news in recent times. Excellent contest win on the wing to set up that chance. Only behind to McDonald. Swans lead by 32 points, down to Declan Byrne.
Yeah, thought Kingsley was angry before that row bottom goal. Saw him have really strong conversations with Bedford, Callahan and Whitfield. Basically all of them that were on the bench got a strong serve from Kingsley.
32 points, the Swans lead. In this final term of Sydney Derby 27. Green marks on the kick out. In fact, it was touched. The umpire says play on. They'll flare it wide to Josh Kelly. Dual best and fairest. Veteran Giant kicks a bouncy ball towards Harvey Thomas. Left-hand side of the ground. Daniels marks on the western wing just forward of the logo. The Giants must make every opportunity from here, but it still may well be on them as Callum Brown shows athleticism to pull in the grab as he tumbles to ground here in the left forward pocket, 25 metres out.
A better build-up from the Giants. Toby Green's kick inboard to Josh Kelly, who switched straight away using his left foot. Allowed the Giants to get a bit of free flow into their forward line, and a good mark by Big Callum Brown.
3 last week, has 1 today. He'll face a match review scrutiny as well. He does have his second goal, which may well all be in consolation. The GWS Giants late in Sydney Derby 27. It's Greater Western Sydney who are 9-5-59. They trail the Swans 12-13-85. We've now played 11 minutes in this final term on ABC Sport. Your experts, Joel Patfull and Dean Brogan.
Yeah, you can understand the frustration from Kingsley because they've beaten them in areas that they pride themselves on today in the contest. And we talked about their maturity before the game, but we haven't seen that evolve as the rains come down, the weather conditions have changed. They haven't had an answer to that Sydney onslaught and the pressure around the ball. They haven't been able to be clean enough, and they haven't had the answers to get back in the game once that Sydney time really got up and running. So definitely a frustrating game for the coach.
They are missing 2 key midfielders. Tom Green subbed out, Stephen Caniglio as well, but they had an extra 3 days to prepare for this game. They played on Anzac Day. The Swans played on Sunday last week. And I know the Swans weren't happy about that internally. They've managed to get through it. Briggs thrown off by Grundy, who's responded beautifully in that ruck battle since quarter time as Brodie Grundy. Roberts kicks to the pocket through the hands of Himmelberg. Sam Taylor's back there. Handballs to Himmelberg. He kicks from the right back pocket. Green and Florent are wrestling. There's perhaps high contact on Toby Green. Giants win it anyway. Jacob Ware on the wing wants to check inside on his left. Does that. Kicks to Callum Brown. Bounced off his chest. And now Robbie Fox with a tackle takes the Irishman in Brown over the boundary line in front of the Bill O'Reilly stand. Outer side, Swans lead by 26 points. 12 minutes gone in the last term.
Crowd is still here. Say close to 40,000. This game of great consequence as far as its top 4 quality. And also bragging rights again in AFL footy here in Sydney. Free kick here going the Giants' way for a high tackle. It will be in the hands of James Peatling. He was a sub 4 weeks in a row. In the 22 last start against the Brisbane Lions. He's performed well today for the Giants. So trail by 26. His kick penetrates the 50. Toby Green spills the grab. Grundy gathers off to Cunningham, clearing kick to the outer side. Goulden up with Peatling, off hands and over for a throw-in in front of the scoreboard here at the SCG. 12-13 plays 9-5. Most of us heading off to St Kilda and North Melbourne at Docklands next. Later on, Melbourne, Geelong at the MCG, or West Coast and Essendon over at Perth Stadium. As we wrap things up here at the SCG, Daniel Garb.
Nice tap from Grundy to Heaney, but he was well tackled, so Callaghan wins it for the Giants. Kicks inboard and finds Harvey Thomas, who dropped an easy mark. McDonald pushed him off the football. Now Lloyd has it. Knocks it to Hayward. McInerney running off half-back. Here go the Swans. Inboard to Lloyd. Now for Jordan. Handball over the top to centre-half forward to McDonald. Throws it on the boot. Well done by Lockie Ash. It was designated for Papley. Ash intervened and marked it his own defensive 50. Here's where he finds Josh Kelly at centre-half back.
Oh, that'll be 50 as well. There's an interference there from Isaac Heaney as he was getting set to take his kick, so that'll march Heaney and Kelly 50.
Probably have a shot from here, Josh Kelly.
Certainly within range. 55 looks to lay off the hand pass to Himmelberg, who certainly does have the hoof for it. Kelly on the lateral here, wide to Peatling, who marks just inside 50.
You'd like to see him have a shot there, I think. He's given it to Peatling, who's probably further out and not as good a kick as Josh Kelly, so I don't see the sense in that. But there's still plenty of time here. 4 goals behind. You still want him to have a crack.
Peatling sets it up to the pocket here. Running start from Callum Brown. Doesn't get to the second bite. Slops it away here towards Riccardi. And now Kelly back to Himmelberg, who can snap on the run from 45 and drives it across the face for a minor score.
You're right, Joel. We saw this time last year. I reckon the Giants were playing Sydney and they were down by 3 or 4 goals with 7 or 8 minutes to go and won the game. So he wouldn't put it past them to kick 4 goals in 10 minutes. Still plenty of time, but they need to start taking the game on now.
Perhaps I went a bit early calling it for the Swans after Rowbottom's goal, but they've only kicked 9 for the game, the Giants. You're asking them to kick 5 goals in roughly 10 minutes or so. It's a big ask in wet conditions. These Giants are made of the right stuff as Grundy works it up to the wing. Contest between Wicks and Ash sees the football go over the boundary line.
After watching the Giants St Kilda game a couple of weeks ago, anything can happen, Garvey. I don't like to write teams off too early these days.
That's fair, especially a premiership favourite side like GWS.
What did we see? 6 straight for the Saints that day in Canberra. Green tries to get the kick away. Tackled by Cunningham. Loose footy, Ward gathers, shares it with his skipper, and he can go inside 50. Darcy Jones marks deep in the left forward pocket. Better positioned, he saw Bedford, who obliges and takes the chest mark, so Bedford will take his kick from 25 out on a 45-degree angle.
Well, here's their chance. They kick this, they go back to the centre bounce, they're down by 3 goals with plenty of time left. And they're dominating the game at the moment. They're starting to win clearances, they're starting to get a lot of ball, a lot of good looks inside 50. It's plenty of time to go.
We underestimate the pressure as well that builds when they get close. The end of the game, the crowd gets involved. Like, you really can kick 2 or 3 goals really quickly at the end of the game.
It has to all start here for the Giants. 25 points behind. Here's Toby Bedford on the approach to kick from 25, and he misses across to the right-hand side. So the margin is a clean 4 goals the Swans' way. Still plenty of time left. 17 gone in the final term. 12-13 plays 9-7.
Big opportunity missed that by Toby Bedford. The Giants need to take every opportunity. Kick out to half-back for the Swans. Buckley's been brilliant for GWS. He's fought hard inside his own defensive 50. And the free kick's now been won by Nick Blakey. High tackle by Bedford. So Blakey has it at half-back. Quiet day for the Lizard. Just his 7th disposal coming up. They have clamped down on the Swans jet. He kicks up to McLean. Excellent grab by Hayden McLean. Right half forward. 4 or 5 players in that contest. Could purchase on it. Happy to slow play down. Now kicks inside 50. Buckley's there again. He smashes it over the boundary line. Sydney at 12-13-85. The Giants 9-7-61. 24-point lead to the Swans in Derby 27. 17 and a half minutes gone in the last.
Crowd have certainly stuck around, as I said. Had some heavy showers, but not the deluge we expected in the forecast. Mackay throws it back in. Callaghan collected by McLean and balled up again. Ball in the air. McLean arrives to it. And Adams throws it on the boot from 25. Wobbles it home. No, misses. And extends the lead for the Swans. Back to 25 points on ABC Sport. And we have cracked the 40,000 crowd. 40,337. That's the highest home and away crowd in the derby for these two sides. They've played some big games as the kick-out finds its way out of bounds off hands for a throw-in. 40,337 is our crowd here on this Saturday afternoon, which, given the weather especially, is most impressive.
Footy alive and well in Sydney. Why wouldn't it be? Two premiership contenders. And the Swans look like edging 4 points ahead on the ladder over the Giants. If they can close this one out. Here's Warner. Handball to Jordan. Moved it on to Heaney. 40 out on the angle. Oh, Isaac. The Brownlow medal favourite with a beauty. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will do it.
Well, you can't beat class, can you? In conditions like this, all it takes is clean hands and someone like Isaac Heaney running through the stoppage. It's great to see, isn't it? And you can't underestimate how good that goal is. Running to the boundary, right side, and it didn't look like missing off the boot. Just a quality player, executing under pressure. And you're right, Garb, probably sealing the game here for the Swans as well. And it's been that class and that polish and that execution from those Swans. The mids in particular, Warner got the hands out to him as well. Being able to execute, beautiful play.
Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Whole crowd got up for that one. That lit up this SCG crowd, 40,000 strong, and the bench down here for the Swans loved it as well. Big celebrations.
Has a birthday tomorrow, turns 28, Isaac Heaney. And that was his 26th disposal with that goal. So having a reasonable derby despite some slow patches. As they're going to wait for a clearance. A Sydney chant rings around the Sydney Cricket Ground. 31 points. They're safe from here as we approach time on. Out of the ruck, Briggs. Dispossessed by Adams. His kick only goes as far as Whitfield off half back here for the Giants. Rolling Maul ends up with Kelly, and now Ash dumped by Amati. Will come back here for a hold that will go the way of Lockie Ash for the Giants.
Chips it up to the wing. Here is Whitfield. Jordan right there with him as he has been all day. Florent wins it at half back. They've turned it over here. Rampy straight to Ward. Cullen Ward lets fly from just outside 50. And Robbie Fox, who started the game as a sub, but has entered the game due to the concussion to Tom McCartan, which forced him to be subbed out. Rushes it over for a behind. Swans lead by 30 points. A reminder of the big story, along with the McCartan concussion and likely suspension for Callum Brown as a result. Tom Green subbed out of the game for the Giants early with an ankle injury that may be serious. What a blow that would be to GWS if that's the case. Isaac Heaney's caught holding the ball by Cullen Ward, who has fought hard. The Giants veteran. He will play game number 300 next week. What a moment that is going to be for Cullen Ward. Kicks into the pocket. Spoiled away by Cadman. From Cadman by Blakey. And now Cunningham takes it over the boundary line. That'll be celebrated, rightfully so. Cullen Ward has been such a warrior for the GWS Giants.
Super player, and like you just mentioned, he's battled hard today, but he's just been overwhelmed with Sydney's midfield, and down on a couple of troops. Their midfield's been soundly beaten today.
So next up, they're away to the Bombers. That's the Saturday twilight game at Docklands. The Swans are away against Freo, not at Perth Stadium. So there's two Friday night games next week. One on either side of the country. Comes beyond offensive. 50 here, the free kick for the Swans. Marked by Amati, who tumbles to ground. 22 gone, final term. Swans by a clean 30. Amati's kick to find McLean. He's 65 out. That's some late interference from Taylor. Loose footy. Callaghan gathers. Gets it away to Taylor. Hayward from the pocket. Pulls it across his body. Right to the top of the square. Warner reaching from behind on Buckley, and now goes again, but it's spoiled away by Buckley on the follow-up alongside the right behind post for a throw-in. 13-14 plays 9-8 There'll be the Brett Kirk. Ooh, seeing a replay here of Toby Green just meeting Jake Lloyd with a swinging arm in back play. I'm sure that'll be scrutinised. Not quite as much as the Callum Brown bump on Tom McCartan that saw him subbed out of the game with concussion. But Toby Green, I think, is always scrutinised, especially in his first game back from suspension.
Well, he struggles sometimes still to hold back his frustration. Here's Papley in the pocket. Just wheels away and kicks backward looking for Lloyd. Still inside and now outside attacking 50 for the Swans. Cunningham gets hands to it. Hogan picks it up. Ware tries to push off Cunningham, but Cunningham holds him well and catches him holding the ball. Now we get the Swans faithful up again on a big day for this football club. Sydney will be red and white after Derby 27. The veteran in Cunningham keeps deep into attack through the hands of Amadi. Whitfield's back there, free kick going the way of the Giants, so they'll be able to play on in the back pocket.
Move it by hand. Now it's with Lockie Ash from right fullback. Beyond defensive 50, Riccardi marks in space on the eastern wing of the SCG. Brings it back inboard now for Callan Ward. Tangled up with Taylor Adams, as you mentioned, former teammates with Adams, one of the early Giants. Ward lays off the hand pass. Ash fires it in here. Thomas inside 50. Callahan runs straight into Brodie Grundy. Lost the footy, and now Peatling is taken high by McLean. In fact, Cunningham gave away the free kick. The umpire saw it. So it's going to be a set shot coming the way of James Peatling.
Lucky free kick, really. Giants again, just overusing. Not sure about how they should be entering the 50. It's something that they're going to have to review from this game, because they've looked a bit unsure all day on how they should be entering their forward 50, and they've been smashed with inside 50s today.
It's James Peatling with a set shot from 49 out, all the way home for a goal. As I say, it's all in consolation for the Giants. The Swans have controlled this game throughout, certainly through much of this second half, but Peatling is on the board, and the margin is back to 24 points to Sydney Swans' favour. 13-14-92. GWS to a 10-8-68. This is ABC Sport. There are 40,000 plus in the building on this Saturday afternoon. Your experts are Joel Patfull and Dean Brogan.
Well, it's a great finish by Peatling, outside 50. Backed himself into. He's finished with 22 and a goal. So he's been good in that inside mid-roll, but he's probably not your first pick. If he started in the centre bounce, so it shows where they're losing a bit of depth and probably where they've been beaten throughout the game. Missing Green, missing Cornelio. Peatling's been serviceable, but you just miss that class around the stoppages, don't you?
It's been good for him. He's a fine for him, this kid Peatling.
Only 3 Brett Kirk medalists on the ground today. Callan Ward has 2 of them. Toby Green with 1 and Goulden with 1. Green and Goulden won theirs last season. I'd say out of those players, Errol would be the only one in contention. Probably a pretty big chance with 29 disposals. Hayward with 4 goals will be in the mix. Warner's been excellent. Heaney and Rowbottom too. Swans lead by 24 points. Late on in this game at the SCG. Strong tackle by Perryman on Rowbottom on the wing. 11 tackles for Brodie Grundy. He was monstered in the first quarter by Kieran Briggs. What a fight back for him, Dean Brogan.
Well, that's what big ruckman, champion ruckmans do. It's not, you can't win every quarter, but the best ruckman, if you get beaten, you keep fighting back, and that's what he's definitely done. He got his colours low in the first quarter, but he's fought back really well.
Ash off half-back here for the Giants. Goes searching inside 50. Himmelberg was outnumbered there by some big Swans bodies. Bedford now lays off the hand pass. Only goes as far as Blakey. It's over for a throw-in. Shane Karam Downs asks, will you guys make up your mind? Either Isaac Heaney or Tom Green is Brownlow favourite. I think you said he is the categorical favourite. You mentioned
I said
Tom
Green
was one of them.
Isaac Heaney's miles ahead in terms of the actual favourite.
He says, by the way, they're a chance of runner-up to Zach Merritt. Shane's obviously a Bombers man as the ball goes out of bounds again for a throw-in. Coming up, it's North Melbourne and the Saints at Docklands. Later on at the MCG, Melbourne, Geelong. Over at Perth Stadium, the Eagles and the Bombers. Here it's the Swans who lead by 24 points.
Giants looking for consolation goals. Boundary throw and inside 50 for them. Gathered by Callahan. Handball back to Ward. Perryman's well tackled by Jordan, who's done plenty of that today. Ward keeps going. Farms out the hand pass to Daniels, who tried to snap. He was smothered by Melican. A tired Peatling throws it on the boot. Up in the air. It spills the way of Hogan. And it evades him and Logan McDonald, who's back there defending for the Swans. Over for a behind. So Sydney's lead is 23 points. 27 and a half minutes gone in the last term at the SCG.
Blakey with the kick out. He's been quiet today. Waiting to assess the options on the outer side of the SCG. Now on his preferred left. Thumps it clear. Grundy gets up, but Briggs keeps his feet and takes the mark. Off to Lockie Ash. The Giants wheel and go again. Kelly marks. Inside the centre square. He was caught a play on by the umpire. Run down by McInerney. The umpire says holding the ball. He had no choice. Gathered by the pacey McInerney. Inside 50 as Warner marks. He's unmarked now. Top of the square. Strolls in. And sends home his first goal of the afternoon. To go with 28, Chad Warner. He had the disallowed one earlier. He's on the board here. Chad Warner not denied. One of the best today for the Sydney Swans, who now lead by 29 points. 14-14 plays 10-9. Your experts on ABC Sport, Dean Brogan and Joel Patfull.
Well, I wasn't sure if Josh Kelly heard the call play on or not, but umpire clearly called play on because Josh Kelly, as soon as he marked it, went to go. So I'm not sure that would have been 50, but either way, Sydney just are relentless, aren't they? They just are still tackling, they're still running. They're just such a good side. And Warner, I think Warner's been their best today. He's been unbelievable to finish off with a goal on the goal square, just to rub a bit of salt in the wounds to the Giants. They're certainly the kings of this town right at this point in the AFL season, aren't they?
It's been fantastic, Warner. No Green and Cornelio for the Giants. Green subbed that after quarter time, and haven't the Swans on-ball brigade taken advantage of that? Goulden, who's been outstanding all game, Warner as well, and Heaney, who's lifted in the second half. Swans lead by 29 points. And they want a free kick at centre-half forward. Well, James Jordan deserves some reward. He may be too far out to kick. In fact, he is. He's probably 60 out. But what a job he's done on Lockie Whitfield. Quelled his influence enormously as the tagging half forward. Kicks to a dangerous spot off the hands of McLean. Grundy knocks it backwards. There is Whitfield. Hayward looking for his fifth goal. His kick smothered. Jordan wins it again. And Callahan puts a strong tackle on Rowbottom. Ball up in attack for the Swans.
Approaching the half-hour mark here. Still a couple of minutes left. Sydney Derby 27. To be won by the Swans. Grundy down to Rowbottom. He's had the arm pinned there by Callahan. Will ball up again. Up it goes again. Briggs and Grundy. Taylor links up there with his former Magpies teammate there, Grundy. Everyone's kick smothered by Callahan. Tunneled away here from Perryman to Ward. The Giants can thump it up the outer side, but getting back it's Milliken who marks at centre-half back here for the Swans. 29 points their lead here at the SCG.
And the Sydney chant goes around the SCG. A statement win for Sydney. It'll be their fourth in a row. What a battle it's going to be between these two sides all season long for supremacy in Sydney. They faced off directly today. And it's John Longmire's side who have emerged triumphant after trailing by 15 points at quarter time. They are the victors in Derby 27. The Swans move clear of the Giants after winning by 29 points.
The Swans, Will Hayward kicked 4. There was 2 to James Rowbottom. Singles to Heaney, Warner, Amati, Jordan, McDonald, Papley, Goulden and McLean. Meanwhile, for the Giants, 2 each for Cadman, Hogan, Brown and Daniels. Singles for Darcy Jones, James Peatling also on the board late there for GWS. But it's the Swans who win this game by 29 points and now victorious in 4 of the past 5 derbies.
Cheer the red and the white, honour the
behind by 15 points, as Daniel Garb mentioned at quarter time. It was the Swans by 9 points at half time. 18 points the Swans way at the final change. And in the end, 14-98 to 10-9-69. The crowd, 40,337. The Swans prevailing in Derby 27. To now lead the overall head-to-head at 17 games to 10 and reaffirm their hold on second spot on the AFL ladder, perhaps most importantly. We saw Tom Green subbed out with an ankle concern, so insult to injury there for the Giants early in the game. And Callum Brown will no doubt face match review scrutiny for an errant bump on, it's probably putting it lightly, on Tom McCartan, who was subbed out himself, the Swans defender, in the first half of the game. So a few key points out of the game, apart from just an impressive win for the Swans. Dean Brogan, will get your thoughts on how this game wrapped up. We're off to Docklands shortly for St Kilda versus North Melbourne. Then I'll get the 3-2-1 ABC Player of the Year votes from you, Joel Patfull. But your assertion of the game, Brogan.
Oh, look, Swans too good. Just too good. Look, I know the Giants had a few issues with injuries. They lost Tom Green early. Obviously Stephen Cornelio's out. But just, minus 25, plus 25 if you want to look at it for the Swans. They as soon as the rain came, they were better. Just the midfield got on top. They won crucial one-on-ones. They were cleaner. They were better. They were, 20-30% better than the Giants on the day. And, the Giants are a bit lucky that it's only 4 or 5 goal, to be honest with you, Joel. It could have got a lot uglier. Minus 25 in inside 50s is not good. And they just made the Giants panic everywhere. They just lost shape. They lost how they entered the forward line. The Swans are a serious football team. Absolute serious football team.
I reckon we'll just miss the Brett Kirk medal presentation, which is still a few moments away. But who gets your best on, Joel Patfull? Your 3-2-1, the Player of the Year.
It's a tough one. There was plenty of positives out there for the Swans. Their midfield just dominated. So Warner, 1 vote, but very unlucky. Could have got 2 or 3. Hayward up forward, provided the contest and kicked goals in tricky conditions early, put him up in front. 4 goals to finish with a great performance. Obviously, the contract years, playing out of his skin. There must be some dollars flying around, so he's ready to go. Best on ground, Goulden. Once again, just the skill and the cleanliness around the ball. His run and carry through the midfield when they needed it. Crucial for the Swans.
So 3 Goulden, 2 Hayward, 1 Warner. Your votes. Let's join Lucy Polkinghorn.
Both teams played for the Sydney Derby Cup. Today, the Swans defeated the Giants 98-69. Before we call up the winning captain, I would like to ask AFL Commissioner Gabrielle Traynor to come forward and present the Brett Kirk medal to the best player on ground.
If you're listening through ACT...
And the winner of the Brett Kirk medal this afternoon is Errol Goulden from the Sydney Swans.
And we had him. He is the best on ground here. If you're listening to local radio ACT, off for the NRL. It's Canterbury versus West Tigers. News radio listeners will head back to network programs as well. Otherwise, most of us are off to Docklands for St Kilda and North Melbourne on ABC Sport as AFL Round 8 continues.